Hey friends, tonight we're going to explore the largest contiguous empire in human history, one that stretched from Korea to Hungary and left its mark on cultures, trade routes and gene pools across half the world. This is the story of the Mongol Empire, told gently enough for bedtime but rich enough to satisfy your curiosity about one of history's most fascinating civilizations. So before you get comfortable with me, take a moment to like the video and please let me know where are you listening from and let me know how your day was. Now dim those lights, turn on a fan for some white noise and let's start. Imagine a sea of grass that goes on forever, beyond every horizon you can think of. This is the Eurasian steppe, a huge area of rolling grasslands that makes the American Great Plains look like a lawn in a suburb. Here, where the ground curves away into nothingness and the sky seems close enough to touch, lived people who would eventually change the whole world. But when they woke up each morning to milk their horses, they had no idea what they were doing. You wouldn't call the Mongol steppes prime real estate. There are no fertile river valleys like the Nile in Egypt, no protective mountain ranges like the Alps in Switzerland, and no forests like those that covered Europe in the Middle Ages. Instead, you had grass that never ended and changed colour with the seasons like a living carpet. In the spring it would turn green so bright that it hurt your eyes. In the summer, waves of golden grain rippled in the wind all the time. In the fall it turned copper and bronze, and in the winter snow and ice covered it, which could kill a traveller who wasn't ready in a few hours. But if you knew how to read this landscape, if you knew its rhythms and respected its harsh beauty, the steppes could give you things that farming communities might never understand. The grass fed a lot of cows, sheep, goats and horses. People got everything they needed from these animals: milk for drinking and making cheese, meat for protein, hides for clothes and shelter, and wool for warmth on those cold winter nights when the temperature could drop so low that your breath froze. Before it left your mouth, the people who lived in this difficult landscape were nomads, but that word doesn't do justice to how advanced their way of life was. Instead of thinking of them as homeless people who were wandering around, think of them as highly specialised mobile communities that had mastered the art of living in harmony with their surroundings. They didn't just wander around the steppes, they followed old migration routes that had been improved over time. They moved their herds to new pastures with the same care that farmers do when they rotate their crops. A typical Mongol family owned maybe 100 different kinds of animals, and taking care of this mobile wealth required skills that would impress a modern rancher. You needed to know which grasses were best for different animals at different times of the year, how to find water in a place where rivers were hard to find, how to guess what the weather would be like, and how to protect your herds from both people, who wanted to steal them, and wolves that followed the migrations like shadows. The gur, which is what people today call a yurt, was the best building for this way of life. Think about a house that could be put together or taken apart in less than an hour, moved by a few camels, and keep a family of 6 warm and dry in both the heat of summer and the cold of winter. The gyr was like a small house that could be moved around. It was about the same weight as a small car and could stand up to winds that would flatten most modern tents. The inside of a gyr was set up like a well-designed yacht, with everything in its right place. The fire pit, which provided heat, light and a place to cook meals, was in the centre. When you walked in, men's things were on the left and women's things were on the right. This arrangement showed how each gender had its own important but different role in nomadic society. The back of the G, which was directly across from the door, was the place of honour where important guests sat and family treasures were shown off. But maybe the most interesting thing about life on the steppes was how it changed the people who lived there. Imagine growing up in a world where your backyard was literally endless, where you learned to ride before you could walk well, and where you had to be able to read weather patterns and clouds and find your way across grasslands with no tracks using, only the stars and your knowledge of the land's subtle contours. Mongol kids learned skills that would seem like superpowers to people who live in the suburbs today. They could ride horses bareback at full speed and shoot arrows with deadly accuracy. They could live for days on just mare's milk and dried meat. They could find water in places where others only saw grass that went on forever, and they could travel hundreds of miles of land that looked the same without getting lost. This wasn't just a way to get in shape, it was also a way to get your mind in shape. Living on the steppes taught you that the world was big, that there were always new places to go, and that you had to be able to change quickly to stay alive. It taught you to be independent, but it also taught you to value the strong ties of family and tribe that could mean the difference between life and death when winter storms hit or enemy raiders came. The steppes also taught you something else, that borders were made up, that the grass didn't care about the claims of sedentary people, and that being able to move around was more important than any fixed fortification. When the tribes of the steppes finally found a leader who could bring them all together into one terrifyingly powerful army, these lessons would be very important. But that's not the end of our story. For now, picture those thousands of nomadic families living on the vast grasslands, each following their own old paths, each keeping their own relationships with neighbouring tribes, and each living a life that was both free and limited, harsh and beautiful and simple and very complex. The steppes were like a huge school where students learned how to survive, ride horses, predict the weather, care for animals, and fight. Everyone who grew up there learned skills that would have taken European knights years to learn, if they could learn them at all. And every now and then one of these scattered graduates would come along who could see past the normal tribal boundaries. This person could picture bringing all the people of the Grass Sea together into something bigger and stronger than any kingdom that stayed in one place. Someone like that was about to be born, but anyone watching would not have thought it was a good thing. He would be born into a harsh world that had already shaped many generations of nomadic children, but the skills and points of view that landscape taught him would help him build the biggest empire in history that was all connected. The steppes were ready, they just didn't know it yet. In 1162, on what was probably a normal spring morning in the heart of Mongolia, a child was born who would grow up to scare half the world and bring the other half together. His birth name was Temujin, which means iron worker in English. This was a practical name for a practical people, but it didn't suggest that this baby would grow up to make anything more important than horseshoes or arrow points. The chapter headings in Temujin's early life story are very harsh, like those in a medieval survival guide. Yasuge, his father, was a minor tribal leader. You could think of him as the head of a small family business in an industry where most business problems were solved with arrows. When Temujin was about 9 years old, rivals poisoned his father, leaving the family in a dangerous situation like sheep without a shepherd in a land full of wolves. What happened next was the kind of childhood that could either completely break someone or make them incredibly strong. Temujin's family was basically kicked out by their former allies and left to fend for themselves in a society where being alone often meant death. Imagine a family that suddenly has no home or friends in a world where your neighbours might think you were more useful as a slave than as an equal. During these tough years, young Temujin learned lessons that would change the way he led and built his empire for the rest of his life. He learned that loyalty based on blood or tradition could go away as soon as things changed. He learned that being able to make new friends with people who may have been enemies yesterday was often the key to staying alive. Most importantly, he learned that the traditional tribal system was deeply flawed because it had endless fights, strict hierarchies, and couldn't unite against common threats. During these years in the wilderness, Temujin also learned something else. He had a special ability to get people to follow him, even when they didn't have a good reason to do so. Even when his family had to eat roots and catch fish with their hands, he still managed to get people to follow him who thought he was worth betting their futures on. It was the kind of charm that you couldn't learn or pass down. You either had it or you didn't. Temujin had a lot of it. It was like watching someone climb a mountain while everyone else was still arguing about which way to go. He went from being an outcast to being the leader of his tribe. Temujin built a coalition of followers through alliances, victories, and shared goals. These followers were not tied together by traditional tribal loyalties, but by something new: shared ambition and mutual benefit. Temujin knew something that most leaders on the steppe didn't. The old way of fighting all the time between tribes wasn't just wasteful, it was also harmful to the tribes themselves. The sedentary kingdoms around the steppes were getting stronger and more united, while the Mongol tribes fought each other over old grudges and grazing rights. The Jin dynasty ruled northern China, the western Xia ruled the Silk Road corridors, and different Central Asian powers were spreading their power into areas where nomads used to live. Temujin thought the answer was to do something that had never been done before: bring all the tribes together under one leader who could direct their combined military power outward instead of inward. It was like suggesting that every small family business in a troubled industry come together to form one well-run corporation. But the negotiations were done with swords, and the final agreements were made with blood oaths. It took decades of political manoeuvring that would have impressed Machiavelli to bring the two sides together. Temujin formed alliances with former enemies, broke promises when he needed to, took useful ideas from tribes he had defeated, and slowly built a military and political system that went beyond the usual steppe groups. The decimal system of organising the military was one of his most important new ideas. Temujin didn't organise his troops along traditional tribal lines, which would have kept old loyalties and feuds alive. Instead, he broke his army up into groups of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 warriors from different tribes who swore new oaths of loyalty to him personally. It was like getting rid of all the old high school cliques and making new ones based on common goals instead of past friendships. There were many great things about this system. It kept any one tribe from getting too strong in the larger group. It made warriors from different tribes work together, which slowly broke down old tribal prejudices. It was most important because it made a new identity, Mongol, that went beyond the old tribal divisions and made everyone feel like they were part of the bigger project. Temujin had done something that had never been done before in the recorded history of the steppes by 1206. He had brought almost all of the Mongol tribes together under his own leadership. At a big meeting called a Kurultai, the tribal leaders formally recognized him as their supreme leader and gave him a new name that reflected his unprecedented achievement, Genghis Khan, which means universal ruler, or ruler of all. It was like watching a small-town business owner become the CEO of a multinational corporation, except this corporation's business model was to conquer new markets and grow into every available market. The tribes that lived on the steppes had come together to form a single military force that could project power over long distances with a speed and efficiency that would change the way wars were fought. But Genghis Khan didn't just bring the Mongol tribes together. After he fixed the problem of division within the group, he quickly turned his attention to threats and chances from outside. The same strategic thinking that had helped him bring the steppes together was now focused on the sedentary kingdoms that were next to his new empire. If the Mongols were stronger when they were united than when they were split up, then they would be even stronger when they conquered their neighbours. The change was complete. The boy who had once caught fish with his bare hands and lived on the streets had become the leader of the most powerful army in the world. Settled people had long seen the steppes as a place where annoying barbarian raids happened. Soon, they would be the starting point for a series of conquests that would change the political map of Eurasia. The Grass Sea had found its captain, and the winds were good for a long trip. Imagine the first time Genghis Khan looked past the steppes at the settled kingdoms that had always seemed so far away and safe behind their walls. It must have felt like a small business owner who was doing well suddenly realizing that their local market was just the beginning, and that there were huge, untapped opportunities waiting just beyond their current horizons. In this case, though, the business would grow through cavalry charges and siege engines. The Mongols' first big target was the Western Xia Kingdom, which ruled over the Silk Road trade routes that went through what is now northwestern China. This decision showed how smart Genghis Khan was. Instead of attacking the strongest neighbours right away, he started with a kingdom that was rich enough to be worth conquering, but not strong enough to threaten his empire's existence. For an army that had mostly used mobile tactics before, the Western Xia campaign was like a graduate-level course in siege warfare. The Mongols learned that their usual hit-and-run tactics, which worked well against other nomadic foes, didn't work as well against cities with high walls and supplies for long sieges. So, like all successful businesses do when they face new problems, they changed, learned, and came up with new ideas. The Mongol army changed from being a nomadic force to something more like a modern combined arms military in just a few years. They hired engineers from lands they had taken over, learned how to use Chinese siege methods, and learned how to use catapults, battering rams, and other specialised tools. It was like seeing a motorcycle gang suddenly gain the logistical skills of a professional army, while still being able to move and be aggressive. The Mongols didn't just use the same military tactics as everyone else, they made them better. Their siege operations became famous for how quickly and effectively they worked. European armies might take months to break down a single fortress, but Mongol forces could sometimes take whole cities in just a few days by using both traditional siege tactics and new engineering and psychological warfare methods. The Mongol army's full range of skills was shown when they took over the Jin dynasty in northern China. This wasn't a small border kingdom like Western Xia. It was one of the most advanced civilizations in the world, with the Great Wall protecting it and armies that had been perfecting their skills for hundreds of years. The Jin dynasty ruled over land that was home to millions of people, protected by hundreds of fortified cities and backed by economic resources that were much bigger than anything the steppes could produce. But the Mongols methodically tore down this old kingdom, just like mechanics take apart a complicated machine they know how to fix. They attacked from directions that the Chinese didn't expect, which let them get around the Great Wall. They also used captured Jin engineers to improve their own siege techniques, and a mix of military pressure and diplomatic manoeuvring to slowly cut off Jin defenders from their possible allies. People living at the time couldn't believe how quickly these conquests happened. Within a few years of the Mongols' arrival, kingdoms that had been around for hundreds of years would be gone. It was like watching someone play a video game at a faster speed, but the results were real and would last forever. The Mongol war machine had done something that military theorists would spend hundreds of years trying to figure out. It had the perfect mix of speed, firepower, organisation, and flexibility. At the same time, on the Western Front, Mongol troops were moving into Central Asia in the same methodical way. The Mongols' conquest of the Khwarezmid Empire, which ruled over a lot of what is now Iran, Afghanistan, and Central Asia, showed another side of their strategic thinking. They could run multiple campaigns at the same time over long distances while keeping widely separated forces in sync. A diplomatic incident that turned into a full-blown war started this Western campaign almost by accident. The Khwarezmid Shah made a big mistake when he killed Mongol trade envoys. This was like declaring war on what was already the most dangerous military group in the world. Genghis Khan's answer was quick, clear, and completely devastating. In just 3 years, the Khwarezmid Empire was completely destroyed. Its cities were in ruins, and its people were either spread out or taken in by the growing Mongol system. What was so impressive about these conquests was how the Mongols were able to keep control of such large areas while still expanding. Most empires in history have hit natural limits where the costs of expansion were higher than the benefits. However, the Mongols seem to have solved this basic problem by combining flexible administration with effective military action. The Mongols usually used and changed local government systems instead of trying to force a single system of government on all of their lands. Chinese territories were still run by modified versions of traditional Chinese bureaucracy, and Central Asian regions kept their own cultural and religious practices under Mongol rule. It was like running a multinational company, where each regional office could keep its own corporate culture, while making sure that all of the company's strategies worked together. This flexible administration went along with a communication system that was very new for its time. The Yam was the Mongol postal system. It built a network of relay stations that could send messages across the empire faster than any other system of communication. It used to take months for a message to get from Mongolia to Eastern Europe, but now it only takes weeks. This made it easier for the central government to keep control over areas that were thousands of miles apart. The psychological consequences of these conquests were possibly more significant than their military implications. The Mongols showed that distance was no protection against a well-organised and motivated force, that new tactics could break through traditional fortifications, and that people whom sedentary societies had thought were primitive barbarians could conquer entire civilizations. The Mongol Empire was bigger than the continental United States, and growing quickly by the time Genghis Khan died in 1227. It stretched from Korea to the Caspian Sea, but this was only the start. Genghis Khan's successors would continue to grow the system he had built, eventually creating an empire that stretched from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean and changed the course of human history. The Great Expansion changed not only the political map of Eurasia, but also what people thought an empire could be. The Mongols showed that nomadic societies could not only compete with settled civilizations, but they could also be better at military effectiveness, administrative efficiency, and controlling territory. The Grass Sea had turned into an ocean, and its waves were crashing against shores that had never felt their power before. Imagine waking up one morning to find out that your city, your region, or even your whole country had been taken over by the biggest empire in history almost overnight. During the 13th and 14th centuries, millions of people in Eurasia lived like this. Surprisingly, for many of them, it wasn't as bad as you might think. At its peak, the Mongol Empire was less like a typical conquest state, and more like an ancient version of a multinational corporation with very good management. The Mongols figured out how to keep central authority while allowing local flexibility, how to bring together different cultures without losing what made them valuable, and how to make systems that were both efficient and adaptable. These are things that many modern organizations still have trouble with. Most people's daily lives in the empire went on as they had before the conquest, but there were some big changes that anyone who was paying attention would have noticed right away. Trade was safer and more profitable than it had been in hundreds of years. With the Mongol postal system, news, ideas, and new things could travel across huge distances at speeds never seen before. Instead of relying on the arbitrary decisions of local rulers, legal disputes could be settled through standardized procedures. The famous Silk Road, which had connected east and west for centuries, but had often been interrupted by warfare and banditry, became under Mongol protection what we might think of as the world's first truly international highway system. Merchants could travel from Venice to Beijing more safely than a medieval European could travel from one city to another in their own kingdom. This commercial security had a big impact on how people lived every day in the empire. Chinese silk became available in Europe at prices that the new middle class could afford. Islamic astronomical tools made their way to Mongol courts, where they changed the way people navigated and kept track of time. The first information revolution happened when European metalworking techniques moved east, and Asian printing technology moved west. But the Mongol Empire's attitude toward religious and cultural diversity was probably the most interesting thing about life under their rule. Medieval governments often required people to follow the same religion in order to be loyal to the government. The Mongols, on the other hand, practiced what we now call multiculturalism, long before the idea was even thought of. Nestorian Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Confucians, Taoists, and adherents of traditional Mongol shamanism all occupied positions within the imperial framework. This tolerance wasn't just a nice idea, it was a practical need. The Mongol Empire was so big and so different that it would have taken resources that even the Mongols didn't have to try to make everyone follow the same religion or culture. Instead, they made systems that let different groups keep their own traditions while also taking part in the larger imperial project. It created a kind of cosmopolitan culture that didn't come back until the modern era. Persian poets could work with Chinese engineers, Islamic scholars could argue philosophy with Buddhist monks, and European merchants could learn advanced math from Arab mathematicians in Mongol cities. It was like living in an old-fashioned version of an international university town, but the campus was half the world. Architecture during Mongol rule exemplified this cultural amalgamation. Buildings mixed parts from different styles to make completely new styles. Islamic arches could support Chinese roofs, Persian tilework could decorate them, and European silver could pay for them. These weren't just random combinations, they were carefully thought-out integrations that showed how different styles of art could work together to make each other better instead of worse. The Mongols also changed the way people ate. The traditional nomadic diet of meat and dairy was improved by adding foods and cooking methods from all over the empire. Mongol kitchens started using Chinese spices, Persian fruits, European grains, and cooking methods that had been used in isolation for hundreds of years, but were now mixed together to make completely new ways of cooking. The yasa was the Mongol legal system. It was a complete and flexible way to get justice. The Mongols usually didn't force a single legal code on all of their territories. Instead, they let local legal traditions continue while setting up general rules that made sure important things stayed the same. It was like having a constitution that protected basic rights, while letting states keep their own rules and traditions. Compared to most other civilizations at the time, women had a relatively high status in Mongol society. Mongol women could own land, trade, and even sometimes make political decisions. When the empire took over areas where women had fewer rights, Mongol influence often led to slow improvements in their legal and social status. The Mongols supported education and scholarship because they knew that running such a large empire required advanced knowledge systems. They built libraries, helped people translate between languages, and paid for scholarly exchanges that sped up the spread of knowledge across cultural lines. Arabic translations of Chinese medical texts, Persian translations of Islamic mathematical treatises, and European astronomical observations added to Asian star charts. This cross-cultural exchange was shown in the art of the Mongol period. Painters started using techniques and subjects from different traditions, making works that would have been impossible without the mixing of cultures that the empire made possible. Musicians tried out different instruments and scales from all over the world, creating new ways to express themselves that were based on many different musical styles. Historians now agree that the Mongol Empire set the stage for the first truly global economy. This is perhaps the most important thing it did. Ideas, products, and new ways of doing things could travel farther than ever before. This economic integration meant that things happening in one part of the empire could have effects right away, in places thousands of miles away. This was the first time this kind of economic interconnectedness happened. For the average person living under Mongol rule, these changes may not have been immediately apparent in their daily lives, but their cumulative impact was transformative. You were more likely to find foreign goods in your local market, hear news from faraway places, meet people from different cultures, and get ideas and new things that had come from far away. The Mongol Empire built something that had never been done before in human history. A civilization that was truly cosmopolitan, connecting cultures that had been cut off from each other for a long time. It was an early version of globalization, run by people who had always thought that the whole world was just grass, sky, and the occasional tribe next door. The Mongols learned to think about big areas and long distances in the steppes. Now they had used that point of view to build a political and economic system that made the world smaller and more connected than it had ever been before. The signs of trouble in the Mongol Empire started out small, like clouds slowly covering up a perfect spring day. But they grew into a storm system that changed the weather patterns for good. By the end of the 13th century, the empire that had seemed unbreakably strong under Genghis Khan and his immediate successors was starting to show signs of stress that would eventually cause it to break apart like ice on a river that was warming up. The first problem was one that every successful family business has to deal with. What happens when people who weren't involved in making the vision have to carry it out? Genghis Khan's grandsons and great-grandsons received an empire, but they also had the impossible job of keeping unity across lands so large that it took months for messages to get from one end to the other. It was like trying to run a modern business with medieval communication tools, but each part of the business had its own army and its own ideas about how to move forward strategically. The empire's structure, which had been brilliantly adapted to rapid growth, turned out to be less useful for long-term management. The Mongol system worked great when there were new lands to conquer and new resources to share among the different branches of the imperial family. But when expansion slowed down, partly because they had run out of neighbours who were easy to conquer, the empire started to have the same kind of internal competition that it used to have against enemies. Imagine a family that got rich by always expanding their business into new markets. Then, all of a sudden, they found themselves in a situation where they had taken over all the markets. The energy that had once gone into growing the family business now turned inward, and different family members started fighting over who would control the resources that were already there. The Mongol Empire was basically going through the biggest family business fight in history, but the family members were in charge of land the size of modern countries, and had professional armies to back up their arguments. As the empire grew, fights over who would take over became more bitter and complicated. Genghis Khan was able to get people to do what he wanted because of his strong personality and military success, but his descendants had to compete for loyalty among subordinates, who had their own regional interests and cultural identities. It was like seeing the corporate culture that a charismatic founder had worked hard to build slowly fall apart as different regional managers started to follow their own goals. As the Mongol military campaigns became less effective, the famous unity that had made them so effective began to break down into a patchwork of competing interests. The Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe, and the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia all said they were under the Great Khan's rule in Mongolia. But in reality, they acted more and more like independent powers with their own foreign policies and military goals. Sociologists now call the process that made this political fragmentation worse cultural accommodation. This means that the Mongol rulers slowly adopted the customs and views of the people they ruled. The Mongol Khans in China started to think and act like Chinese emperors. The ones in Persia started to act like Persian court members, and the ones in Russia started to run their countries in ways that were similar to how things were done in their own countries. It was a natural change that made them better rulers of their own areas, but it also made them less Mongol and less dedicated to keeping the empire together. Changing religions was a big part of this cultural change. Some Mongol rulers followed the main religions in their areas, such as Buddhism in some places, Islam in others, and Christianity in still others. At first, the empire's religious diversity was one of its strengths. However, as different branches of the imperial family developed different religious beliefs and cultural identities, it became a source of division. The empire's economy was also starting to show signs of stress. The Mongol system relied heavily on tribute from conquered lands and money made from trade over long distances. But as political unity broke down, trade routes became less safe, and collecting tribute became harder and more expensive. Local officials, whether they were Mongols or locals, started keeping more of the money they collected for themselves instead of sending it to the central treasury. Changes in technology and the military also hurt the Mongols' advantages. People who lived near the Mongols and their subjects slowly started to use the new ideas in siege warfare and military organisation that had made the Mongols unbeatable in the 13th century. Gunpowder weapons, which had first given Mongol troops a big edge, became more common and advanced. The military strategies that were once only known to the Mongols became known to everyone, making the playing field more even between nomadic and sedentary forces. The Mongols began to feel the effects of empire building on their population, which was perhaps the most important thing. When Genghis Khan started his conquests, The original Mongol population was probably no more than 1 million people. Even with the help of allied tribes and hired helpers, ethnic Mongols were still a small group in their own empire. As time went on, intermarriage and cultural assimilation made it harder and harder to define or keep a Mongol identity. Climate change also contributed to the empire's slow decline, but its effects were small and took a long time to show. The medieval warm period, which had made it easier for steppe nomads to live during the empire's growth phase, was ending, and the weather was getting cooler and more unpredictable. These changes made it harder for nomads to live their traditional way of life, and the grasslands that used to support large Mongol populations and their herds became less able to support them. Natural disasters and disease outbreaks put even more strain on the empire's administrative systems. The Black Death, which killed millions of people in Eurasia in the 14th century, hit Mongol lands especially hard because the trade routes that had made the empire rich also helped spread the disease. The plague outbreaks that killed so many people in the empire made it harder to keep political unity at a time when it was getting harder to do so. By the early 14th century, the Mongol Empire, which had once been a single entity, had split into 4 separate khanates. These khanates still had diplomatic relations with each other, but they didn't work together on military or economic issues anymore. It was like seeing a successful multinational company slowly break up into separate regional companies that had the same corporate history but different business plans and market goals. The change didn't have to be bad for the people who lived in areas that used to be Mongol. Many areas continued to do well under their new Mongol-descended ruling classes. The empire's cultural exchanges and technological advances continued to shape growth across Eurasia, but the political unity that had made the empire's most amazing accomplishments possible, safe, long-distance trade, the quick spread of new ideas, and an unprecedented mixing of cultures, was slowly fading away like salt in water. The steppes, which used to be the starting point for world conquest, were slowly returning to their traditional role as the home of nomadic tribes. The big test of building a nomadic empire was coming to an end, but its effects would last for hundreds of years. It wasn't like watching a building fall down when the Mongol Empire fell apart. It was more like watching a huge river system slowly change course, with some channels drying up and others cutting new paths through different types of land. By the 14th century, the political unity that had once stretched from Korea to Hungary was breaking up into smaller, easier-to-manage parts. Each part was changing to fit the needs and opportunities of the area, which would have been unthinkable during the empire's expansionist phase. The Yuan dynasty in China had problems that showed how Mongol rule didn't work in societies that were settled. The Mongol Khans had inherited the world's most advanced bureaucratic system, but they were still different from the Chinese people they ruled in terms of culture and ethnicity. It was like being the CEO of a company whose culture you respected but never fully understood, and you were in charge of people who knew much more about how the business worked than you did. The Yuan rulers tried a lot of different things to stay in power and do their jobs well. Some people, like Kublai Khan, embraced Chinese culture so much that they became Chinese emperors with Mongol ancestry. Some people tried to keep Mongol traditions and identity while using Chinese ways of running things. Others tried to rule by keeping Mongol and Chinese elements separate but still connected to each other. None of these methods worked perfectly in the long run. The Mongol rulers looked less and less like real heirs to Genghis Khan's legacy as they got used to Chinese culture. The more they insisted on keeping Mongol culture separate, the more they pushed away the Chinese people, whose help was needed for good governance. It was a classic problem of imperial rule that didn't have a perfect answer. In 1368, the Ming dynasty overthrew the Yuan dynasty, which ended Mongol political control over China. However, Mongol influence on Chinese culture and institutions did not end. The Mongol period brought about changes in Chinese military organization, administrative practices, and even building styles that are still seen today. The new Ming rulers were against Mongols, but they quietly used many of the same government methods that had worked well for the Yuan. In the western parts of the old empire, on the other hand, different patterns of decline and adaptation were happening. The Ilkhanate in Persia fell apart in the 1330s, breaking up into many smaller kingdoms and city-states. But Persian culture, which had been greatly shaped by Mongol ways of running things and tastes in art, kept growing in ways that showed this mix of cultures. The Mongol period left a lasting mark on Persian miniature painting, architecture and literature. The Golden Horde, which ruled over a lot of Eastern Europe and Russia, lasted longer than some other parts of the empire. This was partly because its lands were better suited to a traditional nomadic lifestyle, and partly because it didn't have to deal with as much pressure to assimilate culturally. But even the Golden Horde slowly changed from its original Mongol identity. It became more Turkic in language and Islamic in religion, but it kept some of its traditional nomadic political systems. The fate of Mongolia itself may have been the most powerful symbol of how the empire changed. The country that started the biggest conquest in history slowly went back to its old ways of organising tribes and moving around with the seasons. The big cities that had been built to run the empire, like Karakorum, the capital, and others, were either abandoned or turned into small trading posts. The administrative system that used to coordinate activities across half the world was cut back to only managing the affairs of small nomadic groups. But calling this process declined might be misleading because it makes it sound like something valuable was lost. In a lot of ways, what was happening was more like a natural evolution, where the empire's best ideas were kept and changed, and its less useful parts were allowed to fade away on their own. For a long time after the Mongol Empire fell apart, its postal system continued to have an effect on communication networks across Eurasia. The decimal military structure that Genghis Khan had established became the norm for armies across China and Europe. The legal principles found in the Yasa still had an effect on the law in many of the states that came after it. Trade networks and cultural exchanges that thrived under Mongol protection created patterns that lasted long into the modern era. The time when the Mongols ruled Russia, which later Russian historians called the Mongol yoke, actually helped Russian power grow and become more centralized. When Russia started its own imperial expansion, the Russian princes who acted as middlemen between the Golden Horde and the local people learned a lot about how to run a government, fight wars, and make deals. The strategies and organisational methods that Ivan the Terrible used to take over Mongol successor states in the 16th century were first used by the Mongols themselves. It was like watching a successful business model slowly spread through an industry. The company that came up with the new ideas might be bought out or replaced by competitors, but the ideas themselves would still have an effect on how the whole industry worked. The Mongol Empire's political system was too ambitious to last forever, but its changes to government, the military, and the economy became permanent parts of Eurasian civilization. The empire changed a lot because of disease, but not always in the way you might think. The Black Death, which killed about 1/3 of the people in many parts of Eurasia in the 14th century, messed up the usual social and economic ties in the areas that used to be part of the Mongol Empire. But it also made it possible for people to move up in society, and for institutions to change in ways that might not have been possible if things had been more stable. The plague years caused a demographic disaster in many areas, which led to a lack of workers. This gave the workers who survived more power to negotiate and move up in society. Old hierarchies became less rigid, new economic ties formed, and political systems changed to fit the new situation. The combination of Mongol innovations and changes brought on by the plague permanently changed the rigid social systems that had been common in many societies before the Mongols. The Mongol Empire's effects on the environment also had long-lasting effects that went well beyond its political life. The Mongol Empire's growth brought about big changes in trade routes, land use patterns, and population movements. These changes had long-lasting effects on the environment. Some areas that lost a lot of people during the conquest period stayed sparsely populated for many years, which let forests grow back, and animal populations recover in ways that affected later patterns of settlement and development. Most importantly, the Mongol period set up ways for people to talk to each other over long distances and share their cultures that are still important in world history today. The notion that innovations, artistic styles, religious concepts, and commercial practices could disseminate swiftly over extensive distances, an idea that was groundbreaking in the 13th century, evolved into a fundamental principle of global functioning. The Mongol Empire built what was basically the first global information network. Even though the empire itself fell apart, the networks it had set up kept moving ideas and new things across cultural lines. By the 15th century, the different successor states to the Mongol Empire were following their own paths of development that were influenced by their Mongol roots and the conditions in their own areas. The Timurid Empire in Central Asia mixed Mongol military customs with Persian cultural sophistication and Islamic religious devotion. The Crimean Khanate kept its nomadic political structures while adjusting to the changing political landscape of Eastern Europe. The Northern Yuan stayed in charge of Mongolia, keeping the traditional culture of the steppes while adapting to having less land to control. These successor states weren't just weak copies of the original empire, they were successful changes to the way things were. Each had figured out how to keep the most important parts of the Mongol culture, while also learning new skills that helped them do well in their own environments. It was like seeing a big company successfully break up into smaller parts that then became successful businesses on their own. The slow change in Mongol identity mirrored these larger trends of adaptation and growth. By the 15th century, the term Mongol had evolved into a cultural and political concept. In addition to its ethnic connotation, individuals lacking direct biological ties to the original Mongol tribes could assert a Mongol identity if they embraced Mongol political customs, military practices, or cultural values. On the other hand, people of Mongol descent who had fully integrated into Chinese, Persian, or other cultural systems may no longer identify as Mongol in any significant way. One of the original empire's best features was its ability to change identity categories. This flexibility still helps Mongol successor states. It helped them get talented and loyal people from different groups while still staying connected to the famous Mongol legacy. It was a kind of cultural branding that lasted a long time and could change with the times. The long end of the Mongol Empire wasn't a tragedy. It was a natural change from one type of organisation to another that was better suited to new conditions. The empire had done what it needed to do. It had linked areas that had been cut off from each other, set up new ways for people to trade and share culture, and shown that nomadic societies could build and run complex governments across a whole continent. As you snuggle deeper into your blanket and think about how your own cosy home is an example of hundreds of years of improvements in building, heating, and furnishing that came from many different cultures, you might think about how the Mongol Empire's greatest achievement was not conquering the world but bringing it together. 700 years ago, the Mongols built trade, communication, and cultural exchange networks across Eurasia. These networks laid the groundwork for the global interconnectedness we take for granted today. As you get ready for bed in a world where you can order things from halfway around the world with a few clicks, talk to people on different continents right away, and learn about thousands of different cultures, you are living with the consequences of choices made by nomadic herders on the Asian steppes 7 centuries ago. The Mongol Empire's impact on modern life is so deeply ingrained in our world today that we hardly ever think about it. Like background music that sets the mood of a room without drawing attention to itself, the most obvious legacy is the political borders and ethnic groups of today's countries. The vastness of Russia's land shows patterns of growth that started during the Mongol period. The borders of China today include areas that were brought together into a single state during the Yuan dynasty. The different cultures in Central Asian countries are a result of people moving around and settling there during the Mongol conquests. The Mongol Empire's legacy shaped even the United States, which didn't exist at the time. For example, the horses that changed Plains Indian culture were descendants of animals that nomadic people had bred and improved, and the transcontinental trade networks that European explorers found in the Americas were based on patterns that were first established along the Silk Road. The genetic legacy is just as strong. Modern DNA studies show that about 1 in every 200 men alive today has genetic markers that can be traced back to the Mongol Empire. The highest concentrations of these markers are in areas that were once part of the empire. This isn't just interesting from a historical point of view. It's proof of cultural integration on a scale that hadn't been seen before and wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. The Mongol Empire mixed people from different parts of the world who'd been living apart for thousands of years. This made the first truly global gene pool. But the genetic mixing was only one part of a larger cultural blending that still affects everything from food to buildings. Mongol cities were the first places where Chinese, Persian, Central Asian, and European cooking styles met on a large scale. This is where fusion cooking, which mixes ingredients and techniques from different cultures, began. The architectural styles of many Asian cities still show design ideas that were developed during the Mongol period, when builders had to make buildings that could meet a wide range of cultural needs and tastes. The Mongol influence can be seen in the language itself. Hundreds of words in dozens of languages can be traced back to the Mongols or to the cultural mixing that happened while the empire was around. The Mongols came up with new ideas and institutions that are still used in military, administrative, and trade-related language across Eurasia. Languages that were never directly under Mongol rule were still affected by the increased trade and cultural exchange that came with it. The Mongols' way of being tolerant of other religions set examples that still affect how we think about religious freedom and cultural diversity today. In the 13th century, the idea that political loyalty and religious belief could be separated was revolutionary. It is still controversial in some parts of the world today. The Mongol example showed that having different religions in a big political group can be a strength instead of a weakness. Mongol influences can also be seen in educational and intellectual traditions. The focus on practical knowledge, the blending of different scholarly traditions, and the translation movements that thrived with Mongol support created ways for scholars to share ideas that shaped the growth of universities, libraries, and scholarly networks across Eurasia. The Renaissance in Europe, the last flowering of the Islamic Golden Age, and the technological advances of Ming China all built on ideas that were made stronger by cultural exchanges between the Mongols and other cultures. The way modern militaries are organised still shows the effects of new ideas that the Mongol army came up with. The decimal system of military units, the use of different weapon systems and tactics, the focus on communication and mobility, and the use of psychological warfare techniques all became standard military practices that still affect how modern armies are organised and deployed. The way NATO organises its military forces is based on the same ideas that helped the Mongol Empire turn warriors from many different cultures into effective fighting units. The trade networks that the Mongols protected and grew are where the idea of a global economy that connects all modern nations comes from. During the Mongol period, it was shown on a continental scale that goods, services and information should be able to move freely across political borders, that economic relationships could cross cultural and religious lines, and that prosperity depended on keeping peaceful trading relationships. The principles that were first used in the Mongol commercial code are still used in modern international trade law, which focuses on standardizing procedures and ways to settle disputes. Mongol innovations even changed how we think about geography and maps. The maps that helped Europeans explore the Americas used geographical information that Mongol leaders had collected and kept safe. The age of exploration was made possible by advances in astronomy, navigation, and surveying that were built on intellectual foundations that were strengthened by scholarly exchanges during the Mongol era. The Mongol Empire showed that cultural diversity and political unity could work together instead of against each other, which is perhaps the most important thing. This lesson is especially important for today's multinational states and international groups that need to find a balance between local freedom and central control. The European Union, the United Nations, and other modern organisations face the same basic problem that the Mongols did: how to keep good government in places where people speak different languages, follow different religions, and have different cultural traditions. The Mongol solution, keeping central control over important tasks while letting local groups have some freedom in cultural and religious matters, still affects how modern organisations deal with this problem. Mongol administrators were the first to use these ideas on a large scale in federal systems of government, international law, and multinational corporate structures. The empire's methods for innovation and technology transfer set trends that still affect how new ideas spread around the world. The Mongols were the first to systematically transfer technology by actively looking for useful new ideas, adapting them to fit their needs, and spreading them across their lands. The Mongol period was the first time that people came up with ideas for research and development, international scientific collaboration, and the quick spread of new technologies around the world. As you drift off to sleep, you might think about how the pillow under your head is probably made of materials from many different countries, how the building around you is built using methods that were developed in many different cultures, and how the electronic devices nearby can connect you to people and information from all over the world. All of these modern conveniences are based on the same idea that led to the Mongols' expansion, that societies are stronger and more successful when they are connected to each other, instead of being cut off from each other. The Mongol Empire didn't last as a government, but its idea of a world where everything is connected did. We all live in the world that the Mongols dreamed of, a world where distance doesn't stop people from talking to each other, where new ideas spread quickly across cultures, where people from different backgrounds can work together to reach common goals, and where the resources and knowledge of different societies can be combined to make something better than the sum of its parts. Before you fall asleep, think back to those wide-open grasslands where our story began. Not the Mongolia of tourist attractions and modern cities, but the endless steppe where a few nomadic families used to live in harmony with rhythms that are older than written history. Think about how the endless grass moved in waves under a huge sky, and how that landscape changed the people who would later change half the world. It's very calming to end this story where it began, with the wind blowing through the grass and the feeling of endless space stretching beyond every horizon. The Mongol Empire came and went, conquered and fell apart, but the steppes are still very much like they were when Temujin first learned to ride. The grass still grows, the seasons still change from the harsh cold of winter to the short warmth of summer, and somewhere in that vastness herders still lead their animals along paths that have been used for thousands of years. But now you know that this seemingly empty landscape was actually the beginning of one of history's most interesting experiments in how people can work together. Those scattered tribes living in felt tents and following their herds across vast grasslands were able to create something new, a government that could bring together people from different backgrounds over long distances, an economic system that linked markets that had been cut off from each other, and a cultural framework that let different civilizations learn from each other while still keeping their own identities. The story of the Mongol Empire is really about how people can connect with each other when there are no more barriers between them, and instead there are networks of exchange and cooperation. It's about the power of being able to move around in a world that often thinks stability is more important. The benefits of being able to change in societies that often value tradition over new ideas, and the idea that people from outside may have answers to problems that people from within haven't been able to solve. Historians today sometimes argue about whether the Mongol conquests were one of the greatest things that people have ever done, or one of the worst things that people have ever done. The answer is probably both, like with most hard historical questions. Cities were destroyed and people had to move, but new cities were built and new chances were made. Old ways of life were changed, but new ways of expressing culture came from the mixing of traditions that were once separate. Political systems fell apart, but new institutions that were more open and useful often took their place. It seems clear that the Mongol period sped up human progress in ways that still affect our world today. The cultural exchanges, technological advancements, and institutional experiments that transpired during the empire's duration established paradigms that influenced the Renaissance, the scientific revolution, and the contemporary global economy. 700 years later, we are still dealing with the effects of decisions made in Mongol councils. The Mongol story teaches us that human societies can change and adapt more than we think they can. The same species that had spent thousands of years building isolated agricultural societies was able to build and run a continental empire that worked well over long distances and across cultures. The same groups that had been fighting and competing for what seemed like forever found that they could work together to reach bigger goals. This ability to change gives us hope for the problems we face around the world. If nomadic herders could figure out how to govern areas from Korea to Hungary, while respecting the cultural autonomy of hundreds of different groups, maybe modern societies can find ways to deal with climate change, economic inequality, and political fragmentation that seem just as hard to deal with from where we are now. The Mongol Empire also shows us that some of the most important new ideas in history have come from places we didn't expect. It wasn't the urban elites of established civilizations who changed warfare, administration, and international relations. It was nomadic outsiders who looked at the same problems from a whole new angle. This means that experts today might not be taking seriously the ideas and communities that could help solve today's problems. You might find comfort in the thought of that endless blue sky over the steppes as you fall asleep. It's the same sky that watched over Mongol herders 800 years ago, and the same sky that covers your own home tonight. That sky has seen the rise and fall of empires, the movement of people, the growth of technologies that have changed human life, and the slow growth of the connected world we live in now. But it has also seen quieter times, like families gathering around cooking fires, kids learning to ride horses, elders telling stories that pass down cultural knowledge from one generation to the next, and regular people making the small choices that, when added together, change the course of human history. The grand sweep of empires and conquests is important, but so are the small acts of bravery, creativity, and kindness that make big changes in history possible. The Mongol Empire is no longer around, but its ideas about what people can do are still around. The Mongol period was when these ideas first took shape, that different cultures can enrich each other instead of threatening each other, that geographical barriers don't have to become social barriers, that innovation can come from both isolation and synthesis, and that societies can be organised in ways that benefit all their members instead of just their elites. These ideas continue to inspire efforts to make the world more fair and connected. Tonight, as you fall asleep in a world where Mongolian traditional music might be playing through your speakers, cashmere from Central Asian goats might be warming your shoulders, and the spices in your evening tea might have come from trade routes. First used by Mongol merchants, you're experiencing the everyday legacy of that amazing experiment in how to organise people that started on the steppes over 800 years ago. Sweet dreams of wide open spaces and endless horizons, of people realising they have more in common than they thought, and of how humans can always change, create, and connect with each other, no matter what barriers seem to be in the way. The story of the Mongol Empire is really our story. It's the story of how people learn to get along on a planet that belongs to all of us, sleep well under the sky that never ends, The rooster's crow pierced the pre-dawn darkness of 13th century England, but Edith had been awake for an hour already. Her stomach's hollow ache served as a more reliable timekeeper than any church bell. She stirred the embers in her hearth, coaxing life back into the dying fire with practiced efficiency born of necessity, not choice. What awaited her wasn't breakfast as we understand it today. The very concept of 3 square meals was a luxury beyond imagination for someone whose entire existence revolved around the brutal mathematics of caloric survival. Instead, Edith encountered what peasants referred to as the first hunger, a gnawing emptiness that required attention before the day's arduous labour could commence. Her morning sustenance came in the form of ale, weak, watery, but crucially safe to drink in an era when water could just kill faster than starvation. The beer wasn't the robust brew enjoyed by nobility, but a thin concoction called small ale that contained just enough alcohol to kill the bacteria lurking in medieval water sources. For Edith and her family, the drink represented both hydration and nutrition, providing essential calories that would fuel the first hours of their day. Should fortune favour them, the ale was accompanied by a generous portion of bread, but the food wasn't the fluffy white loaves that graced noble tables. Peasant bread was a dense, dark amalgamation of whatever grains could be scraped together: barley, oats, rye, and in desperate times ground acorns, bean flour, or even sawdust. The wealthy consumed bread made from carefully sifted wheat flour, producing the coveted white bread that symbolised purity and status. For peasants, bread colour told a story of social hierarchy. The darker the loaf, the lower your station. This hierarchy of grain reflected a fundamental truth about medieval society that extended far beyond mere sustenance. Your social status was determined by the quality of your bread, even before you spoke. While lords dined on manchet bread made from the finest wheat flour, peasants subsisted on maslin, a mixed grain bread that was both nutritionally superior and socially stigmatised. The irony wasn't lost on those who understood nutrition, though such knowledge was rare in an age where medical theory was dominated by the 4 humours. Edith's morning routine revealed the complex connections between food and survival that defined peasant existence. Every crumb was accounted for, every drop of precious ale measured against the uncertainty of tomorrow's provisions. A communal oven baked the bread she ate, one of the few luxuries shared among the village peasants. Individual families couldn't afford the fuel required for private ovens, so bread making became a community endeavour that reinforced social bonds while serving practical needs. The timing of this morning meal aligned with the natural rhythms that governed peasant life. Dawn brought the first opportunity to assess the night's damage. Had frost killed the sprouting crops? Had wolves or wild boars breached the meagre fencing around their vegetable plots? The weak ale and coarse bread provided just enough energy to begin the day's survey of their precarious agricultural enterprise. But perhaps most revealing was what didn't appear on Edith's dawn table. No meat except on the rarest occasions. They had no access to dairy products, except for the occasional cup of thin milk from their lone, struggling cow. They had no access to fruits or vegetables, except during the limited harvest seasons when they were available. The absence of these foods wasn't simply about poverty. It reflected a complex web of legal restrictions, seasonal limitations, and social conventions that shaped every aspect of peasant nutrition. The first meal of the day also established the rhythm of hunger that would dominate the next 16 hours. Medieval peasants didn't eat when hungry, they ate when the food was available and when their labour schedule permitted. This practice created a psychological relationship with sustenance that modern people struggle to comprehend. Food wasn't pleasure or comfort, but fuel for survival, rationed and precious beyond measure. By midday, when the sun reached its zenith and cast short shadows across the muddy village streets, Edith faced her second great challenge: creating something resembling a meal from virtually nothing. The moment was when the true genius of peasant cuisine revealed itself, not in exotic spices or elaborate preparations, but in the alchemical transformation of scraps into sustenance. Enter pottage, the unsung hero of medieval peasant survival. This wasn't a dish in any recognisable sense, but rather a constantly evolving cauldron of possibility that bubbled over the hearth from dawn until dusk. Modern food historians often dismiss pottage as peasant gruel, but their interpretation misses the sophisticated understanding of nutrition and resource management that made it the cornerstone of survival for millions. The base of any pottage began with water, precious, potentially dangerous water that had to be boiled to safety. Into this broth went whatever grains could be spared: oats, barley, and sometimes rye if the harvest had been generous. However, the true artistry began with what peasants referred to as the stretching, the careful addition of ingredients that would transform a pot of grain mush into something resembling nourishment. Edith would add herbs foraged from the woods, nettle leaves that provided iron and vitamins, wild garlic that added flavour and fought infection, and dandelion greens that supplied essential nutrients during the lean months when other vegetables weren't available. These weren't gourmet touches, they were medical necessities disguised as seasoning. Medieval peasants possessed an intuitive understanding of nutritional balance that wouldn't be scientifically validated for centuries. The transformation of pottage throughout the day revealed the sophisticated food management systems that peasant households developed. Morning pottage was thin and watery, designed to fill empty stomachs and provide quick energy for morning labour. By afternoon, it had thickened into something more substantial, with the addition of root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, or the occasional precious onion. Evening pottage achieved an almost stew-like consistency, incorporating any protein that could be obtained, a handful of dried beans, perhaps some eggs if the chickens were productive, or, in moments of celebration, actual meat. This constant evolution of the same basic dish reflected the peasants' understanding of thermodynamics long before anyone knew what it was. A single fire, carefully maintained throughout the day, could provide continuous cooking without the massive fuel expenditure required for multiple separate meals. The pottage pot became a kind of slow-cooking technology that maximised nutritional extraction from minimal ingredients. But pottage also served a psychological function that historians often overlook. In a world where most peasants often went to bed hungry, the constant presence of cooking provided them with emotional comfort. The aroma of herbs and simmering grains created an olfactory illusion of abundance even when actual food was scarce. This psychological dimension of peasant cuisine was crucial to mental survival during the long, brutal winters when actual starvation was a real possibility. The social aspects of pottage preparation revealed another layer of peasant survival strategy. Neighbours would borrow ingredients from each other, a turnip here, a handful of barley there, under the understanding that they would repay these loans when fortune reverted. These practices created a complex web of food-based social obligations that helped communities survive periods when individual families faced shortages. Different regions developed distinct pottage traditions that reflected local agricultural conditions and cultural preferences. Northern English peasants favoured oat-based pottages that provided the dense calories needed for harsh winters. Southern French peasants incorporated more legumes, taking advantage of longer growing seasons and different soil conditions. These regional variations were not a matter of taste, but rather of adaptation. Each represented generations of experimentation in the pursuit of optimal survival nutrition. The preparation of pottage also revealed the gender dynamics of medieval peasant households. While men dominated agricultural labour and interactions with the outside world, women controlled the domestic food systems, which made a crucial difference between survival and starvation. The knowledge of which wild plants were edible, which combinations of ingredients provided the best nutrition, and how to stretch limited resources through careful cooking techniques was passed down through maternal lineages like precious family secrets. When hunger clawed at their bellies with particular ferocity, medieval peasants faced a terrible choice: obey the law and starve, or risk death to feed their families. This wasn't melodrama, it was the stark reality of a legal system that criminalised survival itself. The forests that surrounded every medieval village, teeming with game and wild foods, were forbidden territory, where a desperate parent's attempt to feed hungry children could result in hanging. The Norman conquest of 1066 had brought with it the concept of forest law, a legal framework that claimed vast tracts of land exclusively for the king and nobility. These weren't just wooded areas, but entire ecosystems, including fields, streams, and villages where peasants had foraged for generations. Suddenly the act of gathering nuts, berries, or mushrooms, foods that had sustained communities for centuries, was deemed a crime punishable by death, mutilation, or massive fines that could devastate entire families. Yet peasants developed an elaborate underground network of survival that operated in the shadows of these draconian laws. They created a parallel food system based on intimate knowledge of forest cycles, animal behaviour, and the movement patterns of forest officials. This wasn't random poaching, it was a sophisticated form of ecological management that required more skill and knowledge than most modern hunters possess. Consider the seasonal rhythms that governed illegal foraging. Spring brought the first edible greens, wild onions, young nettle shoots, and early berries that could supplement the depleted winter stores. Peasants learned to identify dozens of edible plants and their optimal harvesting times. They understood which mushrooms were safe, which tree bark could be ground into flour during famines, and which roots could be processed into emergency carbohydrates. The pursuit of protein required even greater skill and courage. Rabbits, abundant in the medieval countryside, were legally the property of landowners, but their warren systems were mapped and understood by peasant communities with military precision. Poachers developed silent trapping methods that left no trace, snares made from human hair that wouldn't reflect moonlight, deadfall traps constructed from natural materials that appeared accidental, and complex tracking systems that allowed them to monitor game movement without detection. Rivers and streams presented another battlefield in the war between survival and law. Fish were considered royal property, but peasant communities developed ingenious methods for catching them without leaving evidence. Night fishing with makeshift nets, the construction of temporary fish traps that could be quickly dismantled if officials approached, and the use of natural toxins that would stun fish without permanently harming the water supply. All of these techniques required knowledge passed down through generations of desperate families. But perhaps the most dangerous and sophisticated form of illegal food acquisition was organised deer poaching. Venison wasn't just meat, it was a symbol of nobility, legally reserved for the upper classes. The punishment for killing a deer could be death, yet organised poaching rings operated throughout medieval England and France. These weren't bands of desperate individuals, but carefully structured organisations with lookouts, specialised hunters, and distribution networks that could process and hide large quantities of meat. The social dynamics of illegal food acquisition revealed fascinating aspects of peasant community structure. Information about forest official movements was shared through subtle signals, the placement of stones on paths, specific bird calls, or messages embedded in seemingly innocent conversations at market. Women played crucial roles as lookouts and information gatherers, since their presence in villages was less suspicious than men disappearing into forests. Children were trained from an early age in the arts of silent movement and quick escape. They learned to identify edible plants and safe hiding places, becoming essential components of family survival strategies. These practices facilitated the generational transfer of illicit knowledge, which paralleled the formal education systems of the upper classes, but this knowledge was crucial for survival. The psychological toll of living constantly on the edge of legal disaster shaped peasant consciousness in profound ways. Every meal obtained through illegal means carried the flavour of potential doom. Families developed elaborate rituals for consuming forbidden foods, meals eaten in darkness, bones buried in secret locations, and evidence destroyed with methodical care. Such behaviour wasn't paranoia, but a rational response to a system where survival itself was criminalised. Weather patterns became essential information for the survival strategies of peasants. Stormy nights provided cover for risky foraging expeditions. Heavy snow might allow access to previously dangerous areas while covering tracks. The phases of the moon determined when certain activities were possible or suicidal. These variables created a complex calendar of opportunity and danger that governed the rhythm of illegal food acquisition. Summer's brief abundance presented medieval peasants with their greatest opportunity and most critical challenge, transforming a few precious months of plenty into fuel for survival through the dark, barren winter ahead. The task wasn't simply about storing food, it was about mastering the complex chemistry of preservation using techniques that represented centuries of accumulated wisdom about battling time, bacteria, and decay. The race against spoilage began with the earliest crops. Peasants understood that timing was everything. Harvest too early and you lost precious calories, too late and you lost everything to rot. They developed an intuitive grasp of plant chemistry that wouldn't be formally understood. Until modern times, it was important to know precisely when fruits reached their peak sugar content for optimal preservation, when vegetables achieved maximum nutritional density, and when grains contained the appropriate moisture levels for long-term storage. Salt was the gold standard of preservation, but for peasants it was nearly as precious as actual gold. The few pounds of salt a family could afford annually had to be allocated with mathematical precision. They developed elaborate hierarchies of preservation, which foods deserved precious salt treatment, which could be preserved through other methods, and which had to be consumed immediately despite their seasonal abundance. The salting process itself was an art form. Peasants created specialised salt boxes with precise ratios of salt to food, understanding that too little salt meant spoilage while too much meant waste of their most precious commodity. They learned to pack meat and fish in specific patterns that maximize preservation while minimizing salt usage. Different cuts of meat required different salting techniques, knowledge passed down through generations of families who understood that a mistake in preservation could mean starvation months later. However, peasants also developed preservation techniques that did not require expensive materials. Smoking was the most common alternative, though it demanded constant attention and fuel. They built sophisticated smokehouses using locally available materials, understanding which woods produced the best preservative smoke and which combinations of temperature and humidity achieved optimal results. Applewood, oak and beech were prized for their antimicrobial properties and subtle flavours, while pine and other resinous woods were avoided for their bitter taste and potential toxicity. The construction of smokehouses revealed the collective nature of peasant preservation efforts. Individual families rarely had enough fuel or food to justify a complete smoking operation, so communities pooled resources. This created complex social arrangements where families contributed different elements. One provided the structure, another the fuel, and a third the technical knowledge, and shared the results according to elaborate formulas that ensured fairness while maximizing efficiency. Drying represented another crucial preservation technology that peasants refined to scientific precision. They understood the relationship between air circulation, temperature, and humidity that determined successful drying versus dangerous spoilage. Vegetables were cut into specific shapes and sizes that maximized surface area while maintaining structural integrity. Combinations of salt water and honey treated the fruits, preventing browning and accelerating moisture loss. The physical infrastructure of drying required sophisticated understanding of architecture and meteorology. Peasant homes incorporated specialized drying areas, attic spaces with controlled ventilation, outdoor structures that could be adjusted for seasonal wind patterns, and indoor systems that took advantage of hearth heat without creating fire hazards. Despite their seemingly accidental appearance, these features are the result of meticulous planning and generations of accumulated engineering knowledge. Fermentation was perhaps the most sophisticated preservation technique available to peasants, though they didn't understand the scientific principles that made it work. They knew that certain combinations of vegetables, salt, and controlled environments produced foods that not only lasted through winter, but actually improved in flavour and nutritional value. Sauerkraut, pickled vegetables, and fermented grain products weren't luxuries but survival necessities. The process of fermentation required precise control of variables that peasants managed through careful observation and inherited wisdom. They understood which vessels produced the best results, which ambient temperatures were optimal, and which signs indicated successful fermentation versus dangerous spoilage. This knowledge was closely guarded and carefully transmitted, since a family's fermentation skills could mean the difference between survival and starvation. Storage technology represented another area where peasants demonstrated remarkable sophistication. Root cellars weren't simple holes in the ground, but carefully engineered systems that maintained optimal temperature and humidity for different types of preserved foods. They understood the principle of thermal mass, using stone and earth to create stable environments that protected food from both freezing and excessive heat. The organisation of stored food revealed the mathematical precision that governed peasant survival calculations. Families developed elaborate inventory systems that tracked not just what food was stored, but when it would spoil, which items needed to be consumed first, and how to rotate stocks to minimise waste. The result wasn't casual organisation, but life or death resource management that required constant attention and precise calculation. Food in medieval society wasn't just sustenance, it was a complex language that communicated social status, legal rights, and political power with ruthless precision. Every meal consumed, every ingredient accessed, and every cooking method employed carried messages about social hierarchy that were as clearly understood as any written law. For peasants, navigating this edible caste system meant understanding not just what they could eat, but what they were allowed to eat, as well as the severe consequences of transgressing these unwritten but strictly enforced boundaries. The medieval concept of sumptuary laws extended far beyond clothing regulations to encompass detailed restrictions on food consumption. These weren't suggestion, but legal requirements backed by the full force of feudal authority. Peasants were forbidden from consuming white bread, fresh meat from large game, imported spices, or refined sugar. Not. These items were unavailable, and consuming them represented an illegal attempt to assume the privileges of higher social classes. Consider the complex hierarchy of bread, which served as the most visible symbol of social stratification. At the pinnacle sat man-shaped bread, made from twice-sifted wheat flour so refined it achieved an almost ethereal whiteness. This was reserved exclusively for the highest nobility and clergy. Below those ranks came cheat bread, made from wheat flour sifted once, acceptable for lesser nobles and wealthy merchants. Peasants were legally restricted to maslin bread made from mixed grains or horse bread made from beans, oats, and whatever other grains could be scraped together. The enforcement of these bread laws was both systematic and brutal. Bakers who sold white bread to peasants faced severe penalties, including public humiliation, massive fines, or even imprisonment. Peasants caught consuming bread above their station could face accusations of theft, fraud, or attempting to falsely represent their social status, crimes that carried severe punishments in a society obsessed with maintaining rigid hierarchical boundaries. Meat consumption presented an even more complex web of legal and social restrictions. Law and custom carefully regulated the great slaughter that occurred each autumn. Nobles were entitled to the best cuts, such as the haunches, loins, and tender portions, which not only provided the best nutrition, but also served as symbols of power and authority. Peasants, if they gained access to meat at all, received the offal, bones, and scraps that nobles considered beneath their dignity. But even this access was conditional and regulated. Peasants couldn't simply slaughter their animals at will. Such decisions were subject to manor courts, feudal obligations, and seasonal restrictions that ensured the nobility maintained control over this precious resource. The timing of slaughter was dictated by feudal law, with peasants required to provide specified portions of their animals to their lords before they could consume any themselves. The social implications of spice consumption revealed another layer of this edible hierarchy. Imported spices, like pepper, cinnamon, and cloves, weren't just expensive. They were symbols of international trade connections and political power that peasants were forbidden from accessing. The possession of such spices could be interpreted as evidence of theft, illegal trading, or fraudulent social pretension. Peasants who flavoured their food with expensive spices faced investigation into how they obtained such luxuries, often leading to accusations of serious crimes. These conditions created a parallel economy of flavour where peasants developed sophisticated techniques for creating intriguing tastes using only locally available, legally permissible ingredients. Wild herbs, forage seasonings, and creative combinations of permitted foods became the foundation of peasant cuisine, not by choice, but by legal necessity. The creativity of peasant cooking wasn't born from culinary ambition, but from the need to create palatable meals within the confines of rigid social restrictions. The concept of feast days revealed how even religious celebrations reinforced social hierarchy through food distribution. While the church preached equality before God, the practical reality of religious feasts created carefully structured events where social status determined what foods were distributed to whom. Nobles received the finest portions, wealthy merchants received good but secondary cuts, and peasants received whatever remained, if anything remained at all. Table manners and eating customs served as another method of enforcing social distinctions. Peasants weren't simply too poor to afford elaborate dining implements, they were legally and socially prohibited from using them. The possession of silver spoons, decorated plates, or refined serving vessels could be interpreted as theft or fraudulent social impersonation. Peasants ate with their hands or simple wooden implements, not just from necessity but from legal requirement. The distribution of food during times of scarcity revealed the most brutal aspects of this social hierarchy. During famines, food wasn't distributed based on need, but on social status. Nobles maintained their accustomed diets while peasants starved, not because there wasn't enough food to go around, but because the social order required that hierarchy be maintained even unto death. Peasants died of starvation while granaries owned by nobles remained full, protected by legal and military force. The psychological impact of this food-based social control was profound and deliberate. Every meal reminded peasants of their place in society. Every flavour they couldn't taste reinforced their subordinate status. And every feast they couldn't attend demonstrated their exclusion from full participation in community life. Food became a tool of social control more effective than any military force, creating a system where peasants internalized their subordination through daily acts of consumption. The medieval peasant's relationship with food was governed by a merciless seasonal cycle that swung between brief moments of relative abundance and long months of desperate scarcity. This cycle wasn't the gentle seasonal variation of modern agriculture, but a dramatic oscillation between survival and starvation that shaped every aspect of peasant consciousness, social organisation and spiritual life. Understanding this rhythm is critical for comprehending how peasants thought about food, time, and their place in the natural world. Spring arrived not as a gentle awakening, but as a competition against time and death. The hunger gap, those desperate weeks between the exhaustion of winter stores and the arrival of new crops, represented the most dangerous period in the peasant calendar. Families that had carefully rationed their preserved foods through the long winter months now faced the terrifying reality that their calculations might have been wrong. The period was when peasants were most likely to die, not from dramatic catastrophes but from the slow grinding process of starvation. The first edible greens of spring were literally lifesavers. Dandelion leaves, nettle shoots and wild onions weren't gathered for their flavour, but for their ability to provide essential nutrients to bodies weakened by months of minimal nutrition. Peasants developed encyclopedic knowledge of which plants emerged, when, which parts were edible, and how to process them into forms that provided maximum nutritional benefit. Their activity wasn't foraging for pleasure, but in emergency medicine disguised as food gathering. The arrival of the first crops created a psychological transformation as dramatic as the nutritional one. The appearance of young leeks, early cabbages, and the first grain shoots represented not just food, but hope itself. However, the temptation to consume these early crops immediately had to be balanced against the knowledge that premature harvesting meant reduced yields later. Peasants developed sophisticated self-control mechanisms that allowed them to resist immediate gratification in favour of long-term survival. Summer provided the peasants with the closest experience of abundance, yet even this was accompanied by anxiety. The brief months of plenty had to support not just immediate consumption, but the preservation efforts that would determine winter survival. The situation created a paradox, where the season of greatest food availability was also the season of most intense labour and worry. Every sunny day was precious for drying crops, every calm day crucial for harvesting grains, and every favourable wind essential for threshing. The social dynamics of summer abundance revealed the complex relationship between individual and community survival. While families competed for the best harvesting opportunities and preservation resources, they also recognised that community cooperation was essential for everyone's survival. Harvest traditions like cooperative grain cutting, shared threshing operations, and communal preservation activities weren't just social customs, but survival strategies that maximised everyone's chances of surviving the coming winter. Autumn brought the Great Reckoning, the time when peasant families had to calculate whether their preservation efforts had been sufficient. This wasn't a casual assessment, but a mathematical computation that literally determined who would live and who might die during the coming winter. Families that had miscalculated, either through poor planning, bad luck, or insufficient resources, faced the terrible decision of whether to consume their seed grain, the choice between surviving the current winter or having crops to plant in the spring. The autumn slaughter was perhaps the most emotionally complex aspect of the seasonal cycle. Animals that had been carefully tended through the summer, often developing relationships with their human caretakers, had to be killed and processed for what a winter of survival. This wasn't casual butchering, but a skilled process that required maximising the preservation value of every part of the animal. Nothing could be wasted. Bones were saved for broth, organs were preserved for winter protein, and even blood was captured and processed into sausages that provided essential iron during the lean months. Winter was the season of careful calculation and constant anxiety. Every meal consumed had to be weighed against the remaining stores and the weeks left to survive. Peasant families developed sophisticated rationing systems that ensured fair distribution while maximising survival chances. These weren't arbitrary rules, but carefully calculated formulas based on age, physical demands, and contribution to family survival. Children and elderly family members often received smaller portions, not from cruelty, but from the grim mathematics of survival. The psychological impact of this seasonal cycle created a unique relationship with time that differed fundamentally from modern experience. Peasants didn't plan for the future in abstract terms, but in the concrete calculations of survival. They thought in terms of seed time and harvest time, slaughter time and preservation time. The calendar wasn't an administrative convenience but a survival manual that dictated when to plant, when to harvest, when to preserve, and when to carefully ration dwindling supplies. Religious observances aligned with these seasonal rhythms, creating a spiritual framework that helped peasants cope with the psychological stress of their survival cycle. Harvest festivals weren't just celebrations, but community rituals that reinforced social bonds essential for winter survival. Lenten fasting coincided with the natural scarcity of late winter, transforming necessity into virtue and providing spiritual meaning for unavoidable suffering. The seasonal cycle also created distinct patterns of disease and mortality that shaped peasant understanding of life and death. Late winter and early spring saw the highest death rates as weakened bodies succumbed to the combined effects of malnutrition and seasonal illnesses. Summer brought different health challenges as the intense labour of harvest season strained bodies already weakened by previous deprivation. These patterns weren't random, but predictable consequences of the seasonal food cycle that governed peasant existence. The desperate innovations of medieval peasants, born from the daily struggle between survival and starvation, created a food legacy that continues to shape our world in ways most people never realise. The techniques they developed for maximising nutrition from minimal resources, the preservation methods they perfected through trial and error, and the social systems they created around food sharing became the foundation for modern agriculture, cuisine, and food security systems that we take for granted today. Consider the profound impact of peasant grain cultivation on modern agriculture. The mixed grain breads that peasants ate from necessity, combining wheat, barley, oats, and rye, were nutritionally superior to the refined white breads consumed by the wealthy. Modern nutritional science has validated what peasants knew intuitively. Diverse grain combinations provide more complete protein profiles, better mineral absorption, and superior overall nutrition. Today's artisanal bread movement, with its emphasis on whole grains and complex fermentation, is essentially rediscovering peasant baking techniques refined over centuries of survival-driven innovation. The fermentation techniques that peasants developed to preserve vegetables through winter months became the foundation for modern food preservation industries. Sauerkraut, kimchi, pickled vegetables, and fermented dairy products all trace their lineage to peasant preservation methods. The controlled bacterial cultures that peasants learned to manage through careful observation and inherited wisdom were the precursors to modern understanding of beneficial microorganisms in food production. What we now call probiotics were simply the natural result of peasant fermentation techniques designed to prevent spoilage and maximize nutritional value. The peasant understanding of seasonal eating created food systems that modern environmentalists are only beginning to appreciate. Peasants ate locally out of necessity, consumed seasonally due to circumstance, and did not waste anything because they believed that waste meant death. Their actions created agricultural systems that were inherently sustainable, designed to maintain soil fertility, preserve seed varieties, and support local ecosystems. Modern movements toward local food production, seasonal eating, and zero-waste cooking are essentially attempts to recreate the sustainable food systems that peasants developed through centuries of resource scarcity. The social aspects of peasant food culture provided templates for community resilience that remain relevant today. The complex networks of food sharing, reciprocal obligations, and collective preservation efforts that peasant communities developed were sophisticated systems for managing scarcity and ensuring community survival. Modern food banks, community gardens, and cooperative buying organizations all echo the social innovations that peasants created to help their communities survive seasons of shortage. The medicinal use of food that peasants practiced, incorporating wild herbs, fermented foods, and specific plant combinations for health benefits, preceded modern understanding of functional foods and nutraceuticals by centuries. Peasants who added nettle to their pottage for iron, used fermented foods to aid digestion, and incorporated specific herbs to fight infection, were practicing preventive medicine through food choices. Modern research into the health benefits of traditional foods often validates peasant practices that were developed through empirical observation and passed down through generations. The peasant approach to cooking, maximizing flavor and nutrition from minimal ingredients through techniques like slow cooking, fermentation, and careful seasoning with wild herbs, became the foundation for many of the world's most celebrated cuisines. French peasant cooking, with its emphasis on slow-braised dishes, carefully preserved vegetables, and resourceful use of every part of an animal provided the foundation for classical French cuisine. Italian peasant traditions of pasta making, cheese production, and vegetable preservation became the basis for one of the world's most influential culinary traditions. The preservation techniques that peasants perfected, smoking, salting, drying, and fermentation, remain the fundamental methods used in modern food production. Industrial food preservation often simply mechanizes and scales up the basic principles that peasants developed through necessity. The artisanal food movement emphasizes traditional preservation methods is essentially a return to peasant techniques that were abandoned during the industrialization of food production. The peasant understanding of plant breeding and seed selection, developed through careful observation of which plants produced the best yields under difficult conditions, provided the foundation for modern agricultural science. Peasants who saved seeds from their most productive plants, selected for disease resistance and climate adaptability, and maintained diverse varieties for different growing conditions were practicing plant breeding techniques that remain relevant today. Modern efforts to preserve heirloom varieties and maintain genetic diversity in crops often focus on varieties originally developed by peasant farmers. The lesson of peasant food culture extends beyond technique to philosophy. Peasants understood that food was precious, that waste was immoral, and that sharing resources was essential for community survival. These values, born from scarcity and necessity, created food cultures that were inherently respectful of natural resources and focused on community welfare rather than individual accumulation. As we face modern challenges of climate change, resource scarcity, and food insecurity, the wisdom embedded in peasant food systems becomes increasingly relevant. Their techniques for maximizing nutrition from minimal resources, their understanding of sustainable agricultural practices, and their social systems for ensuring community food security provide helpful information about creating resilient food systems in an uncertain world. The story of what peasants ate is ultimately the story of human ingenuity in the face of adversity, community cooperation in times of scarcity, and the development of food systems that sustained civilization through its most challenging periods. Their legacy lives on not just in the foods we eat and the techniques we use, but in the fundamental understanding that food is both a necessity for survival and a foundation for community, culture, and human dignity. In remembering their struggles and innovations, we honour not just their memory, but the ongoing human challenge of feeding ourselves and our communities with wisdom, sustainability, and justice. A boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongol Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogön Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogön Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother, Arik Burka, seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The Tuluid civil war that erupted after Mongke's death pitted not just brother against brother, but competing visions for the Mongol future. While most historical accounts frame this conflict through military campaigns, the deeper struggle occurred in the halls of governance and finance. Kublai's 4-year campaign against Arik Burke featured an innovation that distinguished it from previous Mongol succession disputes: the systematic use of economic warfare. Controlling the agricultural heartland of northern China, Kublai restricted grain shipments to the Mongolian steppe, where Arik's supporters struggled to feed their families and livestock. This approach minimized direct military confrontation while steadily eroding his opponent's base of support. Throughout this conflict, Kublai demonstrated unexpected restraint toward captured enemies. After his final victory in 1264, he spared Arik's life, a mercy uncommonly extended in Mongol politics, though Arik would die mysteriously just 2 years later while in Kublai's custody. This initial clemency was notable for a man whose grandfather had created mountains of skulls across Central Asia. The war's resolution left Kublai as Great Khan in name, but the empire's fracturing had begun. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Ilkhanate in Persia, acknowledged Kublai's position with decreasing sincerity. Each pursued increasingly independent policies, rendering the title of Great Khan more symbolic than practical beyond East Asia. This reality shaped Kublai's vision. Rather than exhausting resources trying to reimpose central authority across the sprawling Mongol domains, he focused eastward, turning his grandfather's conquest into something new, a Chinese-style dynasty with Mongol characteristics. In 1271, at the age of 56, Kublai made this transformation official by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty. The name itself, meaning origin or beginning in Chinese, signaled his intent to establish not just a continuation of Mongol rule, but a legitimate Chinese imperial regime. This declaration came with a comprehensive adoption of Chinese imperial institutions, from 6 administrative ministries to elaborate court rituals. Yet beneath the Chinese imperial facade, Kublai maintained distinctly Mongol power structures. He instituted what historians later called the 4-class system, arranging his subjects in a strict hierarchy. Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asian Muslims and other non-Chinese peoples, the Semu, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system ensured Mongol military and political dominance while incorporating useful talents from all groups. Kublai's administrative innovations were practical responses to governance challenges. Unable to read Chinese himself, he commissioned the creation of the Faegi's Pe script, a writing system that could transcribe multiple languages, including Mongolian and Chinese. This script appeared on official seals and currency, allowing communication across linguistic divides within his administration. His legal system represented a similar hybrid approach. Rather than imposing Mongol customary law universally or adopting Chinese legal traditions wholesale, Kublai created a tiered system where different ethnic groups were judged according to different legal standards. Mongols answered to traditional Mongol law, Muslims to Islamic law, and Chinese to modified Tang dynasty codes. Perhaps most revealing of Kublai's intellectual character was his establishment of the Muslim Astronomical Observatory in Beijing. While previous rulers might have consulted astrologers before campaigns, Kublai assembled a multicultural scientific team, including Chinese, Muslim, and even European scholars, to improve calendar systems, develop navigational tools, and study celestial phenomena. This institution reflected his genuine intellectual curiosity and recognition that knowledge from diverse traditions could serve practical governance. The Khan's personal habits similarly blended traditions. While maintaining the Mongol custom of hunting expeditions, Kublai transformed these into elaborate affairs combining Chinese imperial pageantry with steppe traditions. His hunting park at Xanadu, made famous centuries later by Coleridge's poem, featured not only game reserves but also agricultural demonstrations and botanical collections, reflecting his interest in natural sciences. By the time he consolidated his position as Emperor of China, Kublai Khan had evolved from a Mongol prince with Chinese tutors into something history had not seen before. A ruler equally comfortable discussing Confucian ethics, Buddhist cosmology, and the practical logistics of cavalry warfare. Perhaps most revolutionary was Dadu's religious landscape. Previous Chinese capitals had hierarchically arranged temples reflecting imperial orthodoxy. Kublai instead created what might be considered the world's first deliberately multi-religious imperial capital. Buddhist temples stood alongside Taoist sanctuaries, Confucian academies, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, and even a Jewish synagogue. This arrangement wasn't merely tolerant, it was strategically pluralistic, allowing the emperor to draw legitimacy from multiple religious traditions simultaneously. The city's demographic composition reflected equally revolutionary thinking. While traditional Chinese capitals segregated foreigners in designated quarters, Dadu integrated multiple ethnic neighbourhoods throughout its urban fabric. Specialised craft districts developed where artisans from across the empire, Uyghur papermakers, Persian astronomers, Tibetan Thangka painters, and Chinese porcelain masters lived and worked in proximity, creating unprecedented cultural exchange. Security considerations shaped the city in distinctive ways. Unlike previous Chinese capitals where the imperial precinct stood at the centre, Dadu's palace complex was positioned against the northern wall, allowing for an emergency escape route to the Mongol heartlands if rebellion threatened. The imperial hunting preserve adjacent to the city served dual purposes: recreation for the court and a buffer zone that could be rapidly militarized in crisis. What's rarely appreciated about Dadu is how its construction stimulated technological innovation. The massive demand for building materials accelerated the development of mass production techniques for standardized bricks and roof tiles. The need to transport these materials efficiently prompted improvements in canal boat design and lock systems. The imperial workshops established to furnish the palace complex became facilities for technical exchange, where Persian glass-blowing techniques merged with Chinese porcelain traditions. By the time foreign visitors like Marco Polo arrived at Kublai's court, Dadu had already transformed from a construction project to a functioning imperial capital. Its population surpassed 500,000, making it among the world's largest cities. Its markets offered goods from as far away as Madagascar and Scandinavia. Its libraries housed texts in dozens of languages, and at its centre sat a ruler whose very environment now reflected his unique position, neither fully Mongol nor Chinese, but something history had never witnessed before. While Kublai Khan's continental conquests earn prominent attention in most historical accounts, his maritime ambitions and their spectacular failures reveal perhaps more about the limitations of his imperial vision than his successes on land ever could. The Khan who conquered the Sung dynasty did not simply inherit China's existing naval capacity, he dramatically expanded it, creating the largest maritime force Asia had seen up to that point. By 1274, Kublai controlled over 5,000 ships, from river patrol vessels to massive ocean-going warships. His shipyards along the Yangtze and in Korea constructed vessels that dwarfed anything found in European waters during the same period. What drove this continental ruler toward maritime expansion? The answer lies partly in economic calculation. By the 1270s, maritime trade routes connected East Asia with Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East in a network that transported more wealth than the traditional Silk Road ever had. Controlling these sea lanes promised greater revenue than taxing caravan trade. Additionally, Kublai recognised that naval power could outflank regional rivals who might block land routes. The expeditions against Japan in 1274 and 1281 represent more than failed conquests. They mark critical turning points in East Asian military history. The first invasion fleet comprised approximately 900 ships carrying an estimated 23,000 troops, including Mongol, Chinese, and Korean contingents. Contemporary Japanese accounts describe these vessels employing technologies unfamiliar to Japanese defenders, including early explosive weapons derived from Chinese gunpowder developments. What's seldom acknowledged is how these invasions accelerated military technology transfer across East Asia. The Korean shipwrights drafted into Kublai's service brought their distinctive hull designs and sailing techniques into Chinese shipyards. Mongol cavalry tactics were adapted for marine landings. Chinese siege engineers developed floating platforms for their trebuchets. This cross-cultural military synthesis created entirely new approaches to naval warfare. The infamous kamikaze or divine wind typhoons that scattered both invasion fleets have become central to the narrative of Kublai's Japanese campaigns. However, evidence suggests the second expedition in 1281 faced significant problems even before the storm struck. Coordination between the Korean and southern Chinese fleet components proved nearly impossible due to different maritime traditions and command structures. Ships designed for different waters, the relatively protected Korean coast versus the open East China Sea, found themselves inappropriately deployed. Archaeological excavations of the invasion fleet wrecks near Takashima Island have revealed fascinating details about Kublai's naval technology. The recovered vessels show a surprising standardization of construction techniques, suggesting mass production methods that anticipated European shipbuilding approaches by centuries. Recovered weapons include sophisticated composite bows designed specifically for marine combat and early grenades with ceramic casings, technologies that would not appear in European naval warfare until much later. Less known than the Japanese campaigns were Kublai's naval expeditions to Southeast Asia. Between 1278 and 1287, he dispatched multiple fleets to various parts of what are now Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia. These expeditions faced challenges different from those in Japan. Tropical diseases decimated northern troops, and dense river systems negated the mobility advantages of Mongol cavalry once they landed. The campaign against Java in 1293 represented the furthest extension of Kublai's maritime reach, nearly 3,500 miles from his capital, and encountered unique difficulties. Local understanding of monsoon timing gave Javanese forces a decisive advantage. When Kublai's fleet arrived, they found harbours empty of trading vessels they had hoped to capture, and coastal areas already harvested of food supplies. The 1293 expedition ultimately returned with tribute but failed to establish lasting control, demonstrating the logistical limitations of projecting power across such distances. What truly distinguished Kublai's maritime ventures from previous Chinese naval operations was their hybrid nature. His fleets incorporated personnel and techniques from multiple traditions: Chinese navigational knowledge, Korean shipbuilding, Mongol command structures, and even Muslim navigators familiar with Indian Ocean conditions. Ships carried multiple types of provisions to accommodate diverse crews, including kumis, fermented mare's milk, for Mongol officers alongside rice for Chinese sailors. Perhaps most tellingly, these naval expeditions altered Kublai himself. Court records describe him becoming increasingly fascinated with maritime technologies. He personally interviewed returning captains, collected nautical maps, and commissioned treatises on Southern Ocean navigation. The Khan, who had begun his career as a steppe horseman, eventually developed such appreciation for maritime affairs that he established specialized schools for navigational astronomy and map-making in his capital. Yet despite these innovations, Kublai's maritime ambitions ultimately represented imperial overreach. The failed campaigns consumed enormous resources. The second Japanese expedition alone is estimated to have cost nearly 2 years' tax revenue from all of Korea. These expenses, combined with the massive costs of building and maintaining Dadu, placed strains on the imperial treasury that would have long-term consequences for Yuan dynasty stability. Among the overlooked dimensions of Kublai Khan's rule was his pioneering use of food as an instrument of statecraft. The imperial kitchen became a microcosm of his broader imperial project, a space where cultural synthesis wasn't merely symbolic but tangibly experienced through daily ritual and sustenance. The court's dining practices reflected Kublai's complex cultural positioning. Unlike previous Mongol rulers who maintained strict nomadic eating habits even after conquests, Kublai orchestrated elaborate culinary performances that strategically deployed traditions from across his domains. Court banquets featured carefully choreographed sequences of dishes representing different territories: steppe kumis followed by northern Chinese wheat buns, southern rice preparations, Central Asian pilaf, and Persian sweets. Archaeological excavations at the Yuan Palace complex have revealed specialized kitchen areas for different culinary traditions, each with distinct equipment and dedicated staff. The Imperial Food Service employed over 12,000 people, including hunters, farmers, butchers, cooks, servers, and food tasters, making it one of the largest court departments. This elaborate system served both practical and symbolic functions, ensuring the Khan's security through careful food preparation while demonstrating his dominion over diverse resources and traditions. Kublai maintained certain Mongol dietary customs that visibly distinguished him from Chinese emperors. He continued the steppe tradition of the White Feast, featuring dairy products, alongside the Red Feast, featuring meat. His preference for mare's milk, airag, and dried meat strips proclaimed his Mongol identity, even as he adopted Chinese administrative practices, yet he strategically incorporated Chinese imperial food customs when politically expedient, particularly during ceremonies attended by Chinese officials. What distinguished Kublai's approach from simple cultural accommodation was its systematic nature. Court records detail elaborate protocols for determining which culinary traditions would be featured at which events, with specific foods functioning as diplomatic signals. When receiving emissaries from Tibet, the court served butter tea prepared in the Tibetan style, despite the Khan's personal dislike for it. Muslim diplomats were presented with meals prepared according to halal requirements, overseen by Muslim cooks maintained specifically for such occasions. The Khan's personal dining regimen combined medical theories from multiple traditions. His physicians included practitioners of Chinese medicine, Islamic Unani medicine, and traditional Mongol shamanic healing. Each contributed dietary recommendations that were synthesized into the Khan's eating plan. Contemporary accounts describe medicinal soups combining Chinese herbs, Central Asian spices, and ingredients from as far as India, prepared according to schedules aligning with both Chinese cosmological calendars and Islamic medical timing. Kublai's famous hunting expeditions at his summer capital of Xanadu, Shangdu, featured elaborate outdoor feasting that merged Mongol traditions with imperial Chinese ritual. These events, which could involve thousands of participants, followed precisely choreographed sequences. The Khan would first honour his ancestors with traditional Mongol offerings, then participate in the hunt itself, culminating in a feast where animals killed during the hunt were prepared using techniques from multiple culinary traditions. The multicultural composition of Kublai's court created unprecedented culinary exchange. Chinese techniques for fermenting vegetables spread northward into Mongolia. Mongol methods for preserving meat influenced Chinese practices. Persian fruit cultivation techniques transformed gardens around Dadu. This cross-cultural exchange accelerated the development of what would later be recognized as distinct regional Chinese cuisines. Some of Kublai's most effective diplomatic deployments of food occurred during his interactions with foreign emissaries. According to Marco Polo's account, visitors were first served familiar foods from their homelands, prepared by cooks who specifically researched foreign techniques, before being gradually introduced to Mongol and Chinese delicacies. This culinary progression mirrored the broader diplomatic process of establishing comfort before negotiation. One of Kublai's most significant culinary innovations was the development of imperial food supply chains that connected distant ecological zones. Specialized imperial farms around Dadu cultivated fruits and vegetables from across Eurasia. Fast horse relay stations, primarily developed for military and administrative communication, were adapted to transport perishable delicacies. Court records note shipments of fresh seafood from the Yellow Sea, reaching the imperial table within days of harvest, and fruits from tropical southern provinces arriving in edible condition at the northern capital. Archaeological evidence from Yuan dynasty elite tombs reveals the material culture supporting this culinary cosmopolitanism. Burial goods include Persian-influenced metal serving vessels alongside Chinese porcelain and Mongol ceremonial cups. This material hybridization reflected the lived experience of dining at Kublai's court, where the vessels themselves communicated political messages about cultural synthesis and imperial reach. By the later years of his reign, Kublai's court cuisine had evolved into something distinctly different from both traditional Mongol fare and Chinese imperial dining. It represented a third tradition, a Yuan court cuisine that embodied in edible form the Khan's vision of universal rule transcending ethnic and cultural boundaries, a sensory embodiment of his new type of empire. Beyond his military campaigns and architectural ambitions, Kublai Khan's most enduring innovation may have been his transformation of how information moved through and shaped his vast domains. Under his direction, the Mongol Empire evolved from a conquest state into an information empire whose administrative sophistication would influence East Asian governance for centuries. The cornerstone of this transformation was Kublai's development of the world's most extensive postal relay system. Building upon the Mongol Yam network established by Genghis Khan, Kublai systematically expanded and formalized this communications infrastructure until it encompassed over 1,400 postal stations across East Asia. Unlike earlier iterations that primarily served military coordination, Kublai's postal system became a comprehensive information network supporting administrative governance. What made this system revolutionary was its unprecedented speed and reliability. Official communications could travel up to 250 miles per day, a pace unmatched anywhere else in the medieval world. This goal was achieved through a precisely organized relay system, where stations were positioned approximately 25 to 30 miles apart, the distance a horse could gallop at speed before requiring replacement. Special passport tablets, paisa, issued in silver, gold, or platinum indicated the bearer's authority level, and determined how many horses they could requisition and how quickly local stations needed to respond. The scale of this operation was staggering. Historical records indicate that at its peak, the system maintained approximately 300,000 horses, employed tens of thousands of riders and station personnel, and delivered not just messages, but also officials, tax shipments, and commercial goods deemed important to imperial interests. The entire system operated under the jurisdiction of a specialized ministry whose records documented every horse, rider, and parcel in motion across the empire. This communications infrastructure enabled another of Kublai's innovations, standardized administrative reporting. Local officials throughout the realm were required to submit regular reports on population, agricultural production, weather conditions, and local events according to standardized formats. These reports flowed upward through provincial centres to the capital, creating what historians now recognise as one of history's first systematic government information gathering operations. The bureaucracy Kublai established to process this information was equally innovative. Unable to staff the entire administration with Mongols, who lacked experience in managing sedentary populations, he created a multi-ethnic civil service that included Chinese scholar officials, Uyghur financial experts, Persian astronomers, and Tibetan religious administrators. Most notably, he established specialized training academies where officials from different backgrounds learned standardized administrative methods, creating institutional knowledge that transcended individual cultural traditions. Particularly significant was Kublai's approach to language within this bureaucracy. Rather than imposing a single imperial language, as most conquering regimes did, he developed a sophisticated translation system. Key documents were produced in multiple scripts, including Chinese, Mongolian Fagspa script, Uyghur, Persian, and Tibetan. The Imperial Secretariat included dedicated translation bureaus for each major language group within the empire, ensuring that directives from the centre could be accurately implemented across diverse regions. The wealth of data flowing into Dadu enabled novel approaches to governance. Kublai pioneered large-scale statistical compilation to monitor agricultural production, population trends, and tax collection efficiency. When unusual patterns appeared, such as unexpected population declines or harvest yields, specialized investigators would be dispatched via the postal system to assess conditions directly. This feedback loop created a more responsive imperial administration than previous Chinese dynasties had achieved. Perhaps most remarkable was Kublai's development of paper currency as an instrument of economic integration. While paper money had existed in China previously, Kublai expanded its use and standardized its implementation across his territories. The notes issued under his authority, backed by silver reserves and carrying stern warnings against counterfeiting, facilitated commerce across regions with different traditional currencies and commodity standards. These notes represented more than economic policy. They were information technology that allowed the centre to influence distant markets. By controlling the quantity of currency in circulation, the Khan's financial ministers could respond to regional economic conditions more quickly than physical commodity money would allow. When Marco Polo described these paper that passes for money to European audiences, he was documenting not just a curious foreign practice, but one of history's most advanced economic control systems. The information infrastructure extended beyond government administration into the realm of scientific knowledge. Kublai established specialized bureaus for astronomical observation, cartography, historical documentation, and medical research. Each was tasked with systematically collecting and synthesizing knowledge from across Eurasia. The Astronomical Bureau, for instance, combined Chinese calendrical traditions with Islamic mathematical techniques and Tibetan astrological concepts to create more accurate predictive systems. By the middle of Kublai's reign, this multifaceted information system had transformed governance across East Asia. Officials who might never travel to the capital nevertheless operated within standardized protocols established there. Regional variations in administration certainly persisted. The system was too vast for perfect uniformity, but the overall effect was a degree of integration previously unachievable across such diverse territories. As Kublai Khan entered his 7th decade, the contradictions inherent in his imperial project began to manifest more acutely. The years between 1280 and his death in 1294 reveal a ruler grappling with the limitations of his vision and the mounting costs of maintaining the world's largest empire. While historical accounts often attribute the challenges of Kublai's later years to personal decline, his increasing corpulence, episodes of gout, and deepening reliance on alcohol, closer examination reveals systemic pressures that would have challenged even a younger, more vigorous ruler. The very success of his Chinese-style administrative state created unsustainable financial burdens that the empire's economic base struggled to support. The construction and maintenance of Dadu alone consumed resources on an unprecedented scale. The imperial household, with its 40,000 servants, required vast sums simply for daily operation. The postal relay system, vital for administrative control, maintained hundreds of thousands of horses requiring constant fodder. The military garrisons positioned throughout the realm demanded regular payment. Archaeological evidence from late Yuan dynasty administrative centres shows increasing sophistication in financial record-keeping, likely a response to mounting fiscal pressures. These economic strains manifested in policies that gradually undermined popular support for Yuan rule. Tax collection became increasingly aggressive. The issuance of paper currency, initially a brilliant financial innovation, evolved into a problematic dependence as the government printed more notes than its silver reserves could credibly back. By the late 1280s, inflation had become a serious problem in core provinces, eroding the purchasing power of government stipends and merchant revenues alike. Environmental factors compounded these challenges. The 1280s witnessed a series of natural disasters across East Asia, floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the southern provinces, and unusually harsh winters in the northern regions. Contemporary Chinese records describe these as heaven's disapproval of Yuan governance, reflecting growing ideological resistance to Mongol rule. Modern climate research suggests these events coincided with a cooling period that affected agricultural productivity across Eurasia, creating systemic pressures no ruler could have fully addressed. Kublai's personal response to these mounting difficulties reveals much about his character in these final years. Rather than retreating from his multicultural governance model, he doubled down on it, recruiting additional foreign experts, particularly Muslim financial administrators, with experience managing complex economies. This decision, while pragmatically sound, further alienated Chinese elites who resented being passed over for these positions. The Khan's later military campaigns reflect a similar doubling down on established patterns despite diminishing returns. The Burmese expeditions of 1283 to 1285, while ultimately extracting tribute, required disproportionate resources for limited strategic gain. The Java campaign of 1293 stretched imperial logistics beyond sustainable limits. These operations suggest a ruler attempting to maintain the momentum of expansion, even as the core empire's foundation showed signs of strain. What's seldom appreciated about Kublai's final years is his apparent awareness of the contradictions in his position. Court records document increasing periods of withdrawal to his hunting lodge at Xanadu, where he would surround himself with Mongol companions and engage in traditional steppe practices. These retreats seem less recreational than restorative, attempts to reconnect with his cultural roots amid the increasingly complex demands of ruling a predominantly Chinese empire. The Khan's relationship with his chosen successor, Temür, who would rule as Emperor Chengzong, offers further insight into his late-life thinking. Unlike earlier Mongol transitions where potential heirs competed militarily for succession, Kublai arranged an orderly transfer of power through bureaucratic channels. He engaged Chinese ritual specialists to formalize Temür's position, creating documentary legitimacy that would withstand challenges. This approach represented a final embrace of Chinese administrative traditions over Mongol customary practices. By 1292, with his health clearly failing, Kublai faced rebellion in the southern Chinese provinces and growing unrest in his Mongolian homeland, where many traditional nobles resented his Sinicization. His response to these dual pressures was characteristically balanced, dispatching Chinese-style bureaucratic investigators to the south, while sending Mongol military commanders to reassert authority in the north. When Kublai Khan died in February 1294, he left behind an empire fundamentally transformed from what he had inherited. The cosmopolitan administrative state he constructed had permanently altered East Asian governance traditions. The commercial networks he fostered had created new patterns of trade that would outlast Yuan dynastic control. The cultural synthesis he embodied had demonstrated possibilities for multiculturalism that challenged traditional assumptions about ethnic and cultural boundaries. What ultimately undermined Kublai's imperial project was not any single policy failure, but the inherent tension between Mongol military power and Chinese administrative complexity. His personal charisma and cultural flexibility had temporarily bridged this divide, but sustaining this balance proved impossible for his successors. Within 3 decades of his death, natural disasters, economic mismanagement, and growing Chinese nationalism would combine to end Mongol rule in China. Yet Kublai's legacy extended far beyond the Yuan dynasty's relatively brief tenure. The administrative geography of modern China still reflects boundaries established under his rule. The concept of China as a multi-ethnic state rather than exclusively Han Chinese traces its roots to Yuan governance models. The integration of Central and East Asian cultural traditions that characterizes northern Chinese cuisine, architecture, and art finds many of its origins in the cultural policies of his reign. Perhaps most significantly, Kublai Khan's rule marked a pivotal moment in global history, when the world's largest land empire attempted to transform itself from a conquest state into a sustainable administrative system. The ultimate failure of this transformation in no way diminishes the ambition of the attempt or its lasting influence on subsequent political formations across Eurasia. As the winter winds swept across the steppes in 1294, they carried away a ruler unlike any before him, a man who had bridged worlds and reimagined what empire could mean. The great Khan was gone, but the world he had remade would never be the same. Imagine America in 1928, a nation that had figured out the key to eternal bliss. 10 years had passed since the Great War, and Americans had a renewed sense of hope after that horrific struggle. Everyone was invited to a party that seemed to have been planned by the entire country and lasted for years. The sound of jazz leaking from speakeasy doors filled the night air in the cities, where electric lights painted the streets in warm yellow pools. Thank you very much. Women who had worked in offices and factories during the war years had found that they really enjoyed being independent and making their own decisions. They danced the Charleston with a freedom that would have been unimaginable only a few years ago, bobbed their hair, cut their skirts short, and scandalized their mothers. The air literally smelled of prosperity. It was the aroma of brand new cars coming off Henry Ford's production lines and the new leather of the seats in the Model T that regular families could now afford. With a machine that would have seemed like magic to his grandfather, a farmer's son could enter a car dealership and drive out, making them temples of the new American dream. America's new national pastime was the stock market. Housewives talked about their portfolios over afternoon tea with the same fervour they used to save for talking about their gardens, and barbershops were humming with advice on which stocks to purchase. It appeared so straightforward and infallible, You purchased stocks, they increased in value, and you profited. The fact that even Wall Street's shoeshine boys were giving stock advice should have been a red flag, but for some reason it seemed like evidence that prosperity had truly turned into democracy. Main Street was flourishing in small towns all over the nation, to the extent that later paintings by Norman Rockwell resembled documentary photography. The newest electric appliances were added to hardware stores' inventory. Big city fashion reached rural America, when department stores installed plate glass windows to showcase ready-made dresses and suits. Why wouldn't the president of the local bank be the most well-liked individual in town? People who thought economic growth was as dependable as sunrise were casually trusting banks to make loans. The nation had been miraculously connected by radio. In the evenings, families would congregate around their wooden Philco sets to listen to shows that helped them understand the broader narrative of America. Comedy shows from Chicago, jazz from New York, and a feeling that the entire nation was taking part in something amazing and unprecedented were all brought about by the radio. Farmers were finally starting to benefit from the country's prosperity after struggling for the majority of the decade. Agriculture was becoming more like modern industry thanks to mechanization, which was replacing back-breaking labour. A new tractor allowed a farmer to work land that, only a generation ago, would have taken a dozen men. Farm wives were learning the magic of electric vacuum cleaners and washing machines, and rural electrification programs were starting to install power lines in places that had never had electric lights. The credit system had developed to the point where it seemed reasonable to purchase nearly anything. Buy now, pay later was more than just a catchphrase. It was a way of thinking that represented America's optimism about its economic future. Instead of saving months to purchase a refrigerator, you could take it home today and pay for it over time. After all, there were plenty of jobs, wages were increasing, and the future would undoubtedly be more prosperous than the present. Confident that their growing incomes would make the monthly payments manageable. Young couples were purchasing homes with down payments that would seem impossible by today's standards. On the outskirts of cities, neighbourhoods were emerging, with streetcar lines connecting them and modest homes that symbolised upward mobility for families whose parents had previously lived in hardscrabble farms or tenements. This optimism across the country was mirrored in the entertainment sector. Hollywood was making films that praised the achievements and inventiveness of Americans. As if human endurance itself was growing along with the economy, dance marathons attracted audiences who marvelled at couples who could dance for days. With figures like Babe Ruth representing a sort of exaggerated American success story, professional sports was starting to take off. The confidence of the time was even reflected in fashion. While women's clothing celebrated a new kind of freedom and mobility, men's suits became more relaxed and comfortable. Simple, elegant designs replaced the constricting corsets and ornate dresses of earlier generations, enabling the active lifestyles that prosperity was enabling. Most significantly, though, Americans in 1928 had grown to have an unwavering faith in progress itself. Problems were being solved by technology more quickly than they could be created. Everything from manufacturing to medicine was being revealed by science. Like a train that had left the station and could not be stopped, the future appeared not only bright but inevitable in its brightness. At the time, it didn't feel naive, but this wasn't naive optimism either. The prosperity of the United States was actually demonstrated. Innovations were changing everyday life, at a rate that left even the most astute observers speechless. Production was up, and unemployment was low. The majority of Americans in 1928 would have regarded you with the courteous confusion typically reserved for those who asserted that the Earth was flat, if you had suggested that their economic system was unstable or unsustainable. Of course, the warning signs were there. Farm prices were declining due to agricultural overproduction. Incomes were not keeping up with the rate of increase in consumer debt. The stock market was acting in a way that was speculative enough to worry experienced investors. However, these appeared to be small technical problems that could be readily fixed by the same American resourcefulness that had resolved all the other issues. As 1929 got underway, the majority of Americans were making plans for what appeared to be a better future than the one they were living in at the time. One that was more prosperous, more comfortable, and full of opportunities that would make rising in the morning an adventure rather than a chore. The crisp autumn weather that typically made people feel energized and optimistic arrived in New York in October 1929. The city had that strange clarity that comes with the first cool days after a long summer, and the leaves in Central Park were turning brilliant shades of red and gold. With men in dark suits moving with purpose down winding streets, the familiar sounds of construction and traffic, and the comforting bustle of a financial district that seemed to operate on pure confidence, Wall Street appeared exactly as it had for months. However, if you had been listening carefully that October, you may have observed minor shifts in the daily routine. Restaurant conversations were a little different now, still hopeful but with a hint of worry that had not been present during the summer. Like a normally dependable car that had begun to make strange noises, stock prices had been acting strangely, dropping sharply and then rising again. The morning of Thursday, October 24th started out in Manhattan just like any other fall morning. From subway stations, office workers came out with newspapers that contained the typical mix of social gossip, sports scores, and political news. There were some alarming figures in the financial pages, but nothing that would have seemed disastrous to the untrained eye. The majority of people were not as interested in the technical aspects of stock market fluctuations as they were in the latest Hollywood scandals or the World Series. However, something extraordinary was taking place inside the New York Stock Exchange. Sales orders were coming in more quickly than the system could handle them. There was a growing franticness to the familiar sounds of trading, the mechanical clicking of ticker tape machines and the voices calling out prices. By mid-morning, the market was unable to operate normally due to the overwhelming selling pressure. The mechanical wonders known as ticker tape machines, which had provided America with stock price updates, started to deteriorate rapidly. Crowds gathered around the slow-moving tape in brokerage offices across the nation to watch their investments vanish in real time. Due to the delay, stock prices were frequently significantly out of date by the time they were seen. Imagine seeing grown men looking at ticker tape in a general store in Iowa or a barbershop in Detroit with the expressions of those who have just been in a car accident. Like morning mist, the informal confidence that had defined stock market conversations for years vanished. What started out as discussions about which stocks to purchase turned into urgent, whispered consultations about whether to sell. It was heartbreaking and surreal to watch the human drama unfold in brokerage offices. Well-dressed businessmen who had come feeling rich that morning found their paper profits gone by lunchtime. Clients would call secretaries in a panic, asking if the numbers they were seeing were legitimate. As it turned out, Black Thursday was like witnessing a masterfully composed symphony fall apart into anarchy. When put to the test by real panic, the financial system that had appeared so stable and predictable turned out to be surprisingly brittle. As they went about their daily lives, however, the majority of Americans saw the day not as an immediate crisis but as a distant rumble of trouble. A brief reprieve and a glimmer of hope that maybe the worst was over were brought about by the weekend. Financial leaders made comforting claims in newspapers that the market's fundamentals were still stable. The administration of President Hoover made optimistic forecasts regarding the disruption's transient nature. That weekend, a lot of Americans convinced themselves that the market's actions had been an anomaly rather than a warning. However, any last illusions regarding the crisis' transient nature were destroyed on Tuesday, October the 29th, also known as Black Tuesday. With even more vigour, the selling that had started the week before resumed. This time, there was no comeback, no rally in the afternoon to boost spirits. Millions of frantic decisions to sell at any price caused the market to simply collapse. Crowds gathered outside banks and brokerage houses in American cities, not to make investment decisions, but to learn what was happening to their life savings. People appeared stunned rather than angry, as if they were processing information that didn't fit with their conception of how the world worked. The atmosphere was remarkably quiet for such large gatherings. Black Tuesday's human cost wasn't immediately evident in striking ways. Most people didn't tear up stock certificates or jump out of windows. Rather, they returned home to dinner tables with quiet, unsure conversations. Youngsters felt that something significant had changed, but they weren't sure what it was. Rather than being dramatic, the first indication of trouble for many families was pragmatic. The father put off buying a new car indefinitely. The mother decided her old winter coat would last another season after shopping for a new one. Budgets for small luxury purchases, such as movie tickets, flowers for the table, and candy for the kids, were subtly cut. Perhaps even more important than the immediate financial harm was the psychological toll. For years, Americans had assumed that their economic system was fundamentally sound, and that short-term setbacks were always followed by recovery. That basic premise was called into question by Black Tuesday in ways that would change people's perspectives on money, security, and the future. Bank tellers were asked questions they were unable to respond to after years of urging clients to put their savings into the stock market. How do you tell a depositor that their money, which they believed was growing safely in conservative investments, has just disappeared? Given that the experts were so utterly mistaken about what was feasible, how can one continue to have faith in financial institutions? Suddenly, small business owners who had grown their operations on the basis of easy credit were exposed and overburdened. After stocking up for the holidays, the corner grocer found that consumers were suddenly much more frugal with their money. As prospective buyers decided that perhaps their old cars would last a few more years, the local car dealer watched his showroom empty. The psychological effects of the crash were felt even by those who had not made direct stock market investments. What other presumptions about contemporary life might be just as faulty if the experts could be so mistaken about something as basic as the stability of the market? A more cautious, uncertain approach to planning and spending started to replace the confident optimism that had defined the 1920s. In many respects, the week of the crash signalled the end of an era. It went beyond the fact that some investors had lost money or that stock prices had dropped. In ways that would impact American culture for generations, the entire system of presumptions regarding American prosperity, the correlation between effort and reward, and the validity of progress itself had been called into question. In late 1929, New York City was like a patient recuperating from major surgery, still breathing, still functioning, but moving more cautiously, questioning every sensation. From a distance, the city appeared identical, the same tall skyscrapers gleaming in the morning light, the same streams of traffic rushing through streets that resembled canyons, and the same vitality that had always made Manhattan seem like the centre of the universe. The changes, however, were everywhere if you knew how to look. Previously bustling with stock tips, the shoe shine stands now provided services in almost complete silence. During what should have been peak hours, the upscale lunch restaurants that had been crowded with diners with expense accounts were left empty. People appeared to be moving with purpose but unsure of their destinations, as evidenced by the altered rhythm of foot traffic, which was less assured and more hurried. The Upper East Side's apartment complexes started to narrate tales of subdued economic turmoil. Families who had relocated to larger apartments during the boom years were forced to either look for smaller apartments they could truly afford or bargain with landlords for lower rent. The lavish dinner parties that had characterized social life in the 1920s either shrank in size, became more straightforward events, or vanished completely. Using the money from investments her late husband had made in railroad stocks, Martha Wilson, let's call her Martha, but she could have been any of thousands of women in similar situations. Her apartment on East 73rd Street featured windows overlooking a tree-lined street that felt like a haven in the middle of the city, a doorman, an elevator service. She'd gone shopping at Bloomingdale's in the mornings, to ladies' luncheons in the afternoons, and to the opera or theatre in the evenings. By December 1929, Martha was learning that railroad stocks were no longer a consistent source of income. Her first economy was firing her housekeeper, a difficult choice that required not only careful budgeting, but also the realization that she would need to make significant changes to her way of life. She learned how to manage household chores that she had never thought of as part of her duties, and how to prepare meals that she had previously taken for granted. Perhaps more challenging than the practical adjustments was the psychological shift. Martha had to balance her perception of herself as a self-sufficient woman with the fact that she was now meticulously planning her grocery budget and determining whether she could afford a cab or if she would have to take the subway. She was no longer able to afford the social activities that had shaped her days. The financial district downtown was acclimating to a new reality, with the grim resolve that New Yorkers had always displayed during times of crisis. Just months before, brokerage firms that had hired dozens of clerks and runners were forced to lay off employees who had seemed indispensable. The survivors processed the paperwork of an economy that was contracting rather than growing, while putting in more hours for the same pay. With the practical urgency of people whose rent was due next month, young men who had come to New York with hopes of becoming wealthy on Wall Street were forced to reevaluate their career plans. Some brought tales of urban adventures that ended more suddenly than they had anticipated back to their hometowns. Others chose to stay and adjust, accepting positions that paid less than they had hoped for, but gave them the stable income that had suddenly gained more value than the prospect of extraordinary success. As consumers became more frugal with their spending, the entertainment sector, which had appeared to be immune to the recession during the boom, started to suffer. Broadway theatres that had anticipated packed houses were forced to provide matinee specials and discounted tickets. Double features and prize nights were introduced by movie theatres, in an attempt to attract patrons who now considered entertainment to be a luxury rather than a need. Restaurants in the city adjusted with the kind of inventiveness that is frequently stimulated by economic pressure. Restaurants that had established their reputations on pricey ingredients and ornate presentations started serving simpler food at costs that mirrored the lower incomes of their patrons. Speakeasies that had prospered during the Prohibition era discovered that when people's disposable income decreased, even illegal drinking became more cost-conscious. Department stores such as Macy's and Gimbel's turned into research labs to study how consumer behaviour shifts when caution replaces optimism. Consumers who used to peruse goods at leisure and buy things on a whim rather than out of necessity have turned into targeted buyers with meticulous budgets and lists. Sales clerks discovered that value and longevity were more important than style and novelty. The city's extensive network of small businesses, including family-run eateries, neighbourhood barbershops, and corner grocery stores, saw the crash as a slow tightening rather than an abrupt disaster. Once prompt bill payers started requesting credit extensions, specialty item orders decreased as consumers prioritised necessities. Like steam from the subway grates, the sporadic prosperity that had sustained thousands of small businesses started to dissipate. People who had previously used taxis now shared buses and subway cars with a wider range of the city's population, making public transportation a more democratic experience. As economic necessity brought people together who might have previously travelled in different spheres, the subway system, which had always been a great equaliser, became even more so. As a free venue for recreation and entertainment, Central Park gained new importance. Families that had previously spent weekends at pricey entertainment venues learned to enjoy easy picnics and strolls along the park's meandering paths. Conversations about jobs, prospects, and the uncertain future that everyone was attempting to navigate took place on the park benches informally. Communities of immigrants who had historically made up the majority of the city's workforce were especially susceptible to changes in the economy. Increased demand and dwindling resources put pressure on the networks of mutual support that had helped newcomers establish themselves, and factory jobs that had offered stable employment started to disappear. However, even in the face of crisis, New York's fundamental qualities, its adaptability, its resilience, and its unwavering refusal to let circumstances win, began to show. New goods were discovered for street vendors to sell. In the evolving economy, entrepreneurs found opportunities. The city that had established a reputation for ingenuity and ambition started the process of redefining itself for a world that was becoming less certain. The people navigating the streets below had learned some hard lessons about the distinction between appearance and reality, between fleeting prosperity and long-term security. But the skyline still soared toward heaven with the same bold confidence. Although New York was still New York, it was evolving into a more deliberate, cautious form of itself. There was little you could do but prepare as best you could and hope your preparations would be sufficient when the crash struck rural America like a slow-moving storm system. The rural experience was more akin to watching water slowly drain from a bathtub, steady and unrelenting but not necessarily disastrous on any given day, in contrast to the dramatic, immediate impact felt on Wall Street. In 1929, Tom Henderson, who could speak for any of the thousands of farmers in the Midwest, had been cautiously optimistic about his future. Harvest season had shown the value of the new tractor he had purchased on credit the year before, and his farm outside of Topeka, Kansas, had been yielding respectable corn and wheat crops. Given their recent success, his wife, Sarah, had been discussing improvements like installing indoor plumbing and possibly electricity. It was the weekly trip to town for mail and supplies that brought the crash to Tom's farm, not ticker tape or desperate phone calls. The banker who had granted Tom's tractor loan gave him a phony smile and said they might want to talk about adjusting the payment schedule to reflect the state of the economy. Although the conversation was courteous, even friendly, there was a subliminal message that Tom's financial status had deteriorated overnight. Cautious discussions about what was happening in the cities and what it might mean for rural communities replaced the weather and crop prices that had previously dominated conversations at the general store. In private, the storekeeper, who gave credit to the majority of his farming clients, was concerned about the number of accounts that might become challenging to collect. However, knowing that rural communities relied on mutual trust and support, he kept his worries to himself. Sarah Henderson felt the impact of the crash through a gradual tightening of the household budget that required constant small adjustments. The Chicago-based magazines she subscribed to ended up being an unnecessary expense. New kitchen curtain plans were put on hold indefinitely. The family's routine gradually vanished, along with the little comforts that had made farm life more enjoyable, such as store-bought cookies for the kids, a new dress for church, and sporadic outings to the county seat for entertainment. The rhythm of rural life served as a sort of buffer against the sharp fluctuations of the urban economic crisis. Regardless of the state of stock prices, farmers still had to milk cows twice a day. In accordance with natural cycles that had little to do with human economic systems, crops still had to be planted in the spring and harvested in the fall. During a period when many city dwellers felt totally disoriented, this routine offered both stability and perspective. However, in ways that earlier generations of farmers might not have noticed, the crash also revealed rural America's growing reliance on the larger national economy. Tom's corn was now used in commodity markets that spanned the continent, not just to feed his family and the neighbourhood. Individual farms experienced the repercussions of those markets' contraction with unexpected force and speed. The tensions of the larger financial system started to be reflected in the local bank, which had previously appeared to be such a pillar of community stability. The bank president was torn between the human needs of his community and the increasingly strict requirements of banking regulations and economic reality. He knew most of his customers personally and had granted loans based on character as much as collateral. Small-town business owners found that their clients' spending habits had changed in minor but important ways. The owner of the hardware store observed that farmers were fixing their equipment more frequently rather than replacing it. Instead of buying ready-made clothing, the dress shop discovered that women were buying fabric to make their own clothes. Although these were not significant changes, they did reflect a move towards self-sufficiency and a waning faith in future prosperity. The Henderson Children's one-room schoolhouse served as a window into the impact of the crash on rural families. Youngsters started to wear older clothing, bring simpler lunches, and engage in fewer activities that cost money. The teacher, who frequently boarded with local families, turned into an unofficial social worker who was able to identify which kids might be lacking proper clothing or food. After urging farmers to modernise and expand their operations during the 1920s, agricultural extension agents found themselves providing a variety of advice in late 1929. Efficiency and conservation became more important than expansion and innovation. Farmers were now urged to diversify and make sure they could provide for their families regardless of market conditions, after previously being urged to focus on cash crops. A lifeline for information and emotional support, the rural telephone system was still relatively new in many places. Party lines buzzed with conversations about who was struggling, who might need help, and how communities could support their members through uncertain times. The local exchanges operator took on the role of an unofficial community coordinator, bringing together those in need of help and those who might be able to offer it. Church congregations discovered that they were taking on more responsibilities as networks of practical and spiritual support. While prayers for economic recovery were offered during Sunday services, the real work took place in fellowship halls and church basements, where local communities arranged clothing exchanges, food drives, and unofficial job placement services. The minister frequently turned into a financial advisor, assisting families in making tough choices regarding debt and expenditure. Country doctors found that their patients were delaying medical care that wasn't absolutely necessary, paying for services with labour or produce instead of money, and using folk medicine and home remedies more and more. The doctor's rounds grew longer and more intricate as he struck a balance between his knowledge of his patients' financial constraints and professional medical judgment. The local newspaper, which had chronicled the community's prosperity during the boom years, began to focus more on practical advice and community cooperation. Once praising modernisation and progress, editorial pages now highlighted the benefits of self-reliance, thrift and camaraderie. Reports of lavish parties gave way to stories about collaborative efforts and community service projects in social columns. However, the reaction of rural America to the crash also demonstrated advantages that urban regions occasionally lacked. Farming communities had always been aware of economic uncertainty. They lived in constant fear that their prosperity could be drastically impacted by uncontrollable market forces, illness, and weather. They had developed resilience and adaptability as a result of this experience, which helped them when the overall economy collapsed. The customs of rural life, such as quilting bees, barn raisings, and harvest cooperatives, gained new importance as economic necessities. When resources became limited but labour and camaraderie were plentiful, Communities that had appeared to be moving away from these antiquated customs found their value again. During this time, children who grew up on farms learned lessons about community cooperation and self-sufficiency that would shape their entire outlook on life. They witnessed their parents handle tough choices with grace, adjust to uncontrollable situations, and hold on to hope for better days while navigating the realities of the present. In the months after the crash, the ability of regular Americans to innovate, adapt, and maintain their dignity in the face of unimaginable adversity was made evident. In late 1929 and early 1930, millions of people were subtly reimagining their everyday lives with a creativity born of necessity, but it wasn't as dramatic or newsworthy as breadlines and bank failures would later become. Eleanor Murphy, a secretary in an insurance office in Detroit, found that her small investment portfolio suddenly had far less value than her clerical skills. Those who stayed had to perform the duties of 2 or 3 people as companies started to lay off employees. Even though Eleanor's days grew longer and more demanding, she was thankful for her stable job at a time when many others were losing theirs. She increased her typing speed, learned shorthand, and became indispensable by taking on tasks that had previously been split among several employees. Her evenings, which she used to spend with friends at restaurants or movies, were now devoted to household engineering, figuring out how to stretch her pay to pay for things that used to seem doable. She discovered how to make economical and nourishing meals, how to repair rather than buy new clothes, and how to find entertainment that didn't require her to spend money she needed for groceries and rent. The apartment complex where Eleanor lived turned into a miniature example of urban adaptation. Once courteous strangers, neighbours started to work together in little but significant ways. Alterations were provided by a person with a sewing machine. After losing his job as a shoe salesman, another tenant started fixing shoes for the building's occupants. A woman whose husband was on business established a small laundry service, drying her clothes on the building's roof and in the bathtub of her apartment. The Kowalski family in Chicago found that in order to thrive in the shifting economic climate, their modest grocery store had to change. Stefan Kowalski had established his company by offering a community of working-class families high-quality goods and amiable service. He adjusted by providing credit, taking barter agreements, and carrying less costly substitutes for the name-brand goods that had been his staple as his clients' incomes grew less consistent. In ways that surprised both of them, Anna Kowalski, who had previously concentrated on running the home while Stefan operated the store, joined him as a business partner. Despite having to make tough choices regarding pricing and credit due to economic pressure, she found a knack for bookkeeping and customer service that allowed the store to keep its ties to the community. Their kids gained hands-on experience in business and the realities of financial hardship by learning to work in the store after school. An unofficial economy built on cooperation and innovative problem-solving emerged in the area surrounding the Kowalski store. Mrs. O'Brien began taking in laundry and doing repairs after her husband was fired from the steel mill. The Rossi family grew a garden in their backyard and started selling vegetables. An unofficial garage was established in the alley behind his apartment building by Mr. Johnson, a laid-off mechanic who fixed cars and bicycles for neighbours who paid him with food, small loans or promises of future work. Children displayed the extraordinary resilience that frequently defines young people facing adversity as they adjusted to the changing circumstances. They learned to find amusement in small pleasures, created games that didn't require store-bought toys, and gradually realised that their family's less fortunate circumstances meant they had to be more responsible and less demanding than they might have been in more prosperous times. Families who believed that education was the key to better opportunities for their kids placed an even greater value on education. Even in situations where immediate income would have been useful, parents who had previously thought about letting older children drop out of school to pursue employment opportunities now insisted that education was an investment that couldn't be compromised. In addition to being educators, teachers also became social workers and community counsellors, assisting families in overcoming the psychological and practical difficulties brought on by unstable economic conditions. As people looked for free entertainment and education, libraries saw a resurgence. Once mostly used by academics and researchers, the reading rooms were now open to families searching for inexpensive evening activities. Library programs grew to include useful workshops on subjects like cooking, budgeting, and home repair, and librarians became informal counsellors on everything from household management to job hunting tactics. Congregations of religious people became more and more significant as hubs for both practical and spiritual support. Food pantries, clothing drives, and job placement services were arranged by churches, synagogues, and other places of worship. Religious communities became test sites for the type of mutual aid that would eventually be codified in government programs, and religious leaders found themselves advising families on matters of both financial and spiritual concern. Local businesses that survived the initial shock of the crash did so by developing closer relationships with their customers and communities. Men began exchanging information about job openings at the corner barbershop, which evolved into an unofficial employment agency. Regular patrons were given credit at the neighbourhood diner, which also served as a gathering spot for those planning community service initiatives. In order to provide the social services that larger corporations were unable or unwilling to provide, small businesses learned to operate on thinner margins. Specifically, women found that the crisis had created new chances for initiative and leadership. Whether through formal employment or the unofficial economy of food preparation, small-scale manufacturing, and domestic services, many became the main providers for their families. Cooking, sewing, and managing the home, skills that had been viewed as women's work in prosperous times, all of a sudden became important economic assets. Though subtle, the cultural shift was significant. What could be referred to as conspicuous competence replaced the conspicuous consumption that had defined the 1920s. People took pride in their capacity to get by on less, to come up with innovative solutions to real-world issues, and to preserve their sense of self and community despite less favourable circumstances. Once centred on social activities, neighbourhood organisations started to focus on practical needs. Cooperative buying groups were established by women's clubs in order to obtain better deals on household goods and groceries. Fraternal groups for men developed into networks for exchanging job openings and planning volunteer projects in the community. Potluck dinners, amateur theatrical productions, and other recreational activities that prioritised participation over consumption replaced costly entertainment as the primary social activity. Families split up by the pursuit of employment and opportunity were reunited by the postal service. Letters contained useful information about jobs, living conditions in various cities, and survival tactics that had worked in other communities in addition to personal news. In times of uncertainty, the custom of sending and receiving letters offered emotional support that kept people connected and hopeful. The new reality even affected fashion. Instead of replacing their entire wardrobe, women learned to update it with accessories and alterations. Men carefully repaired and maintained their suits to extend their lifespan. Classic styles and practical considerations became the focus of fashion magazines that had previously encouraged constant change and novelty. In the immediate aftermath of the crash, Americans showed greater resourcefulness, community spirit, and adaptability than the 1920s prosperity had demanded. Qualities that had always existed but had been obscured by the ease and optimism of the boom years were brought to light by the crisis. Shock can be absorbed by culture and turned into something that makes sense of the experience. American culture underwent a subtle but profound transformation in the months after the crash, not immediately, not drastically, but with the kind of slow change that only becomes apparent in hindsight. Exuberant jazz, upbeat dance tunes, and songs that celebrated youth and prosperity, the music that had characterized the 1920s, started to sound a little out of step with the prevailing sentiment in the country. Having always been keen observers of public opinion, musicians and songwriters began to produce music that represented a wider range of emotions. The blues-influenced melodies that acknowledged struggle while retaining hope replaced the brassy confidence of earlier jazz. Radio programming was remarkably sensitive to the shifting circumstances of its listeners. Programs that provided helpful advice, amateur talent competitions involving regular people, and serialized dramas that addressed family issues and community collaboration gradually supplanted shows that had previously concentrated on glitzy lifestyles and pricey entertainment. The radio evolved into a mirror reflecting the experiences of its listeners rather than a window into an idealized world. Hollywood, which had made its name on glitzy fantasies and escapist entertainment, started making movies that addressed viewers who were facing financial instability. Movies about regular people dealing with extraordinary challenges joined the late 1920s sophisticated comedies and romantic dramas. While audiences still desired entertainment, they also desired stories that took into account the realities of their everyday lives. The time started to be reflected in literature in both overt and covert ways. Stories about successful businesses and affluent socialites gave way to stories about community collaboration and family resiliency in popular magazines. Fiction, that examined the psychological and social effects of economic upheaval was added to the adventure tales and romantic fantasies that had dominated magazine stands. Newspapers now offer readers helpful advice for navigating uncertain times rather than just reporting on events. Once, investment-focused financial pages started to provide guidance on debt management and budgeting. Stories about family resourcefulness and community cooperation started to appear on social pages that had previously documented lavish parties and costly entertainment. The advertising industry, which had mastered the art of generating consumer goods desire, had to come up with new tactics for audiences that prioritised necessity over luxury. Instead of focusing on status and novelty, advertisements started to highlight practical benefits, value and durability. It was necessary to reframe the psychological appeals that had worked so well in prosperous times for consumers who were becoming more frugal with their spending. While still emphasising beauty and style, fashion magazines started to highlight affordability and adaptability. Features on how to update existing wardrobes, sew at home, and take care of clothing counterbalanced articles about pricey designer clothing. The fashion industry found that readers might be more interested in originality and inventiveness than in the newest styles from New York or Paris. Sports continued to be popular, but their cultural connotations changed. Heroes and entertainment from professional sports persisted, but amateur and community sports that prioritised involvement over spectatorship gained popularity. Basketball teams, local baseball leagues, and other community sports initiatives gained importance as places to socialise and have fun, in ways that would become increasingly clear in the years that followed. Art reflected the shifting times. In the affluent 1920s, artists who had been experimenting with abstract and experimental forms started producing more approachable art that was more closely related to everyday life. While artistic expressions that addressed broader audiences about common experiences of challenge and adaptation replaced the avant-garde, it did not vanish. While theatre continued to be a significant entertainment medium, it started to tackle new issues and themes. Productions that examined family dynamics, community relationships, and the psychological effects of economic change joined plays that had previously concentrated on sophisticated urban life and social satire. As more people looked for creative outlets and entertainment that didn't require large sums of money, community theatre groups became more active. Education began to emphasise practical skills alongside traditional academic subjects. To help students deal with an uncertain economic future, schools added courses in small business operations, household management, and other subjects to their vocational programs. There was renewed emphasis on, and support, for the idea that education should not only refine culture, but also prepare students for success in the real world. Community organisations found that their function had broadened to encompass cultural programming and practical assistance, in addition to social activities. Home economics and financial management lectures were arranged by women's clubs. Seminars on business development and job training were sponsored by men's fraternal organisations. Congregations expanded their traditional spiritual mission to include community education and social services. Even the definition of leisure was changing. Leisure in the affluent 1920s had frequently meant spending money on entertainment, dining out, and the newest technology or fashions. Participation became the new definition of leisure, creating rather than merely consuming, playing games rather than merely watching, and producing music rather than merely listening to it. There was a resurgence of entertainment at home. Reading aloud, playing cards, and getting together around the piano for casual concerts were all enjoyed again by families. Cooking from scratch, needlework, woodworking and gardening, skills that had seemed outdated during the jazz era, regained their status as both useful necessities and sources of fulfillment. Individual success, material accumulation, and competitive achievement, values that had characterized American culture during the boom years, were not lost, but they were replaced by a fresh appreciation of collaboration, frugal living, and community cohesion. From getting ahead to getting through, and from making it big to making do, the cultural narrative started to change. In order to reflect the new realities, language itself changed. The terms economy, thrift, conservation, and cooperation, which had seemed meaningless in prosperous times, gained new significance and urgency as they entered common speech. The language of mutual support and careful management replaced the language of plenty. Children's culture was particularly inventive in its adaptation. Versions of games and toys that could be made at home using readily available materials took the place of those that had previously depended on manufactured materials. Themes of family collaboration, civic duty, and finding joy in small pleasures rather than far-flung adventures or pricey belongings started to appear in children's literature. The new culture was not wholly grim or gloomy. Americans had always been exceptionally adept at finding humour in trying situations, and in the years after the crash, a certain type of comedy emerged that recognised adversity without allowing it to defeat it. Jokes about frugal spending, ingenuity, and surviving on less became a means of coping with challenging situations while preserving spirits. During the modernising 1920s, folk traditions that had appeared to be fading gained new significance. Songs, tales, and traditions that stressed communal values and common sense were brought back to life and modified for the modern era. During uncertain times, the cultural legacy that had appeared antiquated during the jazz era offered continuity and stability. As national consumer culture became less accessible to many families, regional cultures gained importance. After being eclipsed by national brands and mass-produced entertainment, local customs, regional cuisine, and community practices once again gained importance as sources of continuity and identity. During this time, cultural institutions that were able to adapt to new ways of serving their communities, while retaining their fundamental qualities, were the ones that survived and prospered. Museums offered free or low-cost educational programs. Concert halls served as places for the community to come together. Libraries now offer both cultural and practical resources as part of their expanded services. The cultural change even started to show in the way communities looked. Simpler, more functional storefronts replaced the ornate commercial displays that had defined the boom years. As people looked for free or low-cost places to relax and socialise, public spaces were kept up and used more frequently. American society would ultimately undergo a fundamental transformation as a result of the cultural shifts that started in the months after the crash. A more complex culture was replacing the individualistic consumer culture of the 1920s, one that preserved American inventiveness and optimism while embracing lessons about collaboration, environmental preservation, and the value of community support in trying times. This cultural change wasn't quick or consistent. Communities varied in how and how quickly they adapted. However, the general trend was evident. American culture was growing more realistic, grounded, and centered on the kinds of principles that enable societies to withstand adversity while preserving their core identity and optimism for the future. Americans were experiencing what many still hoped would be a brief economic adjustment as 1930 got underway, rather than the start of a 10-year transformation. Although the crash's immediate panic had passed, the underlying changes it had sparked were beginning to take hold and would alter American society for many generations to come. Ordinary people were already establishing the unofficial networks and adaptations that would eventually impact official government programs, even as the legislative and policy responses to the crash were still in their infancy. Local job-sharing agreements, neighbourhood mutual aid organisations and community food cooperatives were all developing naturally out of the pressing needs of those attempting to support their families and communities. A family doctor in Columbus, Ohio, named Dr. James Harrison, found himself treating not only physical ailments, but also the mental anguish brought on by unstable economic conditions. He had never seen so many patients suffering from depression, anxiety, and insomnia. However, he also noticed that people were adjusting to their altered circumstances with incredible inventiveness and resilience. Dr. Harrison started to realise that his responsibilities went beyond providing standard medical care. He ended up acting as an informal social worker for families whose issues were as much financial as medical, advising them on financial choices that had an impact on their health, and putting patients in touch with local resources. Professionals across the nation were replicating his experience, finding that the crash had dissolved the conventional lines between various forms of support and service. The business community was gaining knowledge that would impact American trade for many years to come. Businesses that made it through the initial shock found that community ties and customer loyalty were more valuable than they had thought during the boom years. Companies that had only concentrated on increasing profits had to adjust to a new environment where enduring connections and community standing were more important than immediate profits. Particularly local banks were learning that their contribution to the community went well beyond straightforward business dealings. During uncertain times, bank presidents found themselves acting as unofficial economic advisors, coordinators of community development and sources of stability. Banks that recognised their role as community institutions rather than solely as profit-making businesses were the ones that made it through. Fundamental issues regarding their function in preparing youth for an uncertain future were starting to be raised by educational institutions. The practical and vocational programs of schools that had previously concentrated on academic preparation for white-collar jobs were being expanded. Curricula that prioritized theoretical knowledge over practical skills were being re-examined by universities. The crash made clear how inadequate academic education is at preparing people for economic uncertainty. Students and their families were calling for more hands-on training, a greater focus on skills that would be useful in any economic climate, and improved readiness for the kind of resilience and adaptability that the shifting economy appeared to demand. Labour groups were shifting their priorities from wage talks and working conditions to more general issues like job security and the well-being of the community. As the number of unemployed and underemployed workers started to rise, union leaders found themselves fighting not only for their existing members but also for these newcomers. Work itself was being redefined. The employment expectations and career pathways that had appeared stable in the 1920s were turning out to be more brittle than anyone had expected. Employees were being taught to acquire a variety of skills, to think of their careers in terms of flexibility rather than straight-line advancement, and to see job security as something they had to create rather than something their employers would offer. As a result of shifting social norms and economic necessity, women's roles in families and communities were growing. Women who had never thought of working outside the home were learning how to make money. Women who had previously worked were staying in the workforce longer or going back to work when their family's financial situation demanded it. As everyone had to contribute in whatever way they could due to economic pressure, the traditional division of labour within families was becoming less rigid. Men were forced to learn skills that had previously been viewed as the domain of women. Women's roles were extended beyond traditional household management, and children were given greater responsibility. Community and religious groups were creating new services and programs that would eventually serve as models for social programs run by the government. Churches were setting up systems for food distribution, family counselling, and employment networks. Cooperative businesses, skill-sharing initiatives, and networks of mutual support were being established by community organisations to help people retain their dignity while getting aid. A more realistic view of technology's role in social and economic stability was tempering the technological optimism that had defined the 1920s. Instead of just making life more exciting or opulent, people were learning to value innovations that made life more economical and efficient. Technology as a useful tool replaced technology as a spectacle. A change in agriculture was starting that would eventually change rural America. Farmers were learning to think of themselves as part of larger economic systems rather than as independent operators, to diversify their crops and sources of income, and to use scientific methods to improve efficiency rather than just increase production. New perspectives on agricultural policy and rural development were necessary as a result of the crash's demonstration of the interdependence of the rural and urban economies. Farmers were coming to understand that the health of the larger economy, which bought their goods and met their needs, was just as important to their success as their own hard work. Lessons learned from the crash regarding the significance of community self-sufficiency and economic resilience were starting to be reflected in urban planning and community development. Communities were starting to consider how to preserve vital services and economic opportunities during times of diminished prosperity, and cities were re-evaluating development patterns that had prioritised growth over sustainability. Values and expectations were changing more fundamentally as a result of the cultural changes that had started right after the crash. The 1920s individualistic success culture was giving way to a more nuanced view of success that encompassed not only material success but also family stability, personal resilience and community service. These changes weren't happening consistently or without opposition. Many Americans still held out hope that the crash was merely a brief disruption of regular prosperity rather than a significant change in the state of the economy. However, the changes people were making in their daily lives were establishing new norms and expectations that would have an impact on American culture long after the economy had improved. Eventually, the social programs, business practices, and cultural values that would define American society for the remainder of the 20th century would sprout from the seeds sown during this time of adaptation and adjustment. Formal social safety nets would develop from the unofficial networks of support. Corporate policies would eventually adopt the business practices that prioritized community connection. Instead of being the exception, educational methods that struck a balance between theoretical knowledge and real-world experience would become the standard. Most significantly, Americans were learning that security and prosperity were not something to be taken for granted. But they were also learning that their society had reserves of creativity, resilience, and support for one another that could enable them to deal with uncertainty while preserving their core beliefs and aspirations for the future. As we come to the end of this pivotal time, it's important to consider how the everyday experiences of the 1929 crash and its immediate aftermath continue to impact American life in both overt and covert ways, some reverberating into our own era and others lasting for decades. The lessons learned from the crash stayed with the generation that experienced it as adults. They became the parents who prioritized financial stability over financial opportunity, insisted that their kids acquire practical skills, and saved money instead of spending it. These were the grandparents who maintained well-stocked pantries, who didn't discard anything that might come in handy later, and who defined success not by material possessions but by security. These values were complexly internalized by their children, who grew up during the Great Depression. By emphasizing consistent work, prudent spending, and long-term planning, some people adopted the lessons of caution and thrift and became the cornerstone of America's post-war prosperity. Others rebelled against what they perceived as overly cautious behavior, and they went on to become the risk-takers and entrepreneurs who propelled American innovation in the mid-1900s. Modern American social and economic policy was ultimately built on the institutional reforms that started in the months after the crash. Formal social safety nets developed from unofficial community support networks. Business strategies that prioritized community service and customer relationships evolved into accepted methods of corporate governance. American public education was modeled after educational innovations that struck a balance between academic and practical training. The regulatory frameworks that arose as a direct result of the crash included federal insurance programs, securities oversight, and banking regulation. However, the informal adaptations made by regular people in the immediate aftermath of the crisis served as the basis for these official policies, a fundamental shift in American values that affected everything from family structures to artistic expression was a result of the cultural shifts that started in 1929. A more complex culture emerged from the consumer culture of the 1920s, one that incorporated lessons about the value of community, conservation, and mutual support while retaining American optimism and inventiveness. This era gave rise to literature, music, and art that reflected themes that would reverberate across American society. The value of family and community ties, the dignity of routine labor, the fortitude of individuals confronting extraordinary adversity, and the potential for finding fulfillment and meaning in situations that did not involve material abundance. Communities' responses to the crash varied by region, which led to long-lasting differences in American social and political culture. Communities that established robust customs of mutual aid and community collaboration served as the cornerstone for collective action and the support of social programs. American traditions of entrepreneurship and personal accountability have persisted because of regions that prioritized individual adaptation and self-reliance. Modern macroeconomic policy eventually grew out of the economic theories and methods that arose from the crash's analysis. For many years, government policy was shaped by the realization that economic systems needed active management as opposed to straightforward laissez-faire methods. It became a fundamental premise of American political discourse that the well-being of individuals and communities was linked to the stability of the economy as a whole. The spectacular but unworkable technological advancements of the boom years were frequently outperformed by those that arose during the period of economic constraint in terms of durability and usefulness. Post-crash innovation's emphasis on effectiveness, robustness, and real-world use became a defining characteristic of American technological advancement. Additionally, the crash had a long-lasting impact on Americans' perceptions of risk and security. The relationship between opportunity and danger was better understood by the generation that experienced the immediate aftermath. They improved their ability to spot early indicators of economic instability and strengthened their resolve to keep reserves and backup plans in place in case of emergencies. Libraries that extended their services, churches that created social programs, and schools that balanced academic and practical education were among the community institutions that successfully adjusted to the post-crash environment. These institutions became models that impacted institutional development across the United States. Americans learned from the crash that their most valuable institutions were those that could change to meet the needs of the community in both prosperous and challenging times. The crash's global ramifications and the US response to it created trends that would shape US foreign policy for many years to come. A fundamental tenet of American foreign policy is the recognition of the link between global and domestic economic stability. Everything from trade policy to international development initiatives was impacted by the realization that American prosperity was partially dependent on the state of the world economy. Long-lasting alterations in American gender roles and family structures were also influenced by the crash and its aftermath. Long-term shifts in perceptions of women's potential and opportunities were influenced by the economic necessity that forced women to assume larger roles in both families and communities. More adaptable views of gender norms and family duties resulted from the experiences of men whose traditional roles, as the main breadwinners, were called into question by economic conditions. Although not entirely understood at the time, the crash's effects on the environment were also noteworthy. Early recognition of the significance of sustainable resource use was aided by the emphasis on efficiency and conservation that resulted from economic necessity. Patterns that would later impact agricultural and environmental policy were established by the local food production and consumption that became necessary during times of economic hardship. Most significantly, the crash showed that American society had extraordinary reserves of fortitude, ingenuity, and camaraderie that could be called upon in emergency situations. As models for how communities could handle future difficulties, the unofficial networks and adaptable tactics that developed in the months after the crash became an enduring component of American social infrastructure. The tales of Dr. Harrison, the Kowalski family, Eleanor Murphy, and Tom and Sarah Henderson weren't particularly noteworthy or unique. They symbolized the experiences of millions of Americans who learned that they could adjust to situations they never would have thought possible, finding dignity and meaning in situations that contradicted their fundamental beliefs about safety and prosperity. Their experiences were ingrained in the collective memory of Americans, helping to foster a national awareness that the welfare of the community and individual success were closely related, that prosperity could not be taken for granted, but could be restored with hard work and collaboration, and that the most valuable assets of any society were the moral fibre, inventiveness, and camaraderie of its members. Think about how the 1929 crash story relates to your own life in both overt and covert ways, as you curl up deeper under your blanket and feel the soft weight of sleep starting to take you over. The circumstances that the people we met tonight, Eleanor learning to stretch her salary, Tom Henderson renegotiating his farm loans, the Kowalskis adjusting their small business, and Dr. Harrison deepening his understanding of community service, had to deal with were unprecedented for them, but they were all familiar to anyone who has ever experienced economic uncertainty. Their narrative serves as a reminder that community support and personal resiliency are not merely historical oddities, but rather essential needs. Anyone managing the intricacies of contemporary economic life can still benefit from the unofficial networks of support for one another, the innovative responses to shifting conditions, and the harmony between individual initiative and group responsibility that developed in the wake of the crash. The 1929 crash was more than just a historical occurrence. It was a manifestation of human adaptability and vulnerability. Fragility was brought about by the same forces that brought about prosperity, but the same ingenuity and collaboration that enabled people to weather the crisis also set the stage for stability and expansion in the future. As you fall asleep, you may dream of farmers looking through their account books by lamplight, of ticker tape machines clicking out their cryptic messages, or of families huddled around radio sets that provided both reassuring entertainment and upsetting news. These dreams link you to an ongoing American narrative concerning the interplay between personal aspirations and the well-being of the community, material wealth and personal safety, and the promises of advancement and the realities of human frailty. We can learn from the 1929 crash that economic systems are ultimately human constructs that represent human relationships, values, and decisions. Those who survived the crash learned that their most valuable assets were not their money, but rather their abilities, connections, and ability to support one another. The significance of these resources has not changed since 1929. You will be carrying on the narrative that started long before the crash, and will continue long after our present economic difficulties are resolved, when you wake up tomorrow and examine your own financial status, make your own financial decisions, and engage in your own community networks. The crash serves as a reminder that prosperity is a state that needs ongoing care and attention rather than a destination. Security comes from building the institutions, connections, and abilities that will enable us to deal with any situation that may arise, not from amassing wealth. The crash's most significant lesson, though, may be that people are incredibly resilient, inventive, and adaptive when they cooperate. Anyone dealing with uncertainty or change can learn from the unofficial support systems, innovative solutions to real-world issues, and the harmony between individual initiative and group collaboration that arose following the crash. You can rest easy knowing that you're a part of the ongoing human narrative of adaptability, fortitude, and camaraderie. Although the difficulties you encounter are personal, you're connected to everyone who has ever had to adjust to situations beyond their direct control by the resources you have. Creativity, relationships, community connections, and the collective knowledge of others who have encountered comparable difficulties. The fact that people have always managed to survive, adapt, and even flourish in situations that at first glance seemed insurmountable may be the most consoling realization of all. The people of 1929 had no idea how their story would turn out, but they handled it with honour, ingenuity, and camaraderie, which enabled them to rise above the rubble of what they had lost and create something better. Your ability to adjust, support, and receive support from the communities you're a part of is how their story lives on in yours. Sweet dreams, and may you rest in the knowledge that we still possess the human ability to bounce back and the resiliency that kept our forebears going. The faded colour photographs from 1938 Germany present a paradox. Smiling families at lakeside resorts, industrial workers leaving modern factories with steady paychecks, and cultural festivals celebrating regional traditions. These images clash dramatically with the historical narrative many have internalized. Yet for millions of ordinary Germans, the late 1930s represented not darkness descending, but rather a bewildering economic renaissance. Horst Müller, a machinist from Duisburg, represented a typical experience. After years of humiliating unemployment during the hyperinflation of the Weimar Republic, by 1938, he supervised 12 workers in a steel manufacturing plant. His salary afforded him simple but previously unimaginable luxuries, a small radio, occasional restaurant meals, and a savings account for his family's future. Politics we discussed little, his surviving letters reveal. The feeling was, why question what seems to be working? Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels built this economic transformation, dubbed the German economic miracle, on unsustainable foundations, massive military spending, accumulating foreign debt, and fiscal sleight of hand disguised by the appropriation of Jewish assets and later plundering of foreign resources. But for ordinary Germans like Müller, these macroeconomic realities remained abstracted from daily experience. The contrast with the traumatic post-World War I years proved powerful enough to garner genuine, if contingent, popular support. The regime's cultivation of Volksgemeinschaft, people's community, fostered a paradoxical environment where many Germans simultaneously experienced new forms of social mobility while witnessing increasing exclusion of designated outsiders. Organisations like Kraft durch Freude, Strength Through Joy, offered working-class Germans unprecedented access to leisure activities previously reserved for the wealthy, subsidised cruises, concert tickets, and spa treatments that fostered a sense of national unity and advancement. Helga Schneider, a secretary at a Berlin insurance firm, recorded in her diary, "Attended the Berlin Philharmonic for the first time. Father would never have imagined his daughter in such surroundings. It is strange to think about how much has changed in 5 years. This sense of social transformation created genuine attachment to the regime among many who had previously felt marginalised. The educational system underwent swift transformation. Curriculum changes emphasised Germanic cultural contributions while gradually diminishing humanistic education. Teachers navigated complex allegiances, with many quietly preserving older educational traditions while superficially complying with the ideological mandates. Students found themselves caught between competing value systems, traditional parental values versus new ideological imperatives in classrooms and youth organisations. Religion, contrary to simplified historical accounts, maintained considerable influence. While some Nazi officials envisioned eventually eliminating religious institutions, the pragmatic reality saw complex accommodations. The 1933 Concordat with the Vatican temporarily stabilised Catholic state relations, while Protestant churches fragmented between the regime-aligned German Christians and the oppositional confessing church. Most Germans maintained religious practices, creating compartmentalized belief systems that allowed simultaneous adherence to traditional faith and new ideological commitments. Media transformation proceeded rapidly after 1933. State control of radio broadcasting, film production, and print media created an information environment where alternative perspectives became increasingly inaccessible. Foreign radio broadcasts remained technically available but were criminalized in 1939. The sophisticated propaganda apparatus under Goebbels didn't simply fabricate reality but rather selectively emphasize certain facts while suppressing others, making critical evaluation increasingly difficult for average citizens. As international tensions mounted through 1938 and 9, ordinary Germans responded with complex emotions. The bloodless annexations of Austria and the Sudetenland generated genuine nationalist pride, yet war fears remained pronounced. The generation that had experienced the catastrophic losses of the First World War harboured deep anxieties about renewed conflict. When mobilisation orders finally arrived in August 1939, contemporary accounts reveal more resignation than enthusiasm, a stark contrast to the jubilant crowds of August 1914. As German forces massed on the Polish border, the foundations for catastrophe were set. The economic miracle had created genuine material improvements without sustainable foundations. Ideological indoctrination had proceeded unevenly, but had successfully isolated critical perspectives. Most crucially, the moral framework for evaluating leadership decisions had been systematically undermined. Millions of ordinary Germans became participants in extraordinary crimes, setting the stage. On September 27, 1939, Warsaw capitulated to German forces. As Feldwebel Sergeant Karl Degenhardt wrote home, "The campaign ended so quickly, many of us still have the food rations we packed 3 weeks ago. My company lost just 2 men. Father's stories of the Somme seem like tales from another universe." The Polish campaign established a psychological pattern that would prove devastating in the coming years. Military success came so swiftly and at such minimal cost that it fundamentally altered German perceptions of warfare itself. Unlike the protracted trench warfare of 1914 to 1918 that had traumatized a generation, blitzkrieg victories reinforced a dangerous misconception that modern warfare could be limited, decisive, and relatively bloodless for the victors. This perception would later make the grinding attritional warfare on the Eastern Front all the more psychologically devastating. The domestic experience of these early victories created an atmosphere that historians now term performance legitimacy. The regime's ability to deliver military successes temporarily overshadowed critiques even among those Germans harbouring private reservations. Newsreels showing German forces entering Paris in June 1940 generated authentic national pride across political divides. As one social democratic underground activist reluctantly confessed in a monitored conversation, "I detest everything about them, but I never imagined I would live to see France defeated in 6 weeks." Occupation policies across Western Europe initially reflected strategic restraint more than ideological moderation. In countries deemed racially acceptable, like Denmark, Norway, and parts of France, occupation authorities established what historians now term soft hegemony, maintaining fundamental control while allowing substantial autonomy in non-military matters. This calculated approach minimized resistance while extracting economic benefits at sustainable levels. Food rationing in Germany remained remarkably generous through 1940 and 1941 compared to WW2 standards, creating an illusion of economic sustainability. German civilians received approximately 2,400 calories daily during this period, a stark contrast to the turnip winter of 1916 and 17, when rations fell below 1,000 calories. This relative abundance stemmed from systematic exploitation of occupied territories, particularly Poland, where caloric intake for non-Germans was deliberately depressed to support German consumption. The ethical implications of this comfort remained largely invisible to ordinary Germans. Military success transformed the relationship between the Wehrmacht and the regime. Before 1939, the officer corps had maintained a certain institutional distance from Nazi ideology, preserving vestiges of traditional military values. The unexpected triumph over France shattered this detachment. General Wilhelm Keitel reflected the institutional shift when he declared in July 1940, "The Führer has proven himself a military genius beyond the comprehension of traditional strategy." We are privileged to serve in this historic mission. This subordination of professional military judgment to Hitler's intuitive decision-making would have catastrophic consequences when facing the Soviet Union. Tourism represents an overlooked aspect of early war experiences. Between 1940 and 1941, over 150,000 German civilians visited Paris as tourists, staying in requisitioned hotels and enjoying preferential exchange rates that made luxury goods affordable to middle-class Germans for the first time. Photographs show German families posing at the Eiffel Tower while wearing their best clothes, an experience of imperial tourism that normalised occupation and created an emotional investment in continued German dominance. The absence of significant Allied bombing during this period maintained an artificial barrier between military fronts and civilian experience. Luftwaffe pilot Helmut Bergmann wrote home in October 1940, "We fly daily against England, while our cities remain untouched. The present seems a different kind of war entirely than what grandfather described." This separation of combat from home front experience would collapse dramatically in subsequent years. Educational institutions intensified ideological components as victories accumulated. Chemistry lessons incorporated examples from poison gas development. Mathematics problems calculated bomb trajectories, and literature classes studied only approved texts emphasizing Germanic cultural superiority. This curricular transformation accelerated pre-existing tendencies while systematically eliminating alternative perspectives. Preparations for Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, in early 1941 revealed the first serious resource constraints. Strategic materials like rubber, certain metals, and petroleum products faced increasing restrictions. These limitations were presented to the public as temporary sacrifices necessary for the final great campaign that would secure Germany's resource needs permanently. This framing established a psychological pattern that would persist even as military setbacks accumulated. Present difficulties were always portrayed as temporary obstacles before inevitable victory. As German forces prepared to invade the Soviet Union in June 1941, a fundamental transformation had occurred in German society. Military success had created genuine popular investment and continued expansion. Economic benefits derived from conquest had established material dependencies on the continued occupation. Professional institutions had surrendered critical independence to align with perceived historical momentum. Most crucially, alternative perspectives had been systematically eliminated from public discourse, creating an information environment where even pragmatic assessment of risks became nearly impossible. The German invasion of the Soviet Union on the June 22, 1941, proceeded with such initial momentum that victory appeared inevitable. By early October, Army Group Center had encircled massive Soviet formations at Vyazma and Bryansk, capturing over 600,000 prisoners. German newsreels proclaimed the Soviet military effectively destroyed as a fighting force. Maps displayed in public spaces throughout Germany showed dramatic eastern advances represented by flags and arrows sweeping toward Moscow. This visual propaganda created a widespread expectation that the war would end by Christmas 1941. This expectation made the subsequent winter crisis all the more psychologically devastating. Letters from soldiers on the Eastern Front revealed a shocking transformation. Lieutenant Werner Haas wrote in September 1941, "The campaign proceeds faster than we can follow on our maps." By December, his tone had fundamentally changed. "We sleep in holes scraped in frozen ground. Our equipment fails in this cold. The enemy keeps coming with fresh troops from somewhere." This abrupt reversal shattered confidence across military ranks and created the first significant credibility gap between frontline reality and home front perceptions. The logistical systems sustaining German forces collapsed under the dual pressures of distance and weather. Railway gauges in the Soviet Union differed from European standards, requiring extensive conversion work. Soviet scorched earth policies left few usable resources in captured territories. Most critically, equipment designed for Western European conditions failed catastrophically in extreme cold. Tank engines wouldn't start, weapon lubricants froze, and soldiers suffered frostbite due to inadequate winter clothing. These failures revealed fundamental flaws in German planning assumptions about the campaign's duration and nature. Herbert Richter, a supply officer with the Sixth Army, documented the deterioration. "Our requisition system assumed short transportation distances and rapid victory. We now operate beyond all planned parameters, improvising daily solutions to impossible problems. The German advance stalled not primarily from enemy action, but from internal systemic failures that revealed planning short-sightedness. On the home front, the winter of 1941 and 2 marked the first significant erosion of civilian morale. The Winter Relief Collection, Winterhilfswerk, took on desperate urgency as authorities scrambled to collect warm clothing for freezing troops. This emergency measure inadvertently signalled to observant civilians that the campaign faced unforeseen difficulties. Helene Schmidt, a schoolteacher from Dresden, recorded in her diary, "We are told to donate our warmest items for men fighting in Russia. If the situation was as favourable as reported, why would they need our civilian coats so urgently?" The declaration of war against the United States following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor received surprisingly little attention in German Wikipedia compared to Eastern Front developments. This deliberate minimization reflected leadership awareness that adding another major power to the conflict represented a strategic catastrophe. The few Germans with international perspective recognized the implications immediately. Economist Heinrich Brüning wrote privately, "American industrial capacity alone makes our position ultimately untenable. This decision ranks among history's biggest miscalculations." Resource constraints became increasingly visible throughout 1942. Rubber shortages led to the disappearance of civilian tires. Metal collection drives stripped public spaces of decorative elements. Textile rationing introduced increasingly synthetic fabrics into clothing. These material changes represented daily reminders that the promised short, victorious war had transformed into something far more demanding. Government messaging shifted accordingly, emphasizing resilience rather than imminent triumph. The character of the Eastern Front's fighting degraded moral constraints with shocking rapidity. Surviving letters reveal this transformation. Infantry soldier Friedrich Kellner wrote in July 1941, "We conduct ourselves as a disciplined force representing European civilization." By October, his perspective had shifted drastically. The things occurring here defy description. We have entered a conflict beyond conventional military understanding. This moral degradation stemmed partly from ideological indoctrination, but equally from the extreme conditions troops encountered: constant partisan threats, logistical desperation, and survivalist psychology. The first significant industrial bombing of German cities in 1942 shattered the psychological separation between military fronts and civilian experience. The Lübeck raid of March 1942 destroyed 30% of the historic city centre, raising vivid awareness that Germany itself had become a battleground. Civil defence preparations intensified, with civilians spending increasing time in shelters and basements. Work productivity suffered as sleep deprivation became endemic in targeted areas. Medical systems showed increasing strain throughout 1942. Hospital trains returning from the Eastern Front overwhelmed facilities designed for much lower casualty ration. The wounded became visible throughout German cities. Their presence contradicted official narratives of manageable military challenges. Dr. Elisabeth Kruger, working at a Berlin military hospital, noted, "We receive men with injuries indicating prolonged exposure before treatment, frostbitten limbs requiring amputation, infections advance beyond normal progress. Something is clearly failing in our frontline medical systems. By late 1942, rationing expanded to previously protected categories. Coffee disappeared entirely, replaced by ersatz substitute versions made from roasted grains. Meat allocations dropped below 300 grams weekly. Bread quality deteriorated as wheat flour was extended with potato starch and other fillers. These daily deprivations created a visceral understanding that Germany faced increasing constraint rather than approaching victory. The Stalingrad encirclement in November 1942 represented the decisive psychological turning point, though its full implications weren't immediately comprehended. The regime attempted to frame the situation as a temporary setback within a still viable larger strategy. Radio announcements emphasized heroic resistance rather than strategic catastrophe. This messaging temporarily delayed full public recognition of the disaster's magnitude, but couldn't prevent information leakage through millions of concerned families with relatives in the encircled forces. As 1942 concluded, German society had entered a fundamentally different relationship with the war. The certainties of 1940 had evaporated. Material conditions deteriorated visibly. Information management became increasingly difficult as gaps between official narratives and observable reality widened. Most significantly, the psychological momentum had reversed, rather than anticipating imminent victory. Both military personnel and civilians began adjusting to an open-ended struggle with no clearly articulated endpoint. The foundations for eventual collapse were now firmly established. By early 1943, the confirmation of the Stalingrad disaster forced a fundamental recalibration of German wartime consciousness. The announcement of the Sixth Army's destruction couldn't be disguised as a tactical setback. Over 90,000 men had been lost in a single catastrophic defeat. 3 days of official mourning were declared, an unprecedented acknowledgement of military failure. Public spaces displayed black crepe decorations, while theatres, cinemas, and restaurants closed temporarily. This organised grieving ritual marked a decisive transition point in how Germans understood the war's trajectory. The regime's response centred around Joseph Goebbels' famous Total War speech at the Berlin Sportpalast on February 18, 1943. This carefully choreographed event represented a sophisticated attempt to transform military disaster into psychological mobilization. When Goebbels asked his audience, "Do you want total war?" the enthusiastic affirmative response captured on film reflected not necessarily ideological fanaticism, but rather a psychological mechanism that social psychologists now term escalation of commitment, having invested heavily in the war effort. Many Germans responded to setbacks by increasing rather than questioning their investment. Civilian life underwent accelerated militarization throughout 1943. Work weeks extended to 60-plus hours in armament industries. Women previously exempted from labour service received conscription notices. Children's education increasingly focused on practical war contributions rather than academic content. 16-year-old Eric Kastner recorded his experience. School now consists primarily of salvage collection, air raid response training, and agricultural labour assignments. Actual classroom instruction occupies perhaps 10 hours weekly. Material conditions deteriorated as resource allocation shifted decisively toward military priorities. Civilian clothing production virtually ceased. Families adapted by endlessly modifying existing garments. A dark joke circulated. How do you recognise a 1943 fashion design? It's made from curtains with the rod holes still visible. Building maintenance ended for non-essential structures, with weathering damage left unrepaired. Public transportation operated on reduced schedules, leading to overcrowded vehicles. These daily frictions created cumulative psychological strain that affected productivity and social cohesion. The Allied bombing campaign intensified dramatically, reaching sustained strategic levels by mid-1943. The Hamburg firestorm of July 1943, Operation Gomorrah, killed approximately 37,000 civilians and destroyed over 250,000 homes in a single concentrated attack sequence. The psychological impact extended far beyond Hamburg itself. Citizens throughout Germany now understand that similar destruction could visit their communities at any time. Air raid precautions consumed increasing energy and resources, with substantial portions of the population experiencing chronic sleep deprivation from nighttime alerts. Private correspondence reflects this deteriorating psychological climate. Ursula Maurer, a municipal office worker in Stuttgart, wrote to her evacuated children, "One lives from alert to all-clear signal, sleeping in daytime hours when possible, carrying critical documents and valuables everywhere. Normal life rhythms have dissolved entirely." This perpetual stress state contributed to declining health metrics across the civilian population, with stress-related ailments increasing dramatically. Food security became an increasing concern as agricultural production suffered from manpower shortages and fertilizer constraints. Urban residents established informal networks with rural connections, arranging weekend trips to farming areas for direct food purchases or barter exchanges. Authorities tolerated this technically illegal circumvention of rationing systems, recognizing its necessity for maintaining minimal nutrition standards. By late 1943, official rations provided approximately 1,500 daily calories for normal consumers, technically sufficient for survival, but inadequate for workers performing physical labor. Information management became increasingly challenging for authorities. The Reich Security Main Office documented growing defeatist conversations in public spaces, while intercepted private correspondence revealed declining confidence in official narratives. Rather than direct censorship, which would acknowledge information problems, authorities responded with intensified propaganda, emphasizing miracle weapons under development and potential divisions among Allied powers. These narratives lost credibility among segments of the population who had access to alternative information sources, especially those who could listen to forbidden foreign radio broadcasts. Religious institutions experienced a notable revival during this period. Church attendance increased significantly in both Protestant and Catholic congregations, with religious authorities carefully balancing spiritual comfort against regime opposition. Pastor Dietrich Bonhoeffer's secret seminary activities represented the most organized theological resistance, but thousands of local clergy provided more subtle moral alternatives to official worldviews. This religious revitalization represented a significant cultural current running counter to the regime's totalitarian aspirations. The family unit underwent profound transformations as female-headed households became the norm rather than the exception. With most working-age men in military service, women assumed unprecedented responsibilities managing family finances, making educational decisions, and maintaining property. This practical experience contradicted official gender ideology, while creating post-war expectations that would prove impossible to reverse. Sociologist Elizabeth Heinemann terms this the negotiated patriarchy, nominal adherence to traditional gender roles while practical circumstances required their systematic violation. By late 1943, German society existed in a state of contradictory consciousness. Official rhetoric maintained victory remained achievable, while daily experience provided mounting evidence of unsustainable decline. This cognitive dissonance produced social behaviours that external observers often misinterpreted as fanaticism, but actually represented adaptive mechanisms for navigating impossible contradictions. German society had entered a condition of paradoxical functionality, maintaining productive activity while fundamental systems degraded beneath the surface. This tenuous equilibrium would face even greater challenges as military reversals accelerated in the coming year. The Allied landings in Normandy on June 6, 1944, shattered a critical psychological bulwark. Since 1940, German propaganda had emphasized the impregnability of the Atlantic Wall defensive system. Elaborate media reports had showcased massive concrete bunkers, underwater obstacles, and dense minefields supposedly making invasion impossible. When Anglo-American forces established a viable beachhead despite these defences, the credibility gap between official claims and observable reality widened irreparably. Heinz Guderian later wrote, "The psychological impact of the successful invasion exceeded its immediate military significance. It demonstrated that nothing proclaimed impossible by our leadership was actually beyond Allied capabilities." The assassination attempt against Hitler on the July 20th, 1944 revealed deep fractures within the German elite that had been carefully concealed from public view. The involvement of senior military officers, aristocrats, diplomats and civil servants contradicted the image of unified national purpose carefully cultivated since 1933. The regime's response, approximately 5,000 executions and 7,000 arrests, represents an unprecedented internal security crisis requiring substantial resources diverted from military needs. This internal purge particularly devastated professional military leadership, removing experienced officers during a period of maximal external threat. Industrial production achieved paradoxical peak outputs in mid-1944, despite intensifying Allied bombing. Albert Speer's rationalization initiatives, coupled with the exploitation of approximately 7.6 million foreign forced labourers, temporarily offset resource limitations. This production miracle created false confidence among some leadership circles while masking fundamental systemic vulnerabilities. The transportation infrastructure supporting this industrial output, particularly railways and canals, faced increasing disruption from precision bombing, creating distribution bottlenecks that left finished weapons stranded at production facilities. Foreign workers represented an increasingly visible presence throughout Germany, creating complex daily interactions that contradicted racial ideology. By 1944, approximately 1/4 of the German workforce consisted of foreign nationals, some voluntary workers from Allied or neutral countries, others conscripted labourers, and still others concentration camp inmates allocated to industrial enterprises. While official policy mandated strict separation, Practical necessity required working relationships that sometimes developed into human connections despite severe penalties. Factory supervisor Wilhelm Hauser recorded, "Theory dictates minimum interaction with Polish workers. Reality requires teaching them machinery operation, which inevitably leads to conversation beyond technical matters." The Soviet summer offensive, Operation Bagration, beginning June 22, 1944, destroyed Army Group Center, inflicting losses from which the Wehrmacht never recovered. The scale of this disaster surpassed even Stalingrad. With approximately 350,000 German casualties in a 5-week period, the psychological impact was magnified by the timing, occurring simultaneously with the Normandy campaign. It created inescapable awareness that Germany faced overwhelming pressure on multiple fronts without adequate resources for effective response. Military communications from this period reflect dawning recognition of inevitable defeat among field commanders, though such assessments remained criminalized if expressed officially. Civilian evacuation programs expanded dramatically as the eastern territories became threatened. Approximately 1.8 million Germans fled from East Prussia, Silesia and other eastern regions in late 1944, creating massive resource demands for temporary housing, food distribution, and administrative services in receiving areas already under severe strain. These refugee populations brought first-hand accounts of the military collapse that contradicted sanitized official information, accelerating awareness of the strategic situation among Western German populations previously insulated from direct war effects. Transportation systems approached systemic failure by autumn 1944. Allied bombing specifically targeted railway junctions, bridges, and canal locks, creating cascading disruptions throughout the logistics network. Coal deliveries to urban areas became increasingly unreliable, leading to heating restrictions even before winter weather arrived. The ripple effects extended through all sectors. Industrial production declined despite available raw materials and labour. Food distribution suffered despite adequate harvests in some regions. Military units received decreasing supply percentages despite prioritization efforts. This logistical unravelling represented the practical manifestation of strategic defeat that theoretical analyses had predicted months earlier. Propaganda messaging underwent subtle but significant evolution, emphasizing endurance rather than victory. The concept of holding out durchhalten replaced previous narratives of inevitable triumph. References to historical examples of national resilience became prominent, particularly the 7 Years' War when Frederick the Great's Prussia had survived, despite seemingly hopeless military circumstances. This messaging shift implicitly acknowledged the deteriorating situation while attempting to maintain civilian cooperation with increasingly desperate measures. The Volkssturm, People's Storm Militia, established in September 1944, represented both practical military desperation and psychological manipulation. By conscripting males between 16 to 60 previously exempted from service, authorities gained approximately 175,000 poorly trained personnel while simultaneously creating broader investment in continued resistance. The psychological calculation proved partly successful. Families with Volkssturm members felt an increased commitment to defence measures despite recognition of the overall strategic situation. This force was militarily ineffective but played a socially significant role in maintaining civil functioning during the accelerating collapse. Christmas 1914 marked a poignant psychological milestone. Despite unprecedented material shortages, families maintained holiday traditions with remarkable determination. Surviving records show elaborate efforts to create meaningful celebrations, decorations manufactured from salvaged materials, gifts fashioned from repurposed items, special meals assembled from hoarded ration portions. This determination reflected not necessarily ideological commitment, but rather psychological necessity, maintaining cultural continuity amid disintegration. The contrast between these intimate celebrations and the catastrophic military situation, the Ardennes offensive had already stalled, created a dissociative experience that many survivors later struggled to articulate coherently. As 1944 concluded, German society existed in multiple contradictory realities simultaneously. Military defeat had become mathematically inevitable given resource disparities and territorial losses. Yet daily life continued with remarkable functionality in areas not directly affected by combat. Institutional structures maintained operational continuity despite leadership losses and resource constraints. Individual Germans navigated impossible ethical dilemmas with varying degrees of compromise and resistance. This complex condition, functioning organizations within a failing system and ethical individuals within a criminal state, defies simplified historical categorization and continues to challenge historical understanding decades later. January 1945 marked the beginning of comprehensive system collapse. The Soviet Vistula-Oder offensive, launched on January 12th, represented warfare of unprecedented ferocity on German soil. Civilized behaviors deteriorated rapidly on all sides. Johannes Henschel, a municipal administrator in East Prussia, documented the psychological environment. Survival replaced all other considerations. Those with transportation fled westward immediately. Those without became desperate beyond description. Civil authority ceased functioning entirely within hours. This dissolution of organized society occurred with shocking rapidity in eastern regions, creating behavioral dynamics that institutional structures had previously constrained. The refugee crisis reached catastrophic proportions. Approximately 8.5 million Germans fled westward during the war's final months, most during harsh winter conditions with minimal provisions. The Baltic Sea evacuation Operation Hannibal moved approximately 2 million civilians from East Prussia and surrounding regions despite Soviet submarine attacks that produced maritime disasters like the Wilhelm Gustloff sinking, 9,400 deaths. These desperate population movements created overwhelming humanitarian challenges and hindered effective defence preparations in the western regions that were receiving this influx of people. Allied bombing reached maximum intensity during this period, targeting mid-sized cities previously spared systematic destruction. The Dresden firebombing of February 13 to 15, 1945, killed approximately 25,000 civilians and devastated a city swollen with refugees. Similar attacks struck Pforzheim, Würzburg, and dozens of smaller communities with limited military significance. This final bombing phase created profound psychological trauma that post-war German society struggled for decades to process adequately. The apparent purposelessness of destruction at this late stage generated lasting moral questions that transcended typical war narratives. Resource systems collapsed entirely. Food distribution became localized and irregular. Municipal water and sanitation services functioned intermittently. Electricity availability declined to a few hours daily in most regions. Medical supplies disappeared from civilian facilities. Currency effectively lost practical value, replaced by direct barter arrangements for essential items. Despite these catastrophic conditions, remarkable instances of organizational continuity persisted. Hospital Administrator Ruth Elke documented, "We maintained surgical services despite lacking basic antiseptics. Staff performed procedures during daylight hours due to frequent electricity failures. Instead of using supply systems, staff gardens provide food to patients. Medicine continues amid societal collapse." Military-age males faced impossible choices. Desertion rates increased dramatically despite field executions for undermining military morale. Approximately 30,000 German soldiers were executed for disciplinary violations during the war, with the majority occurring during these final months. Many soldiers sought medical excuses, self-inflicted injuries, or unauthorized home visits rather than formal desertion. Others continued fighting despite recognizing strategic hopelessness, motivated by unit cohesion rather than ideological commitment. This complex response pattern defies simple categorization as either fanaticism or resistance. Most participants navigated impossible ethical terrain with limited available options. Leadership psychology deteriorated markedly. Hitler's physical decline accelerated following the July 1944 assassination attempt, with witnesses describing trembling hands, shuffling gait, and increasing detachment from operational realities. His strategic directives became increasingly divorced from military capabilities, often ordering non-existent units to conduct impossible operations. This leadership collapse created a vacuum filled by competing power centers. Himmler, Bormann, Goebbels, and various military factions pursued contradictory agendas while maintaining nominal loyalty. This fragmentation prevented coordinated surrender negotiations that might have limited final phase destruction. The concentration camp system underwent frantic evacuation as Allied forces approached, producing notorious death marches with extraordinary mortality rates. Camp guards forced inmates to walk westward in harsh winter conditions with minimal provisions. executing those unable to maintain pace. Approximately 250,000 prisoners died during these evacuations. German civilians and communities along these routes faced moral decisions about intervention, assistance, or passive observation, choices many would later struggle to explain satisfactorily during post-war accounting. This final phase of systematic atrocity occurred amid broader societal disintegration, creating complex moral entanglements between perpetrators, victims, and bystanders. Children experienced particularly severe psychological trauma during this period. With schools closed indefinitely, normal developmental structures disappeared. Many youths assumed adult responsibilities managing households with absent parents. The Hitler Youth Organization transformed from ideological indoctrination into practical military auxiliary, with teenagers operating anti-aircraft batteries, serving as courier runners, and providing emergency services during bombing raids. This militarization of childhood created lasting psychological effects that psychiatrists would document for decades afterward. Religious resources provided crucial psychological support for many Germans during this terminal phase. Church attendance reached unprecedented levels despite building damage and clergy shortages. Improvised worship services occurred in basements, bunkers, and damaged sanctuaries. Theology emphasized apocalyptic themes, while providing frameworks for understanding suffering outside political narratives. Pastor Ernst Neuwirth recorded, "People who never previously showed religious interest now crowd our damaged church. They seek meaning system that transcends immediate catastrophe." This religious revival represented significant movement away from state ideology toward alternative value frameworks. As Allied forces penetrated deeper into Germany, civilian encounters with Western troops often contradicted propaganda expectations. Wehrmacht veteran Heinrich Böll later wrote, "American soldiers distributing chocolate to children did more to demolish Nazi ideology than 12 years of opposition could accomplish. These direct interactions revealed enemy monsters as recognizably human, accelerating psychological separation from regime narratives." Soviet zone experiences often proved dramatically different, with widespread atrocities creating lasting trauma that shaped post-war political alignments. Hitler's suicide on April 30th, 1945, followed by Germany's unconditional surrender on May 8th, created the formal endpoint of the Nazi state. However, the psychological process of regime collapse had occurred unevenly across German society over the preceding months, and would continue long afterward. Military historian Joachim Fest noted, "Germany experienced not one surrender, but thousands of local capitulations occurring at different moments for different reasons." This fragmented ending created inconsistent experiences that complicated post-war memory formation and accountability processes. The war's conclusion found German society in catastrophic material condition. Approximately 20% of housing stock had been destroyed, transportation infrastructure had collapsed, industrial production had ceased almost entirely, food production had fallen to approximately 35% of pre-war levels. Beyond physical devastation, the psychological condition proved equally damaged. Collective trauma, disrupted identity formations, and moral compromise created lasting effects that would shape German development for generations. The societal challenge transitioned from military conflict to fundamental questions of physical survival, ethical reconstruction, and cultural meaning-making amid unprecedented devastation. The immediate post-surrender period created experiences that defied conventional categories of peace or post-war for most Germans. Daily existence centered on basic survival challenges rather than political reorientation. Caloric intake in the British and American occupation zones averaged approximately 1,200 daily calories through 1945, and 6 above starvation levels, but producing chronic malnutrition and associated health conditions. Housing shortages forced multiple families into damaged dwellings designed for single households. Fuel scarcity made winter heating incomplete, while destroyed infrastructure limited basic sanitation. These material conditions created a persistent emergency mentality that hindered the community's ability to psychologically process recent events. The currency collapse produced economic conditions that normalized irregular transactions. The cigarette emerged as the functional monetary unit, with complex exchange rate systems developing spontaneously. A skilled worker's daily wage might purchase 2 cigarettes, which could be traded for £3 of potatoes or half a pound of butter on grey markets. This economic disruption particularly disadvantaged those lacking access to agricultural connections or valuable trade items, especially the urban elderly and war widows. Social worker Emma Wieskirch noted, "Those who survived bombing and invasion now face starvation amid technical peace. Many question whether survival itself constitutes victory." Denazification procedures created profound ambiguity for individuals navigating occupation systems. The classification categories, major offenders, offenders, lesser offenders, followers, exonerated, required complex documentation, character, witnesses, and narrative explanations of past activities. This process generated what historian Norbert Frey terms exculpatory creativity, retrospective reinterpretation of actions within acceptable frameworks. By 1948, approximately 25% of adult Germans had completed some form of denazification procedure, creating inconsistent accountability that satisfied neither justice requirements nor practical reintegration needs. Family reunification proceeded unevenly, as approximately 11 million military personnel returned from captivity over several years. Soviet prisoners, in particular, extended detention, with the last of them returning only in 1945. These delayed homecomings created complex reintegration challenges, as families had established new functional patterns during men's absence. Psychologist Alexander Mitscherlich documented widespread reintegration syndrome, psychological difficulties as returning men encountered wives and children who had developed independence and decisional autonomy. Children often struggled with fathers they barely remembered or never knew, creating intergenerational communication barriers that persisted for decades. The Stunde Null 0-hour concept emerged as psychological framework for managing recent past. This metaphor suggested complete historical rupture, dividing experience into separate before and after periods with minimal continuity. While historically inaccurate, this conceptualization provided psychological utility by allowing compartmentalization of uncomfortable memories and moral compromises. Historian Konrad Jarausch identifies the practice as protective periodization, creating mental boundaries that facilitated daily functioning while postponing genuine historical reckoning. This separation particularly manifested in family silence about Nazi-era experiences, creating what psychologists later termed the communicative gap. Many German households established implicit rules against discussing certain topics, particularly personal involvement in Nazi organizations, knowledge of atrocities, or moral compromises made during the regime years. Children born after 1945 often reported growing up with nebulous understanding of their parents' war experiences, receiving fragmentary or sanitized accounts that emphasize suffering rather than agency. This intergenerational silence created psychological inheritance patterns that psychoanalyst Nicolas Barbian called transmitted trauma. Younger generations experiencing emotional disturbances from events they never personally witnessed, but absorbed through family dynamics. The silence about the Nazi past within families reflected a broader societal pattern where public discourse focused overwhelmingly on German suffering, bombing, expulsion from Eastern territories, post-war hardships, while minimizing questions of complicity or responsibility. This selective memory approach allowed many Germans to navigate daily existence without crippling guilt, but created substantial barriers to genuine moral reckoning that would only be confronted decades later by subsequent generations. Imagine yourself carrying everything you own on your back while you slog through another muddy valley, your goatskin boots squelching with each step. Once more, your stomach rumbles, your shoulders hurt, and to be honest, you're growing weary of living a nomadic lifestyle. Does that sound familiar? Perhaps not precisely, but your distant ancestors were conversing with themselves about 9,000 years ago. You see, people had been perfectly happy to roam around like perpetual tourists without guidebooks for thousands of years. They would hunt anything that didn't hunt them back, pick berries, follow the herds, and generally take each day as it came. Yes, it was easy, but it was also tiring. Imagine never being able to say, "Honey, I'm home," because your home was wherever you collapsed that evening. Then, something magical occurred in what is now known as the Fertile Crescent, though no one was referring to it as such at the time because, well, no one had yet come up with appropriate names for regions. It would all change when a clever human named Bob, because every good story needs a Bob, discovered that plants could be trained. Not trained in the sense that if you planted seeds in the same spot and gave them proper care, they would grow there year after year, but not trained in the same way as your neighbour's overly eager golden retriever. Really revolutionary stuff. Bob most likely thought, well, this changes everything, as he stood there gazing at his first successful wheat patch. And it did. Because a funny thing happened when Bob realised he could grow his own food rather than chasing it around the countryside. He became lethargic. Lazy, but in a good way. Like, you know what? I'm tired of walking everywhere. What if I just stayed here? Bob thus constructed a small shelter for himself. It was simple, and likely resembled a beaver dam created by someone who had never seen a beaver in person. However, it belonged to him. Additionally, when other roving humans discovered Bob's setup, they experienced what scientists refer to as a light bulb moment, though it was more of a flickering torch moment, because light bulbs wouldn't be invented for another 8,900 years. Since truly good tools had not yet been created, these early settlers weren't the sharpest tools in the shed, but they knew when something was good. Bob soon had neighbours. Then there were neighbours for Bob's neighbours. They had themselves a real settlement before anyone really understood what was going on. You would be mistaken to believe that the earliest permanent settlements were all sunshine and rainbows from prehistory. There were difficulties associated with permanent residence that no one had considered when they were travelling, such as how to dispose of trash. Garbage is simple when you're nomadic. You simply leave it behind and let nature take care of it. However, when you remain in one place, the fish bones of yesterday turn into a pest problem of today. Then there was the whole personal space problem. It takes some getting used to being within spitting distance of your neighbour when you're used to having the whole wilderness as your backyard. It's likely that prehistoric HOA conflicts began earlier than you might imagine. However, something amazing was taking place in spite of these growing pains. People had enough stability for the first time in human history to begin planning for the coming week, the coming season, and even tomorrow. They could plan, store food, and start creating the kinds of innovations that only occur when you're not always concerned with where you're going to eat next or how you're not going to become someone else's next meal. Creating civilization as we know it was not the goal of the first city builders. They simply wanted to stop walking so much and perhaps grow their own lunch because they were exhausted. Unbeknownst to them, they were establishing the foundation for everything that would come after. Philosophy, literature, art, and eventually drive-through coffee shops. But one muddy brick at a time, that's precisely what they did. Now that you're a part of Bob's expanding community, you're beginning to understand that the whole staying in one place thing is more difficult than anyone thought. Although you no longer have to bear the burden of your life, you now face new challenges that your nomadic forebears did not face. For example, when 30 families decide they must share a water source, or when all crops are ready at the same time and you find yourself with more grain than you can use. The first actual city builders were essentially making it up as they went along, and we're talking about places like Çatalhöyük in modern-day Turkey, circa 7,500 BCE. Imagine attempting to resolve issues that have never been encountered before without the aid of Google, instruction manuals, or even a rudimentary knowledge of terms like urban planning or waste management. Consider housing. Your home is whatever makeshift shelter you can improvise when you're on the move. However, long-term housing, it had never been done before. The residents of Çatalhöyük devised a solution that would confound contemporary city planners. They constructed their homes in a way that resembled a massive prehistoric apartment complex, and then, and this is the best part, they turned the rooftops into streets. Yes, exactly. It seems that front doors were overpriced. To visit your neighbour, you had to ascend to your roof, cross a number of other roofs, and then descend through their ceiling. It may sound crazy, but it actually fixed multiple issues at once. Long before germs were a thing, there was built-in social distancing, no wasted space on streets, and easy defence against intruders. Try attacking a city when the only way in is through someone's skylight. Of course, there were problems with this system. Have you forgotten anything at home? To go back and retrieve it would require a lot of roof climbing. Are you throwing a party? I hope the dozens of people tramping across your downstairs neighbour's ceiling won't bother them, and don't even consider what happened when someone had to make their way home across a dozen slick rooftops in the dark after consuming too much fermented grain beverage. Even though their inventions may seem strange to us, the truly amazing thing about these early city builders is that they were highly practical innovators. They discovered ways to keep their communities clean enough to prevent disease, how to store grain without it going bad, and how to divide up labour so that not everyone had to work on the land all the time. This final section was enormous. Having dependable food storage allows some people to focus on other things instead of worrying about what to eat for dinner the following week, such as developing better tools, producing art, or determining more effective methods for building homes. The first true economy emerged along with specialisation. Around this time, you most likely began to see the first prehistoric business people. Someone who was very skilled at making stone axes discovered that he could exchange them for pottery, grain, or anything else he needed. Someone else became the first unofficial mayor of the settlement after realising they had a talent for planning community projects. Congratulations, you've just created accounting. Someone else proved to be very adept at keeping track of who owed what to whom. However, specialisation brought with it new social dynamics for which no one was ready. In a hunter-gatherer society, everyone is essentially on an equal footing. Everyone is doing about the same thing, even though some people may be better hunters or gatherers than others. However, social stratification occurs when Ugg controls the grain supply, and Grok produces the best pottery in town. In fact, the archaeological evidence indicates that these early settlements managed this quite effectively. Places like Çatalhöyük lack grand palaces and overt indications of extreme inequality. People appeared to have an innate understanding that everyone was participating in this experiment together, and that maintaining relative equality was better for everyone's survival. You can still picture the conversations around the communal fire. But I work just as hard gathering berries. Yes, but anyone can gather berries. Not everyone can make pots that don't fall apart. So, because good pots are hard to make and we need them, why does Grok get extra grain just because his pots don't leak? Thus began the first labour disputes, which were likely resolved by the most diplomatic person who could persuade everyone to stop fighting and come up with a reasonable solution. The seeds of group decision-making were undoubtedly being sown, even though democracy was still thousands of years away. Now that you're truly getting used to city life, you're learning that sharing living quarters with hundreds of other people presents difficulties that would make any contemporary urban planner cry into their coffee. These were people who were figuring out civilization from scratch, one awkward neighbour interaction at a time. Keep in mind that they weren't raised with an understanding of ideas like shared resources or community standards. Let's discuss what transpired after settlements grew past the point at which everyone knows everyone else's business. Social pressure is a good way to keep people in line in a small group. When everyone else can see exactly what you're doing all day, nobody wants to be the one who doesn't do their share. However, anonymity begins to creep in when your settlement reaches several hundred residents, and the first freeloaders arrive along with anonymity. You know the kind, the archaic counterpart of your neighbour who takes your lawnmower and never gives it back. However, in this instance, it's more akin to the individual who consumes food from the communal grain stores but never helps with the harvest. Modern HR departments would be proud of the accountability systems these early cities had to devise. By 8000 BCE, settlements were facing problems that seem surprisingly contemporary, according to archaeological evidence from sites like Jericho, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. For example, property disputes. People start to care a lot about who owns what when land becomes valuable, due to its fertility or advantageous location. Neighbours attempting to determine precisely where one family's plot ended and another's began likely conducted the initial surveying rather than experts with sophisticated equipment. Then there is the intriguing evolution of the first public works initiatives. You live in a settlement that has gotten so big that individual families are no longer able to keep up the infrastructure. A well that supplies water to 50 people requires different upkeep than one that supplies water to 5 families. All of a sudden you have to plan, coordinate and get ready, pay your first taxes. The complaints likely reverberated throughout the settlement for weeks. Imagine having to stand up at the community meeting and say, "So folks, we need everyone to contribute extra grain this season, because we're going to hire Grok and his sons to spend the next month fixing the irrigation channels instead of farming." However, these early urban dwellers managed to figure it out somehow. They likely created more complex collective decision-making systems than we realise. According to recent archaeological findings, many early settlements had places set aside for community meetings, which are the precursors of city councils and town halls. Naturally, things did not go as planned. The first waves of crime will occur when hundreds of people are brought together and given the first taste of material prosperity in human history. Definitely theft, but not necessarily violent crime. Temptation becomes quite alluring when you know exactly where your neighbour keeps their exceptionally well-made tools or a beautiful collection of pottery. Usually the response to this was imaginative and focused on the community. Most settlements relied on what we might call restorative justice, making the wrongdoer make amends with the person they wronged and the community at large, instead of creating intricate legal systems right away. You may end up working someone else's fields for a season, in addition to your own if you steal their grain. The speed at which these settlements established networks of trade is truly amazing. By 7000 BCE, seashells from the Mediterranean are beginning to appear in inland communities, and obsidian from Turkey is beginning to appear in settlements hundreds of miles away. This was a systematic exchange that required standardization, trust, and most likely the earliest credit systems. It was not merely sporadic trading. Consider this. Without written contracts, without legal enforcement, without any of the systems we take for granted, these early cities developed international commerce. Someone in your settlement is trusted enough by people days away to show up with a cart full of grain and say, "I'll take those obsidian blades now, and my cousin will be by next month with the pottery we owe you." Most astonishingly, though, they were beginning to create culture, not just a means of survival, but real art, music, and narrative. Archaeologists discover musical instruments, decorated pottery, and carved figurines when excavating these early settlements. Individuals who had only been living hand-to-mouth for a few generations were investing time and money in expression, creativity, and beauty. Even though you were probably unaware of it at the time, you were seeing the beginning of civilization. You believed that you were merely attempting to find a peaceful way to coexist with your growing number of neighbours. Living in the first real cities in human history required the acquisition of skills that were never necessary for a nomadic lifestyle, such as how to coexist with people you didn't want to be around, how to settle conflicts without just relocating to a different area, and how to organise activities among hundreds of people who all had different opinions about how things should be done. It felt like the first and most important group project in history, and no one had ever worked on a group project before. Settlements in locations like Çatalhöyük had expanded to accommodate several thousand people by approximately 6500 BCE. To put that into perspective, these early city dwellers were in charge of populations that were bigger than those of many small towns in the modern era, but they lacked the social, legal and governmental frameworks that we take for granted. They were making it up as they went along, and it was working somehow. Just think of the logistics. Organising the production and distribution of food for thousands of people, controlling water supplies, disposing of waste, and preserving the types of specialised crafts that were transforming these settlements into thriving commercial hubs. To address these issues, contemporary city planners rely on decades of urban theory and computer models. Common sense, trial and error, and most likely a great deal of intense community meetings were employed by your ancestors. The idea of communal work parties was one of the most creative solutions these early cities came up with. Do you need the walls of the settlement repaired? For a few days, everyone helps out. Is it harvest time? To efficiently harvest everyone's crops, the entire community pitches in. Large-scale building project. To boost spirits, turn it into a social gathering that combines a work party with food, music, and most likely some sort of fermented beverage. These were the best examples of social engineering, not just workable fixes. These early cities strengthened social ties, gave people a stake in shared infrastructure, and provided opportunities for various families and craft experts to collaborate and exchange knowledge by making major projects community events. But since things undoubtedly went wrong in any community with a population of several thousand, let's discuss what transpired when things went wrong. Property disputes, disputes over the distribution of resources, disputes between various craft experts, and the occasional outburst of animosity. These early cities had to find innovative ways to resolve disputes because they lacked police departments, judicial systems, and established legal precedents. Archaeological evidence indicates they became highly skilled at it. The majority of early settlements appear to have preferred strategies that focused on community harmony and restoration over the development of punitive justice systems. Has someone ruined your property? They fix it and give you a little extra to make up for the trouble. Does someone interfere with community service projects? To show their dedication to the group, they take on additional responsibilities. The way these communities dealt with repeat offenders, those who simply couldn't or wouldn't adjust to city life, is especially intriguing. The majority of settlements appear to have employed banishment as a last resort rather than execution or permanent imprisonment, which would have required a significant amount of resources and possibly caused instability. In essence, you are free to return to the nomadic lifestyle if you are unable to learn how to coexist with others. Although this may sound harsh, it was surprisingly effective and humane for its time. People were typically sufficiently motivated to resolve their differences by the prospect of losing the safety, wealth, and social ties that came with living in a city. The first true economic systems were being developed in these early cities at the same time. Real market economies with standardized weights, measures, and most likely early forms of currency existed in addition to trading and bartering. By 6000 BCE, according to archaeological evidence, some societies were representing different quantities of different goods with standardized clay tokens. These were essentially the earliest accounting systems. Some intriguing social developments resulted from this. Wealth could be amassed and preserved in ways other than immediate material belongings for the first time in human history. Someone who is especially skilled at arranging trade relations could become not just well-fed but truly prosperous. Due to skill, ingenuity, and hard work rather than luck or physical prowess, your children may have a better life than you did. This is the first instance of true social mobility. However, prosperity also brought with it new difficulties. When there is a real, substantial item to inherit, how do you handle it? What occurs when a family's wealth surpasses that of their neighbours? When some people have more resources than others, how can community cohesion be preserved? These early city builders demonstrated extraordinary sophistication in navigating these difficulties. The majority of settlements established robust customs whereby affluent families assumed more responsibility for the well-being of the community by organising celebrations, making larger contributions to public works projects, and generally allocating their resources in ways that were advantageous to all. It was enlightened self-interest. The best way to safeguard your own prosperity was to maintain the stability and prosperity of the entire community. One resolved issue at a time. You witnessed the development of civilization. When the first person chose to stop wandering and sow some seeds, your little experimental settlement grew into something that no one could have predicted at that time. Something amazing has occurred in your community of several thousand people. Not everyone must spend their days worrying about the necessities of life. For the first time in human history, there is enough food surplus and stability for people to focus on mastering particular skills. Your ancestors unintentionally created what is now known as the division of labour here. And believe me when I say that it was revolutionary in ways that are difficult for us to understand from a modern standpoint. Nobody can be truly good at one thing when everyone must be a generalist. Hunting, gathering, making their own tools, building their own shelters, etc. However, Grok's pottery becomes wonderful when he's able to spend every day creating pottery while someone else grows his food and builds his home. And by amazing, I mean it. Around 6000 BCE, settlements like Çatalhöyük produced pottery, tools, textiles and artwork that were so advanced that they would have made contemporary craftspeople jealous. These weren't people who made rudimentary practical things to make ends meet. These were master craftspeople and artists who had the time and financial means to hone their craft and advance it. However, specialization brought about issues that no one had foreseen. Leadership is typically situational and informal when everyone knows how to do everything. The person with the most knowledge of the current issue assumes leadership. But who is in charge of what when there are master potters, skilled farmers, skilled builders, talented traders, and gifted organisers all residing in the same place? More significantly, how do you organise all these experts so they collaborate rather than just follow their own interests? Your ancestors had to invent management in this situation, and they did so without the aid of leadership seminars or business schools. They discovered via trial and error that different kinds of decisions required different kinds of expertise. Organising the harvest, pay attention to the farmers, putting together a large-scale construction project. The builders are knowledgeable, engaging in negotiations with alternative settlements. It's time to speak with your top diplomats and traders. The result was likely the earliest instance of representative decision-making in human history. It would be more akin to a council of experts, with various experts leading decisions in their respective fields rather than democracy as we know it. It was realistic, adaptable, and surprisingly successful at handling intricate communities. Naturally, the first true class divisions in human society were also brought about by this explosion of specialization. Certain specializations were more valuable than others, some required more training or skill, and some allowed individuals to have a greater say in decisions made in the community. Someone whose job it was to carry water or clean communal areas was in a different social position than the person who could make the obsidian blades that everyone needed for harvesting. The intriguing thing is that, according to archaeological evidence, these early cities maintained comparatively egalitarian values even as social stratification emerged. For example, the size and construction of the homes in Çatalhöyük are remarkably consistent. While others lived in hovels, even those with the most valuable skills did not live in palaces. It was acknowledged that for anyone to succeed, the community as a whole had to prosper. Additionally, trade networks truly took off at this time. You have the foundation for long-term trading relationships when your community produces the best pottery in the area, your neighbour makes the best stone tools, and the settlement across the valley has learned how to work metal. Goods were transported hundreds of miles between settlements, according to archaeological evidence, indicating that people were travelling farther, communicating more, and gaining a more complex understanding of the world at large. Nor were these networks of trade limited to the sale of goods. They served as channels for concepts, methods, and advancements. A new pottery firing technique created in one community would spread to others. Innovations in agriculture, building methods, and artistic styles all followed the same routes that brought grain, textiles, and obsidian. Though it was happening at walking speed instead of light speed, you were living through the first information age in human history. Knowledge and innovation could, for the first time, spread more quickly than the rate of cultural change and human migration. Instead of taking a few generations, a breakthrough in one settlement could reach communities hundreds of miles away in a matter of seasons. Most astonishing of all, though, these early cities were creating the first educational systems. You need to find ways to transfer skills to the next generation when they become specialized and valuable. This was the beginning of informal schools, mentoring relationships, and apprenticeships. The first meritocratic institutions in human history were established when parents who were skilled artisans began to accept students from outside their own families. Your kids may acquire abilities you never had, pursue careers that didn't exist when you were a kid, and reach levels of proficiency that would have been unthinkable in the nomadic society your grandparents were accustomed to. One apprenticeship at a time, social mobility was being created. There you are, surrounded by thousands of people, intricate social structures, sophisticated crafts, and a degree of prosperity that would have seemed unthinkable to your nomadic great-grandparents, and you are living in what has evolved into a true city. However, your city is no longer alone. Similar urban living experiments are spreading throughout the Fertile Crescent and, increasingly, other parts of the world, and eventually these cities begin to take notice of one another. Contact between settlements was most likely unintentional at first. Groups of refugees from abandoned settlements seeking new homes, traders venturing farther than usual in pursuit of new prospects, or inquisitive adventurers seeking to see what lay beyond the next mountain range. However, systematic and sophisticated city-to-city communication was emerging by 5500 BCE. This led to challenges and opportunities no one had foreseen. There were a ton of opportunities for trade, information sharing, and cross-cultural interaction. While a city 100 miles away had perfected weaving but was unable to effectively work copper, your city may excel at metalworking but struggle with textile production. All of a sudden, specialization could occur between cities as well as within them. However, these opportunities also brought with them the first genuine risk of organized conflict between human settlements. When everyone lived on the move, conflicts were typically minor and could be settled by simply staying out of each other's territory. But when cities disagree with their neighbours, they can't just up and leave. Violence becomes a possibility if they are unable to resolve their differences amicably. Your ancestors most likely created the first official diplomatic protocols at this time, establishing territorial boundaries, negotiating trade agreements, communicating between cities, and resolving conflicts without using force. Early urban centres exhibited remarkable diplomatic sophistication, as evidenced by the use of standardised weights and measures that were recognised by several settlements, shared artistic styles, and symbols that alluded to cross-cultural interactions. and trade goods that travelled great distances through networks of connected cities. But since diplomacy did, regrettably, occasionally fail, let's discuss what transpired. Contrary to popular belief, the first city-to-city conflicts were most likely very different. These were more like very serious neighbourhood disputes that went out of control than great armies fighting on battlefields. Disputes that turned into organised violence over trade relations, territorial claims, or water rights. It's interesting to note how rapidly cities realised that war was generally detrimental to all parties. Disputes between neighbours cause instability, disrupt trade, and waste resources that could be used more effectively, all of which reduce prosperity for all. Even though they were able to win battles by force, the majority of early cities appear to have developed strong preferences for negotiated solutions. Some intriguing advancements in conflict resolution resulted from this. Many early cities, according to archaeological evidence, established complex procedures for competitive displays that could resolve conflicts without resorting to physical violence. Consider them the ancient counterparts of trade exhibitions or sporting contests, allowing cities to showcase their wealth, prowess and strength without resorting to physical combat. These competitive exhibitions frequently took the shape of festivals or get-togethers, where various cities would present their best crafts, most accomplished craftspeople, and most remarkable accomplishments. In later negotiations, the city that produced the most intricate textiles, the sharpest tools, or the most exquisite pottery gained prestige and probably better terms. Instead of striking each other with clubs, it was a far more civilized form of diplomacy through the display of excellence. Naturally, the first defensive tactics and military technologies were also developed during this time. Around this time, the archaeological record reveals increasingly complex fortification systems, demonstrating that even peaceful cities needed ways to defend themselves against less diplomatic neighbours. It's interesting to note, though, that these defences appear to have been built more for deterrence than for prolonged combat. We can defend ourselves if necessary, but we'd rather work things out peacefully, was the message. The speed at which early cities established what we might refer to as international law, unofficial but generally accepted guidelines for how cities ought to relate to one another, is truly amazing. Principles such as standard dispute resolution processes, diplomatic immunity for trade envoys, and even the earliest extradition agreements for criminals who committed crimes in one city and fled to another. Naturally, these were not written laws because writing was still being developed, but they were generally accepted and well understood customs that enabled and facilitated productive intercity interactions. They were upheld out of mutual self-interest rather than by any higher authority. Cities that disregarded these agreements were cut off from diplomatic ties and trade networks, which were becoming vital for security and prosperity. As you watched your species learn how to structure complex societies and get them to cooperate rather than just compete with one another, you were witnessing the beginning of international relations. Despite its messiness and occasional violence, civilization was eventually able to flourish and spread. You have contributed to the creation of something completely unprecedented in the history of life on Earth. Thousands of years after those initial hesitant attempts at staying put and cultivating your own food, you're part of an economic and social system that is so intricate that no one could possibly comprehend it all. But it manages to function, despite the fact that you're living in a true urban civilization that is linked to a network of similar cities over great distances. The most amazing thing, though, is that you and your fellow city builders have unintentionally created the foundation for almost every significant advancement in human civilization that has come since. Science, philosophy and technology will eventually follow from the specialization of labor you have developed. Your created trade networks will serve as the main thoroughfares for the dissemination of concepts, inventions, and cultural advancements. The legal and political systems that currently govern human societies will develop from the diplomatic and conflict resolution mechanisms you have established. In ways that previous generations could not have predicted, the writing systems that are just starting to emerge in some cities will preserve and transmit knowledge in ways that will accelerate human development. The first schools, libraries, and universities will be created by the educational traditions you have established. The basic issues that human societies still face today include how to preserve community cohesion in large populations, strike a balance between individual success and the welfare of the group, and manage resources sustainably. It's interesting to note that you most likely did not consider yourselves to be revolutionaries or builders of civilization. You were merely individuals attempting to find solutions to everyday issues, such as how to ensure that your children had a better life than you did, how to live in harmony with your neighbours, how to have enough food, and how to stay safe. But in the process of resolving these common issues, you created civilization, not just any civilization, but one that was extraordinarily resilient and flexible. You contributed to the development of the fundamental urban model, which spread throughout the world due to its success. This model included permanent settlements, specialised labour, trade networks, and social institutions for cooperation and conflict resolution. From New York to Tokyo to Mumbai, every modern city is essentially based on ideas that you and your fellow early city builders discovered via trial and error thousands of years ago. Like any physical technology, the social technologies you created were revolutionary. Innovations as important as agriculture, metalworking, or writing included learning how to manage the activities of thousands of people, how to make decisions as a group, how to settle disputes amicably, and how to preserve social cohesiveness among various populations. Everything else was made possible by them. Most astonishing of all, you accomplished all of this while upholding essentially egalitarian and cooperative principles. The early cities continued to be places where everyone was responsible for the welfare of the community, where innovation and achievement were valued but not at the expense of social stability, and where individual success was understood to depend on collective prosperity, even in the face of growing social stratification and economic inequality. Crime, conflict, inequality, and all the other issues that arise when a lot of people are crammed into a small area made this place anything but utopian. However, you developed sophisticated, compassionate, and successful systems for handling these issues. You demonstrated that people could coexist in expansive, intricate societies without losing their essential humanity. According to the archaeological record, most people found life in these early cities to be safer, wealthier, and more culturally diverse than anything they had ever known in earlier generations. They created amazing art and crafts, had more varied diets, lived longer, and established the first official educational systems. They were the first people in history to have a legitimate expectation that their offspring would live better lives than they did. The problem is that you carried out all of this without a plan, without any examples to follow, and without any idea of where it might go. As you went along, you were forming civilization based solely on human decency and practical necessity. It's amazing it worked at all. It is truly miraculous that it functioned so well that it served as the basis for all later human development. Therefore, keep in mind that you are a part of an experiment that started with people just like you, trying to figure out how to live together peacefully and prosperously the next time you are frustrated with bureaucracy, stuck in traffic in a modern city, or irritated with your neighbours. They demonstrated that people can build societies that are greater than the sum of their individual parts, even though neither they nor we have all the answers. Heroes, visionaries, or superhuman beings were not the first people to build cities. They were regular people who accomplished something extraordinary. They figured out how to start from scratch and build a civilization, and they did it so well that we are still living in the world they made. It's not bad for those who simply wanted to avoid spending the rest of their lives carrying everything they owned. Alexander Hamilton was born around January 11th, 1755, or 1757, given conflicting records, in Nevis, a small island in the Caribbean's leeward chain. His father, James Hamilton, hailed from Scotland and drifted financially, while his mother, Rachel Fawcett, was estranged from a prior marriage. Social stigma dogged the family, as Hamilton was deemed illegitimate. Childhood brought precarious living conditions amid the sugar-based economy reliant on enslaved labour. Still, the bright Caribbean sun and bustle of island trade shaped his early impressions of commerce and hierarchy. By the time Hamilton reached adolescence, familial hardships worsened. His father left, compounding the family's instability. Then a fever claimed his mother when he was around 11. Orphaned, Hamilton found refuge with local merchants who recognised a keen mind behind the boy's formal but urgent letters. He took a clerking job at Beekman & Kruger's trading firm, absorbing the mechanics of shipping manifests, currency exchange, and negotiation. Observers noted a precocious skill in accountancy and a calm under pressure when storms disrupted cargo arrivals. This apprenticeship would lay the groundwork for Hamilton's later mastery of financial systems. A crucial moment arrived when Hamilton penned a vivid letter describing a hurricane's devastation. His prose, published in a local paper, so impressed leading citizens that they raised funds to send him to mainland colonies for education. The budding writer set sail, eventually landing in British North America, though precisely how he arranged further schooling remains partly obscure. By the time he stepped onto mainland soil, Hamilton possessed an unshakable resolve to escape the constraints of colonial class prejudice and prove his intellect in a broader arena. He enrolled at King's College, later Columbia University in New York City. Political tensions soared as Britain imposed new taxes and cracked down on colonial resistance. Hamilton, originally cautious, soon found himself stirred by pamphlets on natural rights. He contributed anonymous essays defending colonial protest, revealing a knack for polemical writing. Despite his youthful status, readers found his arguments crisp, blending logic with moral fervour. However, the outbreak of open conflict at Lexington and Concord disrupted studies at King's College. Hamilton, though short of stature, was physically active and spirited. He joined a volunteer artillery company, drilling near city squares. Even as shots from British ships threatened Manhattan, he balanced academics with preparing for possible war. In 1776, amid the swirl of confusion over independence, Hamilton left formal schooling to commit fully to the patriot cause. Some peers found him bold to do so, but Hamilton believed in forging a new order that might reward merit over birth. After forming an artillery unit, Hamilton exhibited discipline and quick strategic thinking. At the disastrous Battle of Long Island, his unit helped secure a retreat. The next months, through near collapses, he drew the notice of key figures. During the harsh winter of 1776 to 1777, with the army battered, Hamilton's diligence in orchestrating supplies and maintaining morale stood out. General George Washington recognized these talents, inviting Hamilton to serve as an aide-de-camp, an assignment that, while staff-bound, gave Hamilton unprecedented exposure to high-level decision-making in Washington's camp. Hamilton became indispensable, drafting letters, shaping policy briefs, and forging alliances with other officers. He gleaned leadership lessons from the general's balancing of caution and daring, yet Hamilton, always seeking direct action, occasionally chafed at staff duties. He yearned to lead troops on the battlefield. Tensions with senior officers sometimes flared. Once, Hamilton fell out with Washington for a perceived slight over tardiness, but they eventually reconciled. Despite these brief spats, the synergy between them grew, anchored in mutual respect for diligence and strategy. Throughout 1777 to 1778, Hamilton's writing skill extended to political commentary. He published essays advocating for a stronger central authority to unify the war effort. The rickety Continental Congress, lacking stable finance and overshadowed by state autonomy, troubled him. He believed only a robust national structure could defeat Britain. This conviction would later inform his championing of a federal constitution. Meanwhile, in the immediacies of war, he juggled mission after mission for Washington, coordinating intelligence, planning for combined Franco-American operations and refining supply requests. By 1779, Hamilton stood at the intersection of military and political realms, forging the identity of an intellect who saw national success hinged upon structure and cohesive governance. In early 1780, Alexander Hamilton encountered Elizabeth Schuyler, daughter of General Philip Schuyler, a prominent New York family patriarch. Their courtship blossomed swiftly. Elizabeth, often called Eliza, shared Hamilton's patriotic fervour and admired his restless intellect. They married in December 1780, forging a partnership that would steady Hamilton through tumultuous times. The Schuyler connection also raised his social standing, giving him a link to one of the colony's influential clans. Some whispered that Hamilton, a once penniless immigrant, had upped, but he dismissed such insinuations, cherishing Eliza's steadfast support. Meanwhile, Hamilton's yearning for field command lingered. He finally saw the action at the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, leading a night assault on British redoubts. This bold foray, though brief, gave him the battlefield credibility he had long craved. After Yorktown's success, the war's momentum shifted. Peace negotiations advanced, culminating in Britain's formal acknowledgement of American independence. With the conflict winding down, Hamilton resigned from Washington's staff. Now, his energies turned to the new nation's post-war reconstruction. He He recognised that independence alone didn't guarantee prosperity. A more cohesive union was necessary. Back in civilian life, Hamilton studied law intensively, passing the bar in 1782. Settling in New York, he found a city grappling with war debts, local factionalism, and tension between wealthy merchants and populist artisans. Hamilton opened a law practice specialising in commercial disputes, revealing a knack for clarifying intricate financial matters. Through these cases, he saw firsthand how the Articles of Confederation left the national government too weak to regulate trade or impose taxes, leaving states in disarray and stifling economic growth. He started writing articles calling for a stronger central authority, overshadowing the patchwork of state-based solutions. In 1786, Shays' Rebellion in western Massachusetts alarmed many national figures, including Hamilton. That revolt by indebted farmers demonstrated that unchecked local unrest could threaten broader stability. Hamilton used it as fodder to argue that the current Confederation risked fracturing under internal stress. He joined with others, such as James Madison, to push for a convention that would revise the Articles. Although the Annapolis Convention of 1786 was sparsely attended, it led to the more definitive Philadelphia Convention of 1787. Hamilton arrived in Philadelphia with well-honed convictions. He believed the new government needed robust powers, the capacity to tax, regulate commerce, maintain an army, and ensure domestic peace. Yet he faced considerable scepticism from delegates who feared monarchy. Indeed, Hamilton's personal proposal at the convention, favouring lifetime terms for executives and senators, seemed too close to monarchy for many. Realising the group's mood, Hamilton set aside those extremes. He worked to broker compromises. Although overshadowed by Madison's systematic plan, Hamilton's rhetorical skill and one-on-one lobbying helped shape the final constitution. After 4 taxing months, the constitution was signed in September 1787, yet ratification required each state's approval. Sensing a fierce debate, Hamilton collaborated with Madison and John Jay to pen the Federalist Papers under the pseudonym Publius. Hamilton wrote the majority, dissecting proposed structures like the presidency, Senate, and judiciary, and addressing anti-federalists' fears. His essays emphasised checks and balances, the necessity of a central authority to manage commerce and defence, and the improbability of tyranny under the new system. These Federalist essays profoundly influenced the ratification discourse, marking Hamilton as a top-tier constitutional interpreter. With the Constitution ratified in 1788, Hamilton eyed a new challenge, forging actual governance. When George Washington became the first president, he tapped Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. Hamilton, embracing the role, discovered an untapped opportunity to establish a national financial system. He inherited a war debt that threatened the new nation's credit. In a flurry of reports to Congress, he proposed the federal assumption of state debts, the issuance of new government bonds, and the creation of a national bank. These measures aimed to unify finances, spurring economic confidence. However, they ignited fierce opposition led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who deemed them expansions of federal power to the detriment of state autonomy. Despite pushback, Hamilton's financial plan largely prevailed in Congress. He carefully negotiated with Southerners, trading the idea of placing the national capital on the Potomac for their backing on debt assumption. The Bank of the United States, authorized in 1791, consolidated federal financial might and fostered stable currency. This forging of a national economy was overshadowed by ideological splits, what some labelled Hamilton's acceptance of consolidated authority, even quasi-monarchical forms. But Hamilton believed it was essential for a dynamic republic. By the early 1790s, he had become a central figure in Washington's cabinet, driving a vision of an industrial, commercially robust America. Rivalries with Jefferson, however, would soon erupt, shaping the political landscape for years to come. As Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton found himself entwined in ideological showdowns with Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State. Jefferson envisaged an agrarian republic of independent farmers, with limited federal intrusion. Hamilton, conversely, believed commerce, industry, and robust national structures would anchor the nation's progress. Both men recognized George Washington as a stabilizing presence, yet their friction fueled early factional lines. Federalists rallied around Hamilton, while Jefferson's faction, later the Democratic Republicans, grew around his agrarian limited government stance. Foreign policy stoked further tension. The French Revolution, launched in 1789, escalated into European war by the early 1790s. France pressed for US assistance, citing the 1778 alliance. Hamilton, mindful of Britain as a crucial trading partner and believing the US lacked resources, urged neutrality. Jefferson, more sympathetic to revolutionary ideals, favoured measured support for France. Washington adopted a policy of official neutrality in 1793, endorsing Hamilton's pragmatic approach. This decision outraged ardent Francophiles and the public, but secured commercial ties with Britain. Meanwhile, Hamilton advanced domestic policies that integrated states deeper into the federal system. He introduced excise taxes, including one on whiskey, aiming to bolster federal revenue. In 1794, this whiskey tax incited unrest among frontier farmers in western Pennsylvania, culminating in the so-called Whiskey Rebellion. Hamilton urged Washington to assert national authority, and the president dispatched militia to quell the revolt. The rebellious farmers dispersed without major bloodshed. Hamilton's critics, though, branded him a tyrant, accusing him of trampling local freedoms. Hamilton argued that only firm enforcement proved the Constitution's viability over the old, feeble Articles of Confederation. Clashes over the Bank of the United States further deepened the Hamilton-Jefferson divide. Jefferson viewed the bank as constitutionally suspect, not enumerated in the founding document. Hamilton invoked the Constitution's necessary and proper clause, contending that the bank was an implied power vital for the government's financial operations. Washington sided with Hamilton, signing the bank bill into law. This incident set a precedent for broad constitutional interpretation, to Jefferson's alarm. The dispute laid the ideological foundation for the two-party system, with Hamilton's Federalists championing implied federal powers and Jefferson's Republicans insisting on narrower interpretations. By 1795, Hamilton, having established a stable financial footing, resigned as Treasury Secretary, returning to New York City's legal sphere. He continued to provide discreet advice to Washington, drafting speeches and shaping policy directions. In 1796, Washington's farewell address, partly authored by Hamilton, warned against partisan entanglements and foreign alliances. Ironically, Hamilton himself was a prime architect of partisan lines. The presidential election that year saw John Adams, a Federalist, defeat Jefferson. Hamilton, who harboured doubts about Adams, endeavoured to exert influence on the administration from a hidden position. But friction with Adams soon spiralled, culminating in an irreparable rift. During Adams's presidency, the US found itself in a quasi-war with revolutionary France. Hamilton, who believed in a robust defence, spurred the creation of a provisional army with himself as an influential major general. He hoped to unify Federalist power, but Adams, seeking to maintain peace, eventually negotiated with France. This scotched Hamilton's ambitions for an expanded military role. The Federalist Party thus split between Adams' loyalists and Hamilton's faction. Meanwhile, the Alien and Sedition Acts, championed by some Federalists, stifled free speech and outraged Republicans. Hamilton had mixed feelings, recognising the acts as overreaching but not vigorously condemning them. The controversies fueled Jefferson's eventual victory in the 1800 election. That election turned bitter. Hamilton disliked both Jefferson and his party's candidate, Aaron Burr, whom he deemed unprincipled. When the Electoral College produced a tie between Jefferson and Burr, the House of Representatives had to choose. Hamilton lobbied for Jefferson, feeling he was at least consistent while Burr was dangerously opportunistic. Jefferson's win ended the Federalist grip on power. Despite undermining his nominal ally Burr, Hamilton saw it as the less harmful option. The feud with Burr was set to escalate. Post-1800, Hamilton retreated partially from national politics. He resumed law, founded the New York Evening Post to promote Federalist ideals, and wrote fervent editorials criticizing Jefferson's presidency. He also scolded John Adams in a notorious pamphlet, fracturing Federalist unity further. Meanwhile, tensions with Burr simmered. In 1804, Burr, by then vice president, ran for governor of New York. Hamilton openly opposed Burr's bid, claiming he was unfit. Burr lost, blaming Hamilton for scurrilous remarks that cost him the election. Their acrimony peaked in personal insults, culminating in demands for an apology that Hamilton shrugged off. The stage was set for a final confrontation, a duel that would reverberate across the nation's consciousness. Thus, by 1803 to 1804, Hamilton's storied career encompassed the forging of national finance, the creation of a stable federal government, deep personal rivalries, and the impetus for fractious party politics. While overshadowed by his feud with Burr, his broader impact on shaping early American governance was vast. The looming conflict with Burr in a Weehawken duel might overshadow many achievements, but it also exemplified the period's intense code of honour, revealing how personal pride could overshadow reason in the early Republic. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr met at a dueling ground in Weehawken, New Jersey, perched above the Hudson River. Duels were technically illegal in both New York and New Jersey, but Weehawken was a known neutral ground. The tradition demanded formal rituals. Seconds oversaw loaded pistols, ensuring fairness. Hamilton, though an accomplished marksman in the Revolutionary War, harboured moral qualms about duelling. In letters to confidants, he expressed an intention not to fire at Burr, but to throw away his shot, hoping to meet the code of honour without a lethal outcome. Burr, vexed by Hamilton's public slights, approached the confrontation more aggressively. As accounts differ on the precise sequence, we rely on the seconds' conflicting recollections. One shot rang out, then another. Hamilton was struck in the lower abdomen, the bullet lodging near his spine. Burr, apparently unharmed, realised Hamilton was fatally wounded. Hamilton was carried back across the river, delirious and in agony. By the next afternoon, July 12th, he died at a friend's house. News spread swiftly, overshadowing Burr with accusations of murder. Even many of Burr's allies found his act reprehensible. Shock reverberated nationwide. Hamilton was just 47, a founding father, the chief architect of federal finance, and a voice for a strong union. That he fell in a personal duel seemed tragic, borderline barbaric. Burr faced immediate scorn, and though indicted for murder, he slipped away. His political career never recovered. The duel also propelled a re-evaluation of such honour-bound traditions. Public condemnation swelled, though duelling remained embedded in certain subcultures for decades to come. In the immediate aftermath, Hamilton's family faced financial insecurity. His estate was less robust than many assumed, reflecting that Hamilton had poured resources into speculative deals and lifestyle. Mourning Federalists championed him as a martyr to principle, ignoring the messy politics that led him to that fateful ground. Eulogies praised his brilliance, managerial acumen, and unwavering patriotism. Critics, while acknowledging his achievements, pointed out how his ambition and personal feuds shaped a harsh style that fanned party rancour. Nonetheless, the sense of a towering figure losing too soon overshadowed those critiques in the short term. His funeral in New York drew massive crowds. Processions in black, with the city's shipping at half-mast, showcased Hamilton's local significance. People recalled his rise from impoverished Caribbean youth to key founding statesman. A hush fell over the city's usual clamour. This wave of sorrow ironically softened some of the political vitriol that had dogged him in life. Over time, though, party lines continued to shift, and the nation turned to new challenges, from the War of 1812 to expansions west. Hamilton's memory lodged in history as the brilliant but intense figure overshadowed by the final duel. In that gloom, an essential question remained: how to interpret Hamilton's lasting impact. As the immediate swirl of grief eased, intellectuals examined his extensive writings, reports on public credit, the Federalist essays, and personal letters. They recognised that the federal government's stable finances owed much to Hamilton's early frameworks. The Constitution's broad interpretation that spurred the Bank of the United States shaped future developments in federal authority. The tension he introduced with Jefferson over implied powers would remain a fixture in legal debates for centuries. At the personal level, Hamilton's family endured heartbreak. Eliza Hamilton survived decades longer, dedicating herself to preserving his papers and championing philanthropic work. She co-founded charitable societies, including an orphanage in New York, perhaps reflecting her empathy for fatherless children, mindful of Hamilton's own orphaned beginnings. Over time, Eliza's curation of Hamilton's letters and manuscripts ensured that his role in founding the nation wouldn't fade. Without her stewardship, many of his insights might have been lost, overshadowed by the swirl of other founding figures. Meanwhile, Aaron Burr slunk from public life, although he briefly re-emerged in conspiratorial escapades in the West. Culminating in a high-profile treason trial, that fiasco further tarnished his name. Over the 19th century, Burr's memory was entwined with villainy. while Hamilton became the heroic victim. This moral narrative, though oversimplified, found resonance in society seeking tidy lessons about the cost of personal feuds among statesmen. Hence, the duel's tragedy overshadowed Hamilton's final years of potential. He left behind partial drafts of essays, a life cut short, and a legacy that historians would piece together. The subsequent swirl of politics saw the Federalist Party fade, overshadowed by Jeffersonian and Jacksonian movements. Yet as the new republic faced wars and expansions, Hamilton's institutional frameworks endured, shaping how the Union financed conflicts and integrated new territories. Over time, the memory of Hamilton grew from the dust of partisan fights into a near legend of the unsilenceable voice for a strong Union, a testament to how brilliance can shine even after tragic demise. Hamilton's reputation experienced both highs and lows as the 19th century unfolded. Early in the 1800s, supporters who revered his Federalist vision championed him as an intellectual giant, while Jeffersonian loyalists found him dangerously elitist. The War of 1812 underscored the value of robust federal finances, an echo of Hamilton's arguments. However, the rising tide of Jacksonian democracy in the 1820s and 30s resurrected negative images of Hamilton as the father of a financial aristocracy. His preference for a central bank and industrial growth clashed with the agrarian populism that saw big government as suspect. In historical writing of the mid-1800s, Hamilton was overshadowed by Washington's soldierly aura, Jefferson's philosophical romance, and the dramatic expansion shaping the continent. His ideas about manufacturing, shaped by the reading Adam Smith's works, found fresh appreciation in some northern states pushing early industrialization, but the memory of his direct political battles had receded. Meanwhile, his widow Eliza persistently championed her husband's memory, carefully organizing his letters. She lived until 1854, bridging eras from the founding to the eve of sectional crises over slavery. As the Civil War approached, some northern intellectuals rediscovered Hamilton's emphasis on a strong union, seeing him as a prophet of national authority. They noted that had Hamilton's brand of federal cohesion fully blossomed, perhaps states' rights doctrines fueling secession might have been curtailed earlier. Writers evoked Hamilton as the founder who best grasped the necessity of a controlling centre that could override local fractiousness. Opponents of such interpretations pointed out that Hamilton's frameworks never explicitly addressed the moral contradiction of slavery. Indeed, Hamilton personally opposed enslavement but parted from radical anti-slavery moves, his stance overshadowed by political pragmatism. After the Civil War, industrial capitalism boomed, prompting new appreciation for Hamilton's foresight about manufacturing. Gilded Age financiers admired him as the original champion of a stable currency and big business. Critics, including agrarian populists, in turn damned him for setting a pattern favouring capital over farmers. Debates over monetary policy frequently referenced Hamilton's original central bank, especially regarding gold versus silver standards in the late 19th century. Some saw him as the father of stable credit, others as the father of corporate overreach. This relit his legacy, fueling a fresh wave of scholarly interest. In the 20th century, historians systematically uncovered more of Hamilton's personal writings. They found a figure often overshadowed by his own towering intensity, riven by internal anxieties about identity and acceptance. Born illegitimate and lacking wealth, he soared through brilliance alone. That personal dimension gave a new angle. Hamilton wasn't merely an aloof elitist, but a man forging personal progress in a world dominated by landed aristocracy. Simultaneously, the renewed scholarship dissected how the Federalist Papers shaped the Supreme Court's approach to constitutional interpretation. Cultural depictions varied. In some plays, Hamilton was the stiff, proud foil to the warm Jefferson. In textbooks, he appeared as the founder of the American financial system, overshadowing the fact that he also practiced law with fervour, championed reforms in local governance, and penned scathing critiques of political adversaries. Hollywood took scant interest, overshadowed by the flamboyant stories of the War of Independence or the Civil War. Hamilton's presence mostly stuck to academic circles until the wave of musicals or pop culture references in the 21st century suddenly catapulted him back into mainstream conversation. In that modern reimagining, a more complex portrait emerges, the visionary who overcame humble origins. shaped institutions but self-destructed in a lethal feud. This dual narrative resonates with a public intrigued by underdog success stories and cautionary tales about ambition. Meanwhile, historians continue unravelling his personal letters for glimpses of how he wrestled with his private identity, overshadowing any single label like nationalist or elitist. They see in him the deep tension between moral convictions and the messy realm of real-world politics. Consequently, Hamilton's legacy stands as a testament to a founder whose brilliance forged the frameworks of American finance, ushering in a strong union that could handle crises from 1812 to beyond. His life, truncated by a bullet in a duel, exemplifies the era's precarious norms of honour. Yet the institutional frameworks he championed endured, overshadowing ephemeral partisan feuds. As American commerce and governance matured, many of his ideas about credit-out systems, minted currency, and regulated trade blossomed. Therefore, though overshadowed in certain historical arcs, Hamilton's imprint remains, woven into the fabric of the modern American state, bridging the intangible line from rebellious colony to global economic power. Alexander Hamilton's journey might echo as one of unstoppable curiosity and drive. Born into adversity, he harnessed his intellect to climb political and financial summits. His story underscores how relentless learning and a willingness to challenge entrenched norms can yield transformative results. And yet, it also warns of how personal vendettas and impulsive decisions, like the final duel, can overshadow even the grandest achievements. The interplay of success and tragedy in Hamilton's life offers a cautionary dimension about letting rivalry overshadow reason. One dimension often overlooked is Hamilton's approach to social mobility. He believed in meritocracy, that talent, not lineage, should define one's station. His views clashed with the prevailing aristocratic mores that granted advantage to established families. In championing a strong central government, Hamilton believed it would break local oligarchies, allowing new men of skill to advance. That conviction shaped his financial blueprint, ensuring that the nation's credit system extended beyond a handful of wealthy planters. Yet it also invited accusations of favouritism toward banking elites, ironically suggesting that merit still found expression primarily among well-connected city financiers. Another lesser-known angle is how Hamilton viewed foreign policy. He favoured commerce-based alliances, but distrusted entangling the US in ideological battles. While acknowledging Britain as a trade partner, despite the rancour left from the Revolution, he saw stable trade routes as essential for revenue and global standing. Jefferson and Madison criticised the strategy as an over-cosy approach with a recent foe, but Hamilton saw post-war British power as a practical anchor for commercial expansion. In this sense, his realism overshadowed older resentments. That stance was a harbinger for how modern states weigh economic ties against historic grievances. Additionally, Hamilton's personal style at social gatherings and in daily interactions reveals a man who could be both charmingly eloquent and abrasively direct. Contemporaries described him as intense, with a quick mind that occasionally battered conversation partners. He thrived on intellectual debate. Some say he embraced confrontation to refine ideas, yet this habit might have contributed to the accumulation of enemies, culminating in the fateful spat with Burr. In an era where honour was a cornerstone of social standing, Hamilton's cutting wit proved a dangerous asset. At home, Hamilton and Eliza raised a growing family. Though tragedies struck, the death of their son Philip in a duel reminiscent of his father's fierce approach to personal disputes. This sorrow weighed heavily on Hamilton, intensifying his reflection on the code of honour. Paradoxically, he still ended up abiding by that same code, accepting Burr's challenge. The duality of a brilliant mind trapped by the period's social norms emerges starkly in these personal heartbreaks. For modern readers, the scenario underscores how societal expectations can override individual caution, even for a pragmatic statesman. Examining Hamilton's religious evolution is another nuanced topic. Late in life, particularly after Philip's death, he re-engaged with spiritual considerations. While not as devout as John Jay or Patrick Henry Hamilton, expressed his belief that moral frameworks were crucial to stable governance. Some scholars see a near return to Christian orthodoxy in his final years, overshadowing the earlier secular aura. This dimension of moral or religious introspection is overshadowed in many popular accounts that focus on battles of finance or partisanship. Lastly, The robust myth-making around Hamilton in the 21st century, particularly following a certain successful musical, reflects how malleable historical figures can become, for decades overshadowed in public memory. Hamilton found new admirers enthralled by his underdog narrative. The musical drew from historical sources, but adapted them for modern audiences, highlighting themes of immigration, ambition, and the forging of identity. Meanwhile, professional historians maintain a more measured stance, acknowledging the genius behind the Bank and the Federalist Papers, but also the moral complexities, involvement in a scandalous Reynolds affair, the backing of harsh policies like the Alien and Sedition Acts, and the overshadowed complicity in a system that tolerated slavery. Hence, Hamilton's life embodies many contradictions. Hamilton was a brilliant champion of American finance, an immigrant success story, and a defender of robust national institutions, yet he was also entangled in political vendettas, personal heartbreak, and moral ambiguities. The lethal code of personal honour of the era brought him down from the pinnacle of policy influence. Contemporary observers can glean from his saga how vision, intellect, and determination can reshape a society, while cautioning that untempered ambition and rivalry risk overshadowing even the grandest legacies. In the modern mosaic of American history, Alexander Hamilton occupies a unique niche, straddling realms of finance, politics, and personal drama. Behind the scenes, he shaped the national domain by delivering pragmatic solutions to fundamental questions about governance and economy. Yet his flamboyant final act, the duel with Aaron Burr, long overshadowed the breadth of his achievements. Over the past 2 centuries, the perception of Hamilton has fluctuated between critical wariness and near-heroic adulation, leading to a re-examination that highlights his full complexity. For many decades, Hamilton served as a reference point for strong central governance. In debates about tariffs, internal improvements, and the role of a national bank, legislators invoked his name. The Hamiltonian vision signified a dynamic, industrializing America that invests in large-scale infrastructure and cultivates a robust bond market. Opponents retorted that such policies undercut local autonomy, echoing Jeffersonian concerns about overreach. This cyclical debate recurs whenever the nation confronts a crisis or looks to expand federal influence, be it in responding to economic depressions or modern financial bailouts. Among scholars, Hamilton's contribution to the Federalist remains a crowning literary feat. Essays like Federalist No. 78 shape the judiciary's conceptual role, championing judicial independence and the power of constitutional review. Federalist No. 84 argued that enumerating rights might risk constraining them, though ironically, the Bill of Rights was soon appended to the Constitution anyway. Such works left a lasting intellectual deposit, frequently cited in Supreme Court decisions. The interplay between Hamilton's preference for strong federal courts and modern jurisprudence reveals the longevity of his influence. Public interest soared anew in the 21st century, with a popular musical recasting Hamilton as a hip, scrappy immigrant shaping the nation's destiny. That retelling, blending hip-hop and historical references, stoked fresh curiosity about details of his Caribbean youth, the heartbreak of losing his mother, and the unexpected mentorship from merchants. It also reintroduced figures like John Laurens, Hercules Mulligan, or Elizabeth Schuyler to mainstream conversation. This phenomenon demonstrates how historical figures can be revived and reinterpreted to speak to current cultural dialogues about immigration, representation, and the forging of American identity. That said, the musical's creative liberties overshadow certain complexities. For instance, the deeper tensions around slavery, or Hamilton's relationship with Haitian independence. Yet it undeniably catapulted him back into the public eye. Critically, modern reflection contends with Hamilton's stance on slavery. Though personally not an owner of large plantations, he married into a family that benefited from enslaved labour. He opposed the international slave trade, but was less vocal about immediate abolition. Some historians see him as moderately anti-slavery in principle, yet overshadowed by the era's political constraints. This mild stance differs from the fervour of an abolitionist, highlighting that even bright minds can compromise on pressing moral issues for perceived political necessity. Another puzzle is how Hamilton would respond to the subsequent expansions. He died before industrialization truly took flight or the question of slavery overtook national politics. Would he have advocated for federal solutions to keep the Union intact in the 1850s? Or would he have favoured more localised, pragmatic deals? The counterfactual is tantalizing but unanswerable. Like many founders, his ideas formed the skeleton for future developments, but subsequent generations moulded them to new contexts. Finally, Hamilton's personal letters, uncovered in archives over time, reveal the emotional complexity behind the confident public persona. He could be warm, witty, or scathing, anxious about respect and standing. The spectre of orphanhood never fully left him. A sense of precariousness pervaded his ambition. He engaged in verbal battles with the press, establishing a partisan strategy. The Reynolds affair, in which he admitted to an extramarital relationship, tarnished his moral standing yet underscored his willingness to publicly confess in a swirl of political blackmail. All these episodes illustrate a founder who was no pristine statue, but a flawed participant in the messy birth of a republic. In sum, Alexander Hamilton's Odyssey stands as an emblem of America's early audacity, someone forging national frameworks with unstoppable fervour, bridging personal adversity and political upheaval. He hammered out financial machinery that stabilised a precarious union, wrote constitutional commentaries that guided centuries of legal thought, and valiantly served in war, only to be undone by personal vendetta in a misguided duel. This story resonates with the universal themes of ambition, principle, rivalry, and the subtle interplay of personal and public realms. Hamilton's imprint endures in the institutions he shaped, the arguments he advanced, and the persistent puzzle of how a brilliant mind can fall victim to a bullet summoned by the code of honour with confusing reasoning. Elizabeth Schuyler came into the world on August 9th, 1757, cradled by the rolling vistas of the Hudson River. Her father, Philip Schuyler, was a respected military leader and landowner in the colony of New York, and her mother, Catherine Van Rensselaer, hailed from one of the most influential families in the region. Growing up amid such privilege might have nurtured a sense of arrogance in some, but Eliza, as she was often called, had a natural warmth that set her apart from many of her peers. Nestled in the Schuyler mansion in Albany, Eliza spent her earliest years as part of a large clan that valued public service, hospitality, and the quiet force of tradition. The estate hummed with activity. Soldiers sometimes shared camp stories by the hearth. Travelling merchants arrived to do business, and politicians stopped by on their way to legislative sessions. In this swirl of visitors, Eliza learned to mingle with all sorts, haughty aristocrats, weary militia officers, and even the occasional foreign envoy. Yet her home life had its share of complexities. The Schuyler family, though wealthy, carried the anxieties of living in a colony hovering on the brink of conflict. The tensions between Britain and its American subjects simmered. As a child, Eliza observed how her father weighed the possibility of war. General Philip Schuyler eventually became a key figure in the Continental Army, and dinner-table conversations often circled back to strategy, logistics, and the moral burden of rebellion. These discussions shaped Eliza's understanding of politics as something more than an abstract game. It was about forging a future from uncertain times. Despite such concerns, her childhood retained a sense of magic. She roamed the gardens overlooking the Hudson, daydreaming about distant places she only knew from travellers' tales. She and her sisters, Angelica and Peggy, shared a bond forged by laughter and mischief, pranks on unsuspecting cousins, midnight raids on the kitchen to pilfer sugar biscuits. Eliza was neither the bookish child Angelica was, nor as vivacious as Peggy, but she combined a quiet determination with a thoughtful curiosity. As she approached her teenage years, Eliza's mother introduced her to the more formal aspects of womanhood. Sewing circles, polite dances, and lessons in hospitality were considered essential to any young lady's future. For some, these rituals were rote, but Eliza took to them with a sense of genuine kindness. She discovered she could put people at ease, a smile here, a well-timed joke there. It was less about social climbing and more about forging a real connection. Sometime around her adolescence, the American Revolution moved from hushed speculation to living reality. Soldiers set up camp on the Schuyler grounds, forged alliances in the drawing room, and apprehension about the future permeated daily life. Eliza's father was dispatched on missions across the region, leaving her mother to manage the estate's day-to-day operations. In this environment, Eliza developed resourcefulness, noticing how the women of her family stepped up when men were off waging war. Her father's increased involvement in the war in 1777, marked a significant shift in the situation. That year, British forces threatened the Hudson Corridor, and Albany itself seemed vulnerable. While many families fled south for safety, the Schweilers remained steadfast, trusting in Philip's strategic mind. Eliza watched as her once calm household transformed into a nerve centre of Patriot supporters. Maps on tables, correspondences carried in and out by exhausted couriers, and the muffled clang of armaments stacked in the yard. Amid this upheaval, Eliza grew keenly aware of her position in the swirling drama of a young nation's birth. With Angelica off forging social alliances in other colonies and Peggy bouncing between acquaintances, Eliza found herself called upon to maintain a semblance of normalcy. She visited the wounded in makeshift infirmaries and prepared care packages for soldiers. Though still unmarried, she was no longer a mere child listening in on adult conversations. She was a participant, embracing the cause of liberty her father championed. As the war raged, each new day seemed to bring a surprise. Shifting alliances, uncertain supplies, and heartbreak over lost battles. In that cauldron of revolution, fate was about to introduce her to a fiery young officer of illegitimate birth and boundless ambition. Elizabeth Schuyler was about to meet Alexander Hamilton, and her life would never be the same. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations, at first, centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the revolution. She first encountered Alexander Hamilton in 1779, but their paths had nearly crossed earlier. He served as an aide-de-camp to General George Washington and was known among the Continental Army's inner circle for his articulate letters and keen strategic mind. Hamilton's origins, born out of wedlock in the West Indies, could have made him an outsider, but his intellect and fervour for the patriot cause earned him respect. Though not from an elite lineage like Eliza's, Hamilton possessed a magnetic quality that defied social conventions. When they finally met, it was through mutual acquaintances who gathered in the Schuyler household. Hamilton arrived with a swirl of laughter and conversation, an earnestness in his eyes that left an impression. He was no tall, gallant figure. Instead, he was compact and brimming with restless energy. Rumour had it he could dictate multiple letters simultaneously to different aides, his mind racing faster than his quill could keep up. Eliza, conversely, was known for her measured confidence, quiet but unwavering. Their conversations at first centred on practicalities, the direction of the war, rumours of British troop movements, and the hardships faced by soldiers. But beneath these tactical topics, a personal connection sparked. Eliza found Hamilton's ambition refreshing rather than boastful. He, in turn, appreciated her sincerity and the intelligence she did not flaunt. They spent evenings strolling through the garden, forging a bond grounded in shared hope for America's future and a mutual sense of responsibility to their respective families. Still, Eliza harboured doubts. Courtships in wartime carried uncertainty. She saw how heartbreak could follow a letter announcing a casualty or a transfer to a distant front. But Hamilton's letters, penned during his absences, were tender, infused with more than just flattery. He spoke of unity, both for the nation and between two souls ready to face life's challenges together. When he addressed her as Eliza, it felt simultaneously intimate and reverent. They married on December 14th, 1780, in a ceremony that reflected the swirl of revolutionary fervour. The bride's father, though still weighed down by the complexities of war, offered a generous celebration at the Schuyler mansion. Guests included prominent military officers, local dignitaries, and friends from across the colonies. Candles flickered as violins played, and talk of independence mingled with toasts to love. For Eliza, that night felt like a bridge between her old life and a new horizon. In the early weeks of marriage, their world seemed to pulse with promise. Yet the realities of the war intruded almost immediately. Hamilton was pulled back to his post, drafting critical communications for Washington, orchestrating supply logistics, and occasionally heading into dangerous territory. Eliza, accustomed to supporting her father's campaigns, adapted swiftly. She learned to manage household finances, keep track of important documents, and serve as a confidant for Hamilton's anxieties about the fate of the Revolution. When the Treaty of Paris officially ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Alexander Hamilton found himself in a position to help shape America's future. After his bar admission, he established a thriving legal practice in bustling New York City. Initially, he focused on property disputes left in the war's wake, yet bigger ambitions loomed. He sensed the new nation needed a stable financial structure, a strong central government, and a cohesive framework for unity. Eliza, meanwhile, adapted to city life with the same resilience she had shown amid military camps. The Hamiltons' household was never quiet for long. Their circle of acquaintances ballooned, including statesmen, merchants, and military comrades turned politicians. The Hamilton home became a hub of spirited discourse. Eliza served as both hostess and participant. Her hallmark was a welcoming presence, ensuring everyone felt at ease, from the most polished senator to the rough-hewn frontier representative. Despite sometimes intimidating conversation about economics or legislation, she never shied away from asking pointed questions. Alexander's participation in the Constitutional Convention in 1787 represented a progressive moment. While he was away in Philadelphia, Eliza managed affairs in New York, maintaining correspondence with him. She offered moral support, reading newspapers to gauge public sentiment and relaying her observations. Though not formally educated in political theory, she grasped the importance of a balanced government. She often wrote that the promise of liberty would flounder without practical safeguards. When Hamilton returned with the proposed constitution, debates raged. Federalists championed a robust central government, while anti-federalists feared tyranny. Hamilton, a leading Federalist, penned the majority of the Federalist Papers, explaining the Constitution's merits. Late nights of writing blurred until dawn. Eliza recognized his fervour, doing what she could to ease his workload. She edited drafts lightly, made sure he ate, and even coordinated with his co-authors, John Jay and James Madison. Although her name never appeared on the pamphlets, her unseen labour and emotional support proved invaluable. As the Constitution was ratified, Hamilton stepped into a new role, the nation's first Secretary of the Treasury under President George Washington. He tackled the public debt, proposed a national bank, and laid out an economic blueprint that would stir controversy for years. Throughout this whirlwind, Eliza managed a rapidly expanding family. More children arrived, each named with care. She also tended to her father's affairs, as Philip Schuyler had joined the new US Senate. Eliza adeptly juggled her responsibilities, balancing the realms of motherhood, social diplomacy, and philanthropic engagements. One of her quieter achievements involved the creation of an orphanage. In the aftermath of war, many children roamed the streets bereft of parents. Eliza's heart went out to them. She tapped into her connections, rallying other women from prominent families to organize resources. Though Hamilton's name was more associated with financial policy, it was Eliza who championed charitable efforts, seeing in them a reflection of the new republic's moral obligations. She believed social welfare was not a luxury, but a fundamental sign of civilized values. Meanwhile, the couple's personal life was a tapestry of devotion, intense arguments, and fleeting reconciliations. Hamilton's political enemies targeted him relentlessly. He was accused of favoritism, monarchy-leaning sympathies, and financial improprieties. Eliza stood by him, convinced of his integrity. Yet stress loomed. Long hours at the Treasury, combined with the scorn of detractors, sometimes left Hamilton edgy. Family dinners occasionally turned into strategy sessions, with Eliza offering a calm perspective. At other times, he withdrew into brooding ruminations. Then came scandal. In 1791, Hamilton embarked on a disastrous affair with Maria Reynolds, eventually revealed in 1797. Eliza learned of it in disjointed pieces, the betrayal hitting hard. The affair was no trifling rumour. It was a reality that threatened to unmoor her marriage. And yet, in her heartbreak, she chose not to abandon him. Some historians interpret her reaction as moral fortitude. She believed in redemption, especially for the father of her children. Others see it as a pragmatic move, given her limited options in that era. Regardless, her decision underscored a resolve forged by adversity. She insisted that Hamilton come clean publicly, which he did through the infamous Reynolds pamphlet, revealing private matters in humiliating detail. The scandal tarnished Hamilton's reputation, but Eliza never wavered in supporting him. Their union, tested by the court of public opinion, emerged battered yet intact. She retreated from society's glare, focusing on her children and philanthropic ventures. In private, she and Hamilton worked toward mending the trust between them. Her stance was rooted in a belief that individuals and the young nation could be redeemed from failings, provided they confronted their missteps openly. By the end of the 1790s, Hamilton had resigned from the Treasury. Political battles consumed him. Federalists and Democratic Republicans fought bitterly. Eliza, quietly reflective, saw the shape of things to come. A new century beckoned, but personal storms had left scars. Still, she pressed on with her philanthropic dreams and unwavering commitment to her family, convinced that the American experiment and her marriage both warranted every ounce of perseverance she could muster. As the 1800s dawned, Alexander Hamilton's political career entered a contentious phase. He engaged in newspaper feuds, criticized John Adams' presidency, and tried to sway elections behind the scenes. Eliza watched, worried that his relentless ambition might alienate even his allies. She urged moderation, but Hamilton's temperament demanded he push forward, certain that his vision for the nation outweighed short-term unity. Meanwhile, Eliza deepened her involvement in New York's charitable circles. She helped organize relief for impoverished families, often visiting tenements with a small retinue to distribute necessities. Her presence in these rough neighborhoods surprised many. Dressed modestly but unmistakably from a higher social sphere, she approached each household with empathy, inquiring about their hardships and connecting them with local artisans or job possibilities. In her mind, the spirit of the revolution hinged on ensuring that liberty was not purely for the privileged. At home, life was busy. The Hamilton children, by now a lively brood, required guidance and moral grounding. Eliza's father had retired from the Senate, and her sisters were scattered among marriages and estates. Letters flew back and forth among the Schuyler siblings, exchanging gossip and confidence. Angelica, living abroad, lamented the distance, while Peggy struggled with health issues. In these letters, Eliza was a pillar, pragmatic, affectionate, and ever eager to uphold family bonds despite the swirling chaos of politics. Hamilton's disputes escalated. He penned damning critiques of Aaron Burr, once a political ally but now a rival. Burr, equally ambitious, felt slighted by Hamilton's influence and remarks. In 1804, Burr, on the verge of losing New York's governorship, intensified tensions by accusing Hamilton of undermining his campaign. As accusations swirled, Burr issued a challenge, a dawn duel to settle their honour. Eliza, upon learning of the challenge, pleaded for Hamilton to find another resolution. She implored him to consider their children, to think of the scandal that had already tested their marriage, to weigh the heartbreak that another public confrontation would unleash. Hamilton assured her the affair was a matter of principle. He confessed personal reservations about duelling. It contradicted his moral convictions and religious beliefs. Yet the unwritten rules of honour among gentlemen at the time left little room for retreat without being branded a coward, torn between personal ethics and societal codes. Hamilton resolved to meet Burr across the Hudson River in Weehawken, New Jersey. The night before the duel, Hamilton wrote letters to friends and family. Eliza found him in a sombre mood, his usual fiery determination replaced by introspective melancholy. He gave her instructions about the children's education, finances, and even personal regrets. She tried desperately to dissuade him, offering every argument from his political future to their family's stability. But the machinery of the duel was set in motion. In a final gesture of love, they prayed together, tears unspoken but understood. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Hamilton and Burr faced each other at Weehawken. Eliza waited anxiously at home, racked by dread. The details of the duel remained debated, but the outcome was tragically clear. Hamilton was mortally wounded, shot in the lower abdomen, and transported across the river. Eliza rushed to his side, finding him in a friend's house, drifting in and out of consciousness. He lingered for more than 24 hours, enough time for them to exchange final words. He expressed regret for the turmoil he had caused, and she, through tears, assured him of her unconditional love. Hamilton died on July 12th, leaving Eliza a widow at age 47, with 7 surviving children and another extended family to support. The entire city of New York was shocked. A funeral procession took place, overshadowed by the scandalous nature of the duel. Burr fled, publicly vilified. Eliza's grief was immense, a mixture of sorrow and anger at a code of honour that demanded lethal resolution, at the political climate that spurred such violence, and at the cosmic cruelty of losing her husband just as the nation was stabilising. In her anguish, she sought solace in faith and family. The immediate aftermath required practical decisions. Hamilton's debts loomed large, some due to his lavish lifestyle and unprofitable investments. Eliza, reluctant though she was, tackled the financial intricacies head-on. Rather than retreat into mourning, she found a clarity of purpose. She would safeguard her husband's legacy, provide for their children, and carry on with the charitable missions that held a special place in her heart. If Alexander Hamilton died ensuring his place in history, Eliza would live on to shape how that history remembered him. In the weeks following Alexander Hamilton's funeral, Eliza confronted a daunting to-do list. She sorted through unpaid bills, discovered unfinished essays and treatises in his study, and faced the prospect of raising her children in a social climate that still buzzed with rumours about the fatal duel. The Schuyler family offered emotional and financial support, but Eliza felt compelled to manage her affairs independently. She liquidated some assets, negotiated with creditors, and carefully planned a modest lifestyle that would preserve dignity yet remain financially feasible. One of her first initiatives was to gather Hamilton's letters and writings. She sensed that his political enemies might attempt to distort his legacy. Determined to present an accurate account of his contributions, she approached friends and colleagues for additional correspondence, anything that could shed light on Hamilton's thought process and character. These efforts planted the seeds of what would eventually become a significant archival trove. Though she had no formal training in historical preservation, all she knew was that the story of his role in founding the new nation needed to be told honestly, free from the rancour that surrounded his final years. Her philanthropic spirit surged as well. She returned to the Orphan Asylum Society of New York, later known as Graham Windham, dedicating more hours to its expansion. The orphanage had grown since its inception. and children of various ages depended on stable funds and guidance. Eliza believed her personal grief could fuel a deeper compassion for those who had lost families under equally harsh circumstances. She organised fundraisers, leaning on acquaintances from Hamilton's Federalist circles and from her father's old networks. Donations trickled in, enough to expand the orphanage's facilities. At home, she took solace in her children's presence. Some older ones, like Philip Jr. and Angelica, stepped into supportive roles, though they too reeled from their father's violent death. Eliza's maternal instincts extended beyond mere comfort. She actively cultivated their education and moral development. Hamilton had always advocated for robust learning, so she ensured her sons and daughters had access to tutors and libraries. The younger children gleaned from her an abiding sense of hope despite life's traumas. Friendship with Dolly Madison, the charismatic wife of President James Madison, rekindled after the duel. Though Madison had once been Hamilton's political rival, Dolly admired Eliza's fortitude and philanthropic drive. The two women exchanged letters on everything from child-rearing to the complexities of shaping national identity. During visits to the capital, Eliza dined among statesmen who revered her husband's intellect yet had once clashed with him. Her presence in these circles underscored that while Hamilton was gone, his ideals and family remained part of America's evolving story. Over time, Eliza found a measure of peace. She read extensively scripture, philosophy, and even Hamilton's essays on finance. She became a discreet mentor to young women, advising them that loss did not have to define one's entire existence. In that process, she uncovered an internal wellspring of power. No longer defined merely as a general's daughter or a statesman's wife, she was forging her identity as a protector of children, a keeper of her husband's legacy, and a quiet, stabilizing figure in a nation still shaping its post-war identity. Yet she confronted constant reminders of the duel's aftermath. Burr's reputation had collapsed, but he lingered on society's fringes, and occasionally rumours of his presence in New York circulated. Some supporters of Hamilton yearned for Eliza's public condemnation of Burr. She responded by emphasising forgiveness, not for Burr's sake alone, but for her own spiritual health. Still, she admitted to close friends that the wound ran deep, and any mention of Burr reopened old pain. In 1806, tragedy revisited her life when her sister Peggy died. Though they had not spent as much time together recently, losing a sibling reignited her sense of mortality. Each family loss spurred reflection. Why does fate entwine sorrow and joy so tightly? She found partial answers in her faith, which had grown more earnest since Hamilton's death. Eliza turned to church communities for comfort, simultaneously offering her organisational skills to parish events. Slowly, the Hamilton household stabilised. Debts were gradually paid off. The children advanced in their studies or commenced livelihoods. Eliza's philanthropic projects flourished, earning her quiet admiration across class lines. Life was by no means carefree, money was tight. Social slights stung, but she navigated each challenge with calm determination. By middle age, she stood as a testament to endurance, weaving heartbreak, duty, and service into a tapestry that gave her a renewed sense of mission. As decades rolled on, Eliza entered a reflective phase of life. She remained in New York, though the city changed around her, evolving from a post-revolutionary port into a bustling metropolis. She occasionally visited her beloved Schuyler mansion in Albany, now quieter and steeped in nostalgia. Each time she walked the garden paths where she once courted Alexander, reminded of both the innocence of youth and the seismic shifts that had sculpted her fate. During the War of 1812, when the US again clashed with Britain, Eliza worried for her sons, some of whom served in the conflict. Memories of the revolution merged with fresh anxieties. She found the national mood reminiscent of her childhood: uncertainty, pride, and the determination to defend independence. Though she was no longer at the forefront of patriotic fervour, she contributed by donating to relief efforts for soldiers' families. The Orphan Asylum Society also expanded its reach, taking in children orphaned by this new war. Family events punctuated her life with both grief and celebration. Her father, Philip Schuyler, passed away in 1804, mere months after Hamilton's death. Her mother, Catherine, died in 1803, so Eliza found herself increasingly the matriarch of a sprawling clan. Grandchildren eventually came into the picture. She watched them with pride, telling stories of their heroic grandfather. These tales often alluded to Hamilton's intellectual prowess, omitting the specifics of his downfall. Eliza believed that preserving his better qualities would inspire younger generations. A notable shift occurred in the 1820s when John Church Hamilton, one of her sons, began collecting material for a biography of his father. Eliza became an essential collaborator, providing letters, anecdotes, and clarifications. Her memory was sharp despite advancing age. She recalled specific conversations, recounted legislative battles, and recalled the exact inflection in Hamilton's voice when he debated a point of law. Many historians would later marvel at her recollections, which filled gaps in the archival record. It was as if she carried a living library of Hamilton's life in her heart. Yet that collaboration was not free of emotional toll. Revisiting the events leading up to the duel forced her to confront old wounds. Tears occasionally halted her storytelling, especially when she recounted the final hours of Hamilton's life. John Church pressed gently, wanting to capture every detail for posterity. Eliza, sensing the greater purpose, persevered. She recognised that telling Hamilton's story might help the nation appreciate the foundations he helped lay, structures like the Treasury Department, the National Bank, and the concept of federal credit. In 1828, she travelled briefly to Washington, D.C., invited by friends who remembered her philanthropic achievements. The capital had grown since her earlier visits. Monuments dotted the landscape, celebrating founding fathers. She experienced a bittersweet pride passing tributes to men Hamilton had worked alongside: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. Some pointed out the conspicuous absence of Hamilton's own monument. She shrugged it off, insisting that the measure of a person's influence lay not in stone effigies, but in living institutions. With the passage of time, she also became more candid about the Reynolds scandal, though still discreet. In private conversations, she admitted the pain had never vanished, but she framed it as a testament to the flawed humanity even brilliant people carry. Her capacity to forgive reflected a deep spirituality. She attended church regularly, praying for unity in a country that seemed perpetually on the brink of new conflicts, nullification crises, debates over slavery, and the push westward. Living well into her golden years, she gathered a tight circle of confidants. Often, they found her mending clothing for orphan children or proofreading a letter for John Church's next manuscript draft. She rarely sought acclaim for her charitable work. If praised, she gently redirected attention to the cause itself. For her, the real triumph lay in ensuring children had a chance at life, just as the nation's founders had tried to secure opportunity for future generations. In 1832, she experienced another heartbreak when her oldest son, Philip Jr., passed away after a struggle with illness. Each loss reminded her of time's relentless march, yet her faith and familial bonds kept her grounded. She wrote that her love for God and for the late General Hamilton fortified her soul against despair. Approaching 80, Elizabeth Schuyler. Hamilton was more than a relic of a revolutionary era. She was a living narrative of strength, weaving personal tragedy and national memory into a single tapestry of compassion and hope. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton lived to see Andrew Jackson's presidency and the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. She watched America morph into a nation both deeply reflective of its revolutionary roots and straining toward modernity. Railroads spread, factories arose. This political scene erupted with fresh tensions over states' rights and potential expansion. By now, Eliza was considered a venerable figure, one of the last living links to the nation's founding generation. In her final years, she resided in a modest home in Washington, D.C., partly to be nearer some of her children. The city had matured since the muddy, partly built capital she once knew. She took quiet walks with visitors, reflecting on how her husband had helped shape the financial systems that fueled such growth. Political leaders occasionally sought her out for anecdotal insights, hoping to glean from her personal glimpses into Hamilton's strategies and relationships. She obliged politely, though she often reminded them that real progress required fresh ideas, not mere nostalgia. Her commitment to philanthropy never waned. Even in advanced age, she attended Orphan Asylum Society meetings when possible, offering guidance on fundraising and resource management. Younger trustees listened intently, aware that the Society's founding mother was still sharp despite her frailty. In many ways, the orphanage had become a symbol of her life's work, caring for the vulnerable, preserving hope amidst adversity. Ensuring the completeness of John Church Hamilton's father's biography was one of her most cherished final projects. She reviewed the final drafts, contributing details she'd previously withheld or forgotten. She emphasized Hamilton's unwavering dedication to the Union, his progressive stances on federal power, and his unrelenting push for financial stability. Some editorial disagreements arose, particularly around the Reynolds affair, but Eliza insisted on honesty tempered by grace. The published volumes, though not immediate bestsellers, gradually shaped public understanding of Hamilton's legacy. As her health declined, her family closed ranks around her. Letters from grandchildren poured in, stories of their studies, their marriages, their small triumphs. Eliza's once robust figure had become frail, but her mind held firm. She reminisced about ballrooms in Albany, the swirling war councils at her childhood home, and the day she first locked eyes with a brash young officer in revolutionary garb. Occasional visitors found her reading the Federalist Papers by candlelight, as if reacquainting herself with Hamilton's voice. She also kept a well-worn Bible, reflecting a faith that had buoyed her through heartbreak after heartbreak. Prayer, to her, was less about ceremony and more about continuous conversation with a higher power that had guided her from war to widowhood. In these final dialogues with God, she found peace, certain that her labours, both familial and charitable, held meaning beyond mortal life. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton died on November the 9th, 1854, at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of an era. Obituaries praised her dedication to preserving Alexander Hamilton's legacy and championing charitable causes. Publications recounted her devotion to the Orphan Asylum Society and her unwavering presence during the tumultuous birth of the Republic. While she never held public office, her influence was palpable in the communities she served and in the narratives of America's founding. She was buried near her husband in the graveyard of Trinity Church in Manhattan, reuniting them in eternal rest beneath the city skyline he had once helped transform. For decades, the memory of her kindness lingered in the stories told by those who knew her, a woman who had endured scandal and duel-driven tragedy, only to emerge as a symbol of grace. In the decades following her death, interest in Hamilton's financial genius grew, spurred by economic expansions and civil conflict. Historians found in Eliza's carefully guarded letters a trove of insight into the man behind the policies. Her philanthropic legacy endured, with the orphanage continuing to serve children well into the modern age. Over time, as the nation wrestled with the complexities of its founding ideals, the figure of Eliza gained renewed appreciation. She was not merely the devoted wife of a founding father, but a quiet architect of social welfare and historical stewardship in her own right. To this day, visitors at Hamilton's gravesite often spare a moment for Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton. Her story underscores how the quieter characters of history can profoundly shape a nation's ethos.